Motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one-up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. To a monster.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, with my feet tied, tied to the ground. Nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day, be our day again. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why.
Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, turn it 2-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives, not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away, away. They're ticking away, away.
came. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and vroom right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. You step in a room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boys been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and vroom right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. You step in a room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts.
Where you been? Now I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll clutch that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been? I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights singing like a ghost town. Got the butterflies hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant night, you better bow down. Now whoa, you from Omega with the oh no. I'm with the alpha and you know, don't make that ticket spike sound. Put that away, you'll hurt yourself. Be an anchor, let it all come your way. We got plenty for you, boy, just till we
butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Yeah. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the truck, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit 'em talk, let 'em take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the truck, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit 'em talk, let 'em take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Swim and slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah, bah, bah. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah, 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 bah. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah. Call you up like what you doing? Ride around with the squad, no losing. Link you up with the Reaper, keep it moving. Yeah, they can't do it how we do it. Run it up, can't keep up. Play follow the leader. Big queso, I'm born with the ether, but I still took a heater. No halo, I've been with a handgun. I've been on my King Kong, call payload. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Swim and slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Cholula with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way, cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough. I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug. I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. You better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires that are
And
hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. It's day 6, we're done with the group stages and we are on to the playoffs finally. Our final tournament here in Challengers before we get to Ascension. I'm your host as always, Twiggy, and I'm joined today once again by MP. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. It's the first day of playoffs. I think yesterday was already interesting. We saw some interesting matchup here. Deti Uli is actually getting their first map in Challengers EMEA, but I think it's right here where all of the action starts. We have our top 4 and my lights are gone. Like,
oh okay. My god, dramatic.
I don't know what happened. Okay, I hope it gets fixed. Let me see.
No, well, either way, let's take a look at the group standings so we can see once again who made it through into our playoffs today. Oh my lord, here are our 4 teams. We got Mandatory from the French League. We have Dynasty from the Spanish League, Twisted Minds from MENA, and Ulf from Turkey. So a nice roster of teams to come up against each other. And I think Mandatory, actually, who was it that mentioned? I think Twisted Minds, when the interview with them, mentioned that this is a nice evenly matched up 4 teams. I think this is going to be interesting no matter what permutation of matchup we get over the course of the playoffs here, and I really could not pick a winner out of these.
No, I think it would be really hard. Obviously, I think for me, Mandatory, they are looking really good, but Dynasty, I think they have surprised already. I think the roster moves that they have done have been brilliant. They're looking great right now. I love how Famsi is popping up, the young player, obviously a Finnish player, so that's always good for me, you know.
Yeah, and of course, with these 4 teams, we can take a look at the teams that have already locked in a qualification to Ascension as well, because we know now the 8 teams that are going to be playing in Ascension. It does involve all of our 4 teams today: BBL Pacific, Enterprise Esports, Mandatory, Twisted Minds, Team Rad, Focus, Ulf, and Dynasty will be playing in Ascension 4. A shot of those 2 VCT, well, the shot of VCT, right? That is the with our 2 teams eliminated that got promoted before. Those spots are up for grabs, and it's exciting times. We are excited to see who is going to get there, and I think every team has been looking forward to this one. We've had, you know, rises and falls of teams, right? We don't have BBL Pacific in the playoffs for this. We don't have Enterprise Esports in the playoffs for this Challengers EMEA either. So we're going to be crowning a new victor here no matter what. I think it'll give us a good insight into what to expect when we do get to Ascension.
Yeah, and I think the bracket is going to be interesting when we go into the playoffs. Obviously, a lot of new matchups coming. I think all of these matchups are actually new, so it's going to be Mandatory against Dynasty and then Twisted Minds against Ulf Esports. Really interesting matchups here, and I think we heard yesterday from Vlad that they would really love to play against Mandatory. They obviously didn't get their wishes through instantly, but whatever happens today, that could become true. If they win, if both of these teams win, Ulf Esports and Mandatory, we could absolutely have that matchup, and I think to me that would be really interesting. But before we get to there, we have to play the matches today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think these are 2 brilliant matches. We're going to be starting off today with Mandatory GG and Dynasty, the representatives from France and Spain. Mandatory entered as the 2nd seed from France into the Group A, the Group of Death, with Enterprise Esports and BBL Pacific, the 2 previous Challengers EMEA winners. Everybody won 1 game in that group, but Mandatory came out on top in the head-to-head with BBL Pacific, I think it was in the end. I mean, look, everybody had 1 win, everybody had 1 loss, so it was difficult to pull the 3 together. But yes, they were the ones who came out on top in the end, and I think that was a surprise victory even for them. They're surprised to be here, but I think they're ready for the competition. Yeah,
I mean, I think the big problem for Mandatory was these Turkish teams. So in Challengers EMEA number 1, they really struggled against BBL Pacific, against Eternal Fire, and it seems like they fixed that Turkish problem right now, getting that win under the belt. But I do think this setup between Mandatory and Dynasty, it's kind of similar for both of these teams. They got to EMEA number 1, Challengers EMEA number 1, but they lost on the EMEA number 2. Mandatory obviously lost 1 to Valiant, Dynasty lost to Koi Phoenix 2 and 3. So I think they are looking for the redemption here. They really want to get through all the way.
Yeah, this is your French representative here, and I do think this just barely maybe is my favorite to win Challengers EMEA. They are looking poised for this one. I think they're going to be getting a lot of momentum just based off of winning that group, right? You're coming into a group that difficult, getting into the playoffs, you've got to be feeling on top of the world, right? Cloud9 kind of area. Oh, wait, hold on, that's a completely different team. Kind of things, right? Yeah, for Mandatory, I think now, you know, they've already proven themselves here. All they have to do is ride those coattails up until the very end of the tournament. Their first game up against Dynasty is going to be, you know, a difficult one, but I do think that no matter who they were going to come up against, it was going to be a difficult game for them.
Yeah, and this roster is incredible. One of the strongest players, one of the, I would say, smartest players on the whole Tier 2 circuit, and one of the strongest names, Enzo Mestari. That's, I think, one of my favorite players. But then you look at the players alongside Enzo as well. You have Kellogg's, obviously, a really, really talented duelist. Sometimes a little bit inconsistent, but I'll tell you who is really consistent in this roster and has been throughout this season. That's Takas. He's been incredible in the season, and Takas is actually the new player on this roster. Mandatory, they kind of were forced to make this roster move because Saivo went to Vitality, so they brought on Takas, and look at the rankings that he has there. ACS number 2, damage per round number 2, kills per round number 4. And for Takas, it's been really, really interesting this year in this team because he has had to adapt into a new, different role. When you look at Takas, you look at the previous rosters that he has been on, he's pretty much been the main duelist throughout this whole career. But look at these agents that he has played in this team, in this tournament. Deadlock, Viper, Phoenix. Sure, there's one duelist, but right now he's the secondary duelist. But it's been interesting because he's been putting the most consistent numbers in this new role, and to me that's really, really impressive. You've gone out of your way in a different role and you're absolutely demolishing in that role.
Yeah, I mean, clearly a great move, and one they're going to need coming up against their opponents today of Dynasty. Now, this team, obviously, I mean, like, yes, flawless in the groups, right? When we were talking about flawless in the groups, obviously, it means a little more in a 4-team group. This is the other team that came through a 3-team group. They had to take down Team Liquid Academy and Eintracht Frankfurt to get here, but they dispatched them both with, I wouldn't say relative ease, but they got it done. It was always in their hands, and that is all that a 4-1 map scoreline for them is definitely good enough. And look, I think Team Liquid Academy were always going to be the most difficult opponent that they had in their groups, and we know that Team Liquid Academy can on their day be a really scary team, but they got it done in the end.
Oh yeah, and not only they were flawless in the Challengers EMEA group stage, they lost only one match this season throughout their whole season. That was against Ramboot, that was 0-2, but now they're undefeated in EMEA. And one of the players that I think has been the name for Dynasty has been Tag. He's been incredible. Face of Dynasty, face of Italian VALORANT, 2 years with Gyre prior to this, and now Dynasty from last year. He's been with the core with Vado and Kaden as well. He played in the EVC tourney with Apex as well, going for the tryouts. That was a big step for him. But like I kind of highlighted already in the pre-show, Famzy is the player that I have my sight set on. Incredible player. Number 3 in ACS, number 3 in damage per round, number 2 in kills per round, and number 2 in first blood percentage. That is incredible. Young player, Finnish superstar, has been number 3 in the Spain Rising regular season, was number 1 in the finals as well, and now look at those stats. Incredible performer. He was with UCAM obviously prior, and he got to kind of experience that VCT EMEA as well with the UCAM partner team Giant X. But I think Famzy is still looking for that experience, looking for that oomph to get his career started here.
Yeah, for sure, and I think that's something, you know, it's important to mention, is that, you know, Dynasty, these players have been around the Tier 2 scene for so long. I mean, most of those names you will recognize from the Northeast League, from stages past and years past, so this is their opportunity now to really push forward. Obviously, they've already qualified for Ascension. Both of these teams have already qualified for Ascension, so at this point, it really is more for glory, it's for seeding, it's for whatever you want to put on the table, and maybe we will see some hidden strats. I don't know what the teams are thinking coming into this one, but I would like to see a proper good matchup between the two, because I do think that if nothing else, this is amazing practice for Ascension. These are teams that you know you're going to be playing up against in that all-important tournament that could give you qualification to VCT. So this is such an important playoffs, whether you see it as, you know, a genuinely important playoffs or not, because nobody needs to win to qualify for anything. Nobody needs the Ascension points anymore. It is definitely important to get those reps in. It's not the same as a scrim playing in a match.
No, and for the young players, I think it's always good to get that experience. And even Kellogg's, I think to me he seems a bit inconsistent here and there, and I would love to see him get those good performances under the belt, because he's been able to put those numbers as well. When he's consistent, when he gets those kills, he absolutely demolishes anyone on the server. I think this map veto is gonna be interesting as well, whether Mandatory and Dynasty is gonna be like, okay, let's put our best maps here. I think these two maps were kinda expected. They've been really good in Lotus, Sunset. That was something that Dynasty kinda liked to play. Dynasty also likes that Lotus as well, and I think to me the most important or most interesting thing is that we're gonna see Taka's deadlock here. He's been incredible with that deadlock. It's gonna be interesting to see whether Dynasty can actually counteract that in Lotus, but it's gonna be interesting to see what it's gonna be our last map as well. Haven Ascent. The last two. Haven is usually the classic, and that is gonna be there.
I mean, look, Lotus is going to be incredibly important for Mandatory here. Before we entered this tournament, the attacking win rate on Sunset for Mandatory was 16%. Obviously, that was not, you know, the amount of rounds they played was not a massive amount, so it's not a great sample size. But this is you know, Dynasty have chosen it because they know that they are the more practiced team there on Sunset. They're more comfortable by a long way. And with, you know, Abyss always being banned out here, neither of the teams liking Corrode, you basically just have to go into any map your opponents choose on this one. So I think it is more important even than usual that you take your own map pick in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the past 3 months, Dynasty hasn't lost a single Sunset. They've won against Team Liquid Academy, obviously, in this tournament, but they lost or won against multiple Spain Rising teams as well. They have a really strong understanding how to play this map, playing the Viper, double controller with the Omen, but Deadlock as well. It's going to be really interesting to see what we're going to see on Sunset. Is Mandatory going to be able to kind of counteract this amazing Sunset that Dynasty have? But before we have that, we're gonna have the Lotus, which I already talked about. That is gonna be so strong for Takas. Takas is one of the best Deadlock players in my opinion. After he's been after he came out of that main duelist role, I think Takas has suited for Deadlock really well. You can just go and aim. You don't have to focus too much on your utility when you're in Deadlock. Obviously you have the Gravnet that is really strong, but you can just go and frag, be that second fragger as well. But you can see Takas usually holding down that mid area on the attacking side and play from there. But to me, I think it's going to be really interesting to see whether Dynasty can actually force against that.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, here's the thing. We're going into our first map that both teams have the most reps in. Both of these teams have played pretty much the same amount of Lotus coming into this one. Pretty similar win rate on it as well. I mean, there's not much to separate these two, so this will set the tone for the rest of the series and for the rest of the playoffs as well. So it's super important that you want to get ahead on this one, especially I think if you're Dynasty going into your map pick next. But for Mandatory, they need to be holding on to that lead for the whole of this map to build that confidence. Because I think, you know, coming out of a group as the underdogs, you're still technically the underdogs. You know, you're living on borrowed time, right? Enterprise should be here, or BBL Pacific should be here, but you're here instead, so now you need to prove yourself.
Yeah, and even though yesterday I said I love the mirror matchups, but I do love a complete different type of comp as well. Dynasty obviously going with the double controller with that Viper, Mandatory going with the double Sentinel, Deadlock, Cypher, really heavy defensive side setup, but with that Deadlock you can actually fight against the rubble as well. Dynasty obviously trying to play that Viper towards that rubble area on the attacking side, try to have that lurk, doesn't really need to fight it early. It's going to be interesting to see how these teams face against each other. Is Mandatory gonna try and exploit that solo Viper on the other side of the map, and how Dynasty is gonna react to that? I think all of those small minor plays in the server is gonna be really interesting, and especially trying to dig deep in Enzo's brain. How is he gonna work against this composition? How does he play against Dynasty's Viper? And I wonder if there is a reason that they don't actually play this Viper. Maybe we'll get to hear that from the interview later on, but I mean, I'm getting way ahead of myself.
Well, you know, you have our own kind of opinions on this matchup. You've seen the data, you've heard the data at the very least. Let us know who you think is going to win. As you saw there, we're keeping track of it, so put in your support in chat, #MDL or #DSY to show your support for your team. You know, you might be a Spanish representative, you might be a French representative, you might be a neutral, and I hope we do get a good game for the neutrals if we get you know, good performance from both teams. I do think that Lotus is the best place we're going to see a big matchup between these two. They're both very confident on this map, so this should be a really good time. We're going to be getting into the map very, very shortly. You're going to have to listen to us yap for just a little bit longer, and then we'll let you go and enjoy some Valorant. But yeah, what are your thoughts as we move through the playoffs here? Because obviously these two teams, I think, you know, they're not, you know, the Turkish region. Obviously Turkey has a win under their belts in Challengers EMEA. They're not the new guard in MENA being injected into it. These are two kind of regions that have got into playoffs before, haven't quite made it towards the end of the, have we seen a Spanish or French team in a finals? I'm not sure. Stage 1 maybe?
Maybe, yeah, maybe stage 1, but yeah, I do think it's going to be really interesting because both of these matchups are really different, like you highlighted. Obviously, Twisted Minds and Ulf is going to be really different because both of these teams, they are here for the first time and they haven't gotten that experience in the playoffs. Twisted Minds just got in these inter-regional tournaments as well, and now you have Mandatory and Dynasty who are here second time looking for that redemption. So to me, it's going to be really interesting.
All right, well, we are going to find out very, very shortly now who's going to come out on top in this series to start off with. It's Lotus up first for you, and I'm going to throw you over to Pavlos and Winter to cast it.
Oh boy, the French and Spanish Challenger Leagues rivalry continues, and this time between Mandatory and Dynasty. And boy, is this an exciting one, right? Because Mandatory just making it out of the group of death, and Dynasty being the only representative of Spanish challengers into Ascension. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah, you're talking about Mandatory making out the group of death. They even came into that knowing they were the underdogs, and the fact that they've made it this far, obviously securing an Ascension spot as well. Anything they can get into playoff is just an added bonus.
Indeed it is. Let's get things going. Lotus is the map of contention to get this series going as Dynasty start things off on the defensive, Mandatory on attacking duties. As we'll likely be seeing a little bit of a mid-crunch coming in from the Dynasty players. Two players lining up, spotting out a camera, just breaking it for now, as Mandatory split their focus in two fronts.
You can see the paranoia being ready to go off any sort of contact, but now with Pop and Fancy in behind this box,
you've got a feeling he's hiding, don't you? You can sense that hip is looking in that direction.
They're getting ready for a B split, especially off the back of the door. That's going to pull Ticey's attention away, and it's down to Fancy.
Gets the crit pick.
What?
Oh, it's a knife kill to get things going. How about that? Mandatory getting things to a decent point. Recoverable, but hip can't escape. Can't creep up with his teammates, and it feels like Mandatory are trapped. They have to move it into this A site. Waddle lying in wait, appears out of the shadows and hits a monster of a shot. Oh dear. What do you do with your Mikey now? You've got to find something. And you know, you probably won't be getting it on that A site. So with 40 seconds on the clock, he's starting to make moves elsewhere. Creamy Dreamy on the other end though. It's a rough spray, but Mikey gets it done. Now if you sprint towards B or C, a spike plant could be possible.
But there's still 3 players to contend with. He wants to get something more to work with. Bring it down to a 1v2 maybe?
I love that Dynasty. Just cut noise, stay still, don't overthink it, and group together. A 1v3 is always going to be easier if you don't let Mikey play this at his own terms. Indeed, he turns the corner and is a little bit surprised with what awaited him there. It's a clean connection there from Ticey, but this is where it all began.
I mean, the fact that we were already talking about this being one of the interesting matchups of today, and in the very first round we have a knife kill coming through. It's already cinema, guys, okay? But off the back of that, the initial engagements over towards main, you can see what a Mandatory wanting to set up for that split in towards B, but great delay utility from Ticey coming through with that paranoia and just not allowing Mikey to get too much space to play in towards that 1v4.
Now moving towards that left-hand side quickly. Mandatory wanting to take up that C space. You've already thrown in a smoke. Killjoy utility in wait though, and it's hard to take up a site where Creamy Dreamy and Tag are both grouping up to deal with this. It's treacherous.
That's the benefit of having this double controller setup, right, for the side of Dynasties. But you can put Creamy Dreamy and Tag over towards this C site. It becomes incredibly difficult to get through, especially when you're on lower buys or times running low, because there's so much delay utility.
Waddle, instead of moving back from the corner, confident to stick around, but of course has got the reload, so Ticey is the one to step forwards. Good thing about being trapped by the Gravnet is that you've got the TP to vacate the premises, so there's no risk taken here by the Dynasty squad. Famzy makes things look clean. Ticey does the same. Dynasty have joined the server and have got a sense of bravado about them. I'm enjoying it.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I want to keep this as clean as possible. Right, for the side of the defenders, there's zero investment coming in from Mandatory. It's Couple of classics. Important to keep it clean, but
enemy
let's
remaining.
have other ideas.
Spike down B.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick one here. But if you're Dynasty, you're coming into the
10
series
seconds
with
left.
having the least Ascension points out of all the
Oh
teams
my god, they're
kind
not
of
gonna.
competing.
Oh, they're gonna make him save. They're running away. Oh, this is.
no.
Oh, this is so difficult.
That's a little bit heartbreaking.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, they're not gonna kill him. Which,
Spy plan?
sure,
Hey,
you
okay,
could
that's
get a
something.
bit of
Better than
added
nothing.
cash from the spike plan, but that's not ideal.
It's just mind games, right? Mini games. Just trying to min-max the wins and losses in a round. Now for this one, Mandatory now have guns available to them. Enzo wondering what he should buy. Obviously, it's not going to be full armor for him. Just regenerative shields for now. And the
Right,
Odin!
Odin.
It's the Odin from Enzo. As soon as he has the cash to get it, he gets it.
Hey, it doesn't matter if you're not gonna kill him. He's gonna invest into Loaded.
It's a classic for Enzo, isn't it? Coming into this one, especially being Lotus, you know what to expect.
Ooh, they're going aggressive towards A. Want to deal with that trip, but that's all they want to do. They've taken over towards Rubble, destroyed the trip, and backed off. And now they can reinforce over towards the B site because look at how worried Mandatory are about A.
Mikey needs to be careful here, smoked off again. Dynasty's poke and prodding has caused a lot of Mandatory's attention towards his right-hand side. Need to be diligent about how they cross because their opponents could be anywhere, lurking in any shadow.
But still no
45
space
seconds
gathered.
already on the clock, so Mandatory need to start making quick movements towards C now.
And this is the thing that I was talking about, is going in towards C when the time is low and you have to make it work because Creamy Dreamy still has the snake bite available. Couple of mollies as well for tag placed on towards site.
30 seconds left.
Recon, you know where Tag is. Kellogg's goes for the chase. Timmy the turret is enough of a distraction. Tag just pops out. And suddenly Mandatory are under a little bit of stress, right? Because Dynasty have all grouped up around. They've got all the defenders nearby, bar one, but you might not even need him. Takas trying to save the day here, but 13 seconds, it's not going to be enough.
That's it.
Mandatory
10 seconds left.
waving the white flag. This round is not for them.
And you can understand this is going to be one of the hardest sides for Mandatory coming into this, right? You're having that double sentinel setup and you're going into Dynasty's composition, which is going to thrive on this defensive side, especially when it comes to delaying time with both the Viper's Wall and also using the Omen of Ticey, cycling smoke. So you saw that over towards C. They were hoping to get in once the orb from Creamy Dreamy drop, but then the only issue is, off the back of that, Ticey's put up a smoke. You also have a molly that's being dropped, a snake bite as well. So there's so many different things that Dynasty have to delay time that Mandatory need to find an early advantage.
Ticey returns the favor with an Odin of his own. No chip damage has been found just yet. But you can tell Mandatory want to deal with him ASAP. It's so treacherous to have someone around in this area, keeping you back, and Dynasty are not short of defenders towards the A site.
Yeah, and that's just one layer of it, right? Because you already have Creamy Dreamy starting to cycle over because of how spread out Tag's utility is.
How many players are lured over to this position because of the Killjoy utility broken? The answer is no one. Tag says, I hear no one else. There's no more pressure inflicted into C. Mandatory confident to take the B call, and that's exactly what they do. Walk in. No aggression back from Dynasty. Blocked off on one end by the wall.
Spike planted.
They've got 3 different fronts to work with if they want to retake this.
They at least take one off the board. They're fighting over towards Heaven. They might be in for a double.
Bit of an answer back though from Ticey and Famzy. Great shots connecting. Takas playing as aggressive, knows he gets to play with momentum here. Tag on the reload, gets caught. And Hit does a lot of heavy lifting on the site himself. Takas though is the star of the show, being the last man standing. Mandatory doesn't take too long to get on the board after losing their first buy round of the game.
Oh, but it's so precarious. You can see how uncomfortable it was for the players on towards site. Even after destroying all of Tag's Killjoy utility.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Can't use that. Go and meet.
Yeah, a couple of nice shots from Takas to close it out, but oh, it's coming down to the wire on those retakes.
Yeah, there are a lot of close moments, aren't there? But that's the closest round we've had so far, right? I don't think we've ever had a one player remaining at the end of the game. So far, it's been pretty simple for Dynasty. There you have it. About time we get to see a kill like that. And the second wallbang for Enzo is given already.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about experience in this game, and then experience with the Odin especially, you have to give it towards Enzo. But one more thing that they're going to have to deal with is Famzy with this operator in towards this cubby position. You can stop the spike from crossing.
Ooh, misses the chance on lining up the first shot, but the showstopper looks to be the distraction. Creamy Dreaming is able to clear his end of the engagements. But Dynasty have selected correctly to move in here quickly. Mandatory likely get the spike down. Mikey's position difficult to handle.
30 seconds left.
Tag drops. And so to clear the position, Spike denied the opportunity to plant. 25 seconds if you're Mandatory. You're struggling here. You're under pressure. Waddle finds Mikey in the end, so Takas is alone. But if you wanted anyone on the clutch, it would be Takas, but with Creamy Dreamy holding down the flank, nothing's going to happen out of control over the Spanish representative. 4 in the bag already.
Dynasty being so consistent with the pressure that they're applying to Mandatory, not only in the early rounds with the utility, but when it comes down to them trying to take out onto site, you can see the spike doesn't get planted because of how quickly the rotations have been. They don't feel comfortable on the site itself, and we even saw it in the round that Mandatory was able to win in round 4. Everything was being fought for from the side of Dynasty. They have players in the right place. And even that off the back of getting the initial first bloods, Dynasty to come out on top.
So in the pistol round, Mandatory are going to elect to put all their pieces together, as it's just the pistols they've got to work with for now. Tag has got to respect the presence. Going to be Dreamy under a bit of pressure also. Plant very likely at this point. Ticey, what can you do here? You can't even see his opponents, but by guessing correctly, he's already able to find one. Mandatory, unfortunately for them, they haven't really found too much of an upgrade. Haven't found a pick. And they're limited to the back of the site. Famzy looking to go aggressive. The smallest of the weapons just does a little bit of damage. The Sheriffs, however, do a lot. Ticey with a quad piece. The Annihilation connects, but his teammates are around to keep him afloat. And therefore, Diffusal comes underway for Dynasty with 3 survivors to get yet another dub.
It's just so easy to clean up pistols when you have an Odin, man.
True.
Like, you look in the replay, obviously Tyson just gets a little peek over towards the top of the cage, but at this point, you can just hold down mouse button. Sure, there's a little bit of an answer back from Takas with the Annihilation, but the only issue is there's no other players around to help. And it's survival for the Omen player, now keeping the Odin out in towards this one. Similar sort of setup, but this time Famzy's rotated over towards the C side with that operator, so it's not going to be posted up towards A. And looking at where Mandatory are going, he might have an opportunity to get an initial first blood.
I mean, you've got a lot of ultimates to your disposal as well with your Mandatory. You've got 4 altogether. Famzy avoiding the grab net, Dimensional Drift in his face. He's got to be a little bit cautious. Hunter's Fury aimed towards his opponent's direction. Tag eliminated, and all Kellogg's have to do is shoot me, shoot me. You'll be able to hit Tag eventually, and indeed that happens. 5v4 off the rip.
They're ready for the retake. They don't want to let him plant.
That's a great wall, though. It's not going to allow your opponents to get onto the side, but at the same time, Mandatory switch up their minds. Into B they go. Dynasty not too far away from this, though. A lot of disruptional power is available for this defending side.
And now it comes into towards post-plant. This is where the double Sentinel setup can thrive, especially looking at Takas's Sonic Sensors over towards Tiny's positioning.
Dynasty take their time to breach from multiple directions. But Waddle is taking a little bit too much time, isn't he? Trying to explore if there's a bit of a flank on a flank. Opens the door to act as a distraction. Mikey turns in his direction as Famzy chooses that chance to move in. Takas and Kellogg's, though, hand in hand here, are doing excellent work on the hold. Hip has got some sort of a reply, but Waddle's the only one left, and he can't afford being left behind with the door breaking out. He's running out of bullets, but switches up the weapon. It is enough. Hip has to run away. No health on him. Can't take that fight. Dynasty, with the skin of their teeth, are not going to be winning this one because the spike simply explodes.
Yeah, no time. Even though Pip obviously goes down to that 1 HP, he just has to survive. And even then, no time to get back on towards that spike.
One enemy remaining. Turn out.
Coming down to the Sonic sensor delay that was able to activate over towards Tyce's positioning. Disjoints the retake coming in from Dynasty because they wanted to get Tyce's swing with the players coming in from Heaven as well. And instead it offers up a couple of isolated engagements for the mandatory players on site, which they take full advantage of.
Mandatory have got a lot of pieces to change up their approach of play, but Dynasty aren't short of disruption either. Fancy wanting to be a disruptor. Doesn't quite go to plan though. They're dealing with quite the aimer on the other end. Kellogg's being mighty on that duelist role for Mandatory.
Oh, but the aggression, the re-aggression from Dynasty.
That's a quick Viper's Pit to drop out. Creamy Dreamy making sure the B site is no longer a target, but there's a bit of a reset from Mandatory as well. Stepping a bit further back. Enzo looking to see if there's a bit of a push going on to that right-hand side, because they've left a lot of positions unchecked for a while. Question marks on the map that they need to be cleared. Waddle holding.
I know exactly where you are.
Yeah, but spotting out Waddle there just allows Creamy Dreamy to...
Mark 2.
sorry, not allow Creamy Dreamy. Hive be able to get the Neuro Theft coming off in
left.
towards that Viper's Pit. So they're going to have information that it is only Waddle here. So they have to speed up before you see rotates coming in from players like Tyce and Tag.
C's won't be catching anyone. But Dynasty still have the right idea. Already 3 players nearby. 15 seconds, Mandatory need to push. They don't have any other way of going about this, and without winning your individual fights there, Dynasty will take over, and it didn't really feel that they struggled throughout it either. Had the answer every single time.
Yeah, and it's just the re-aggression over on towards B main. Creamy Dreaming picking up 2 there is just so impactful for them, because obviously it gets the Viper's Pit online, and it's just a complete lockout in that position. And sure, off the back of Waddle having early information of the attempts to redirect, reroute in towards there, you have players there just on time. And you saw it when it came down from the paranoia from Tyce, just as they were getting in towards tree, wanting to peek in towards site, wanting to take advantage of Waddle being the solo site anchor. But the only issue is, Dynasty's rotations were there. There was a little bit too many of the players for them to deal with.
So back to the drawing board. Enzo is the type of leader to get the team motivated, you know, tap into that energy of your squad. But also needing time, perhaps, for Matt C to pop in, right? Give his thoughts on the situation, where the teams has been lacking so far. Haven't really been able to gain significant advantages early in the game, right? It's when it's the entry that they struggle with. Once they find site control, that's less of an issue.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at the composition, right? If Mandatory to get onto site, it's going to be a struggle for Dynasty to come back into it. That's why they love going for the main fights. When you're looking at Tyce trying to get an early advantage with the Odin, or you saw Creamy Dreamy exploring out towards B. They don't want to get them into comfortable positions, allowing them to get that spike down, because they know it only complicates matters.
Alarm bot down.
Tag forced out of the smoke, taking deeper angle in case Mandatory looking to flood in here. Last time Mandatory were in the pistols against the buy, didn't look too far out of touch, did it? Of course, it was Tyce's Odin that put an end to it, but with a pick now and a potential upgrade, it could smell trouble. Tag able to find two to even up the scale. Spike in no man's land though, and you need to cross Famzi's screen if you want to end up picking it up. Indeed, they're able to scare him off, but not only that, put him 6 feet under. It's ridiculous. It's mandatory with a numbers advantage with Spike control in sight.
And they have safety, right? They were able to reset, get a couple of weapons up now. So that's 2 players with rifles, and Takas also has the Annihilation online, and only 2 players remaining.
Alarm stations for Waddle. Looking to play this one explosively. Out of the smoke, Hip looks ready for it, but the shot doesn't connect on time. Out with a classic, and Waddle switches up the gap. Takas on a clutch. The 3rd clutch in the game. Takas, ridiculous. A triple kill for him, and a thrifty round win for Mandatory to put them back on track.
You thought that maybe because the Annihilation missed, there was a way back in for, especially after this lovely double from Waddle, but yeah, you can't underestimate Takas. One of the, actually no, joint highest rated players so far in this split. Literally tied with Waddle, so we have a little bit of a head-to-head there. Both, again, performing well already in this series. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out going forward. But for the side of Dynasty, now their money is starting to come into question. Especially off the eco round of Mandatory, they're going to be rolling in cash, at least for the next couple.
It is kind of the first time we've seen Dynasty go this deep exploring. Sure, we might have seen it on the A side, but from C, it's caught Mandatory off guard. And with Tyce getting that frag, it means that we're back to even terms.
Still not necessarily even weaponry.
Sure.
That's the only thing, and with still a minute to work with, the side of Mandatory, they have enough time to try and reset off the back of losing Takas, because it's not as if you're losing Hip, who has those trips ups, which is going to be one of the important factors to make sure none of the Dynasty players get in towards the back line. Catch him off guard with a couple of eco frags.
Who's next?
One spotted, Dimensional Drift to clear all corners. Tyce realizing this is the time to just start stepping backwards, because this is a tough situation to be in, especially without help. Spike goes down, and Mandatory. I'd like to see 3 players move into Mount here. That's exactly what they do. They know the lockdown is available for Dynasty, so they'll take a few steps backwards. Enzo can spam, and will eventually take the lockdown down. Not too many issues there. Kellogg's goes down with the ship. And attack also being low. This is tough.
Do you know what's even worse is now he's in a position where he has the Odin main, a recon up in 5, and also you look at where the spike is planted. This is perfect position, even with the paranoia from Mikey as well.
They're set up with everything they need. The paranoia's a bit preemptive, and Mikey knows there's a wide screen being taken up. Oh dear! This has gone a little bit close. Enzo no more, so it's Hip on the hot seat. Creamy Dreamy though knows he's lacking the time, so he can only hope he can get away with a pick. Still though, round win for Mandatory, but remember, Dynasty started this one off with pistols. They're keeping Mandatory on their heels.
Yeah, I mean, it was a half fight, so they had a little bit of investment with the first initial kill coming in with the Stinger. But yeah, it was a little bit of a loss for Dynasty, right? Losing out this round when it came so down to the wire so close, even investing the lockdown. But at least able to keep one alive, even if they didn't necessarily win the round, and even pick up that Odin. So it doesn't have to be too much of a reinvestment from them. Even though it was the half buy, you're looking at now the issues that they're going to be facing with Kellogg's with that Outlaw. They want to explore B again.
Oh. They like putting pressure in this position, right? Dynasty will always have to have one player around, but they don't really want to keep that player there any longer, right? It's just Timmy the Turret responsible of B-main duties.
That's also something that Mandatory are going to have to start considering, is destroying this Killjoy utility, which is exactly what they do over towards B and also C. That's the alarm bot down as well. So one of the main benefits for Dynasty of having this sort of Viper Killjoy setup is that they can put a lot of their players in towards one area because they have so much space just off the back of the turret and the alarm bot, but now taking off the boards. You seen that? What's that done for the numbers?
There was a smoke and rubble for the longest time that has kept Mandatory back and worried about what the placement of their opponents looks like. but now it's down to the wire, isn't it? 35 seconds.
Oh,
creamy. The intuition to just go for the spray there is massive. So Mandatory on the back foot already. Showstopper from Fancy. Oh, it doesn't connect. You expected someone to be in the middle of the site, but that wasn't the case. Spike, though, has been interrupted its plants. How does this go? Going in for round number 2. Hip has gotten it into the ground without an issue. Famsi could close in, and he's got 2 players turned their backs. Paranoia jumps in the nick of time to keep their teammate on top. Tycee has got Paranoia of his own, though, but both players unaffected by it when the swing comes through. Famsi holds on. That's a double kill. And Enzo, the captain of Mandatory, left to deal with 3. And looking to hold onto this one, but with Famsi having a wider angle makes it impossible for Enzo to deal with him and the player defusing simultaneously. Dynasty guarantee they've got themselves a lead by the end of this half.
I don't know if I'm just being pragmatic, but is 7-5 a good enough lead if they're switching in towards the opposite side? Because sure, they're going to be just looking at their compositions, right? Because Mandatory, you have to be looking at them. That's a team that's going to be favoring on towards this defensive side. I think they have like about a 10% increase of win rate on their defensive rounds compared to the attack, which makes sense. They have this double sentinel. But then at the same time, you're looking at Dynasty's aspect, and they're also going to be better on the defense. So looking at wanting to make this an 8-4 half to really give you some sort of security going into your attacking gambit, because it's not going to be the best side for you. This Famsi has this operator back out. Has been spotted early though, so Mandatory at least have a little bit of information to work with. But you're also looking at the ultimates. Last round of the half, Enzo has this Hunter's Fury. Same goes for Hip. If you can get a kill, if you can get a pick, Neural Theft can come in the nick of time to readjust your setup before you commit in towards sites.
So Hobbit has been cleared. And now Tree is opened up. That Prowler is struggling to get through, wailing and screaming. Blinding. Finally finds it smart. So if you're Dynasty, you've got the right idea. That Paranoia is brilliant. But connecting with 3 doesn't mean you get all 3 picks by the end. Waddle sticking around in the smoke, that's a bit dangerous. But decides against going for the aggressive peak, and it's good reason as well. Collux was ready for a potential outburst there.
And now this is where you get the issue of having this double sentinel comp. Sure, Hip's taking off the ball, but Takas is here, plus Enzo with this Hunter's Fury.
Dynasty playing this one aggressive. Hunter's Fury is going to keep them back a little bit. Enzo getting some good shots across. Tag is also connected onto, which gives him faith for Mikey, but doesn't matter at all. Takas, they don't expect him to be around the world here. Looking to find where both of these 2 players are, and indeed greets them nicely. All down to Famsi now. And he's even got an annihilation available, Takas. Doesn't need to overcomplicate this, and indeed he doesn't. Famsi, nighty-night in the cocoon. I hope it's cozy in there, because that's the end of the half. Mandatory making sure the gap is as small as possible by the end of this one. 7-5 being the score. Didn't mean it wasn't close, though. Did it mean this round wasn't close?
And
The France and Spain Challengers Derby continues to be awesome and is very close so far on Lotus as it's Mandatory's pick, and the company currently trailing behind by a couple of rounds.
Yeah, but this is the prime opportunity for them to put themselves back in control of this game, switching onto this defensive side. Double Sentinel setup, you can see already. C is going to be Fort Knox. You have both Takas and Hip's utility. But thankfully, Dynasty are looking elsewhere, at least initially, wanting to explore possibilities, opportunities over towards A.
And so I better break the panel before it really connects into Kellogg's, but I'm not quite sure if it alerted them of its potential presence in the cubby. Swing out for Kellogg's though, first blood. And I'll get used enough to picks like that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how Hip got so low. Maybe he got a dink off from Tag. That's definitely going to complicate things as soon as you start to put their sights in his direction. Sure has utility to help, but 3 HP. It's not necessarily the most ideal situation to find yourselves in.
Here.
Chip damage onto Enzo. Hit low. So one shot wherever it lands on his body, even if it goes through cinder block, should be decent work. Dynasty clean up both C-side defenders, so just waltz in, left. Make the space their own. 4v3 on this retake, and Creamy Dreamy wanting to stop Mikey from rotating. Instead, we're on even ground again.
Does Mikey expect I see this cool? Oh no, he doesn't. Can't readjust in time. That's at least the flank secured. Now they have to worry about spawn and waterfall.
Yeah, it's good util usage as well. Making sure that Mandatory take their sweet time in approaching, so they have time trouble when it comes to this clutch. If it does end up appearing for them. Enzo with not much health remaining, and even less so now. Tag going for the knife is the most BM thing I've seen. But Mandatory did start things off with a knife kill in round number 1 of this game, so I get why they'd want to do that. No risk taken here, but it's still Dynasty to win this pistol round. That's both pistol rounds won for the Spanish League representative.
I think we've seen... Have there been any other knife kills that's happened off stream when Hazard and Kyra are casting? Because I feel like we've had them all.
Yeah, I don't know. We're going to have someone in the production team to check that up on that. Well,
we need to get a knife kill counter going.
Yeah, we need a knife kill count.
It's actually criminal. Or
maybe there's a stat somewhere.
Maybe knife kill versus knife attempt, because that's also something that we've seen a lot of teams go for in the last few days.
Hard to track the knife attempts though, when it comes to stats, I mean, generally.
You need to get a manual counter, guys. Get on it. But into this one, Mandatory obviously isn't a pistol. They're not going to have the greatest investment into this one, if any, and it's relatively simple for Dynasty. They're just going straight out towards C, already dealt with Mikey, and the stack up of 4 players of Mandatory hoping they could lure or expect Dynasty to come in towards B does not actually work out. But they still have an opportunity to do a little bit of damage. Safety in numbers and all.
Would have been interesting if Dynasty walked into Mandatory's conga line. But that wasn't the case. It's going to be one of those rounds, isn't it, Summer, where we just wait for Mandatory to die to the spikes explosion, essentially.
I mean, it's almost a unicorn round, but obviously Mikey being that sole representative over towards C, have an opportunity for a little bit of damage on the way out. Yeah, if you didn't see, you're happy with that. A couple of kills. Sure. Rest of the Mandatory players go down towards the spike. It's honestly just a buy for buy round. It's nothing crazy, but...
And a couple of players avoided investing in the previous round, so now they can instantly find themselves on rifles. So this isn't actually a bad bonus from Dynasty at all. They've got 3 Vandals, well, 1 Phantom, and the rest, Bulldog, Marshall, when they've got full armor, that's not bad.
But you know who else has an interesting weapon? Enzo. Odin out early on, and similarly, like you can expect a lot of the reveal players, whether it's Sova or Fade, to play over towards A with this Odin, already going for some sort of chip damage, but Creamy Dreamy avoiding it all.
Does a clone pop if Timmy the turret kills him? And then it flashes people around? Has that ever happened to you?
Can't say that it has, so I'm not entirely sure if it does. But Galax isn't going to be happy with so much damage received off the back of, honestly, a crunch from B main and also C Mound. Also out the TP into an uncomfortable position as well. Not much information for Mandatory to work with. At least they're spotting out a couple of players over towards Rubble, but again, there's no committal from Dynasty just yet, and with the heavy rotations Mandatory are pulling in.
Toxin screen down.
It's a bit of a hunch play, isn't it? No clear information of what's about to happen. It's just that this A site has been the only place where information has been given from Dynasty across this round's existence. An attempt to isolate Famzy, it's a successful one, but it's not without the answer back. And Tag in the process has played aggressive. If could get caught, and if he's not careful, there's another one. Kellogg's gets shut down and Hobbit. Now Dynasty can just waltz into his site, make it their own, pop the spike, and they've got the numbers on this as well. Mikey want to make sure that Creamy Dreamy can't join the rest of the team, but Creamy Dreamy does the exact damn opposite double at the end of this round, and it's double digits for Dynasty already.
My only concern now is thinking ahead towards Sunset, which is obviously Dynasty's map pick. This is something that Mandatory love to go towards. It's played once in the last 3 months. It was a loss to VLX. And from the other side, Dynasty love this map. This is something that they're flawless on in the last 3 months, beating the likes of Team Liquid Academy, Kai Phoenix, and I'm just worried if we can't see an answer back now from Mandatory here, they might just walk away with things.
Takas snaking into a corner. I don't think Taxi knows. And he won't be peeking it. Timmy the turret alerts them of Takas' presence, but at least he gets one in the process. Doesn't matter though, because Dynasty win out all of the rest of the exchanges. It's just a bunch of bodies lying around next to Mount. Sure, Kellogg's and Enzo, other one surviving. Between them, a ton of VCT experience, but not relevant in a situation like this. Dynasty getting on that 11th round makes things so scary for Mandatory right now, because this was their map pick, right? This is kind of what they've been relying on. Sure, you can't say that Sunset and Haven are weaknesses for them, but this is definitely their strongest.
And Sunset being one of the weakest maps in this pool, right? When we're looking towards Lotus and Haven, it's something that Dynasty and Mandatory are relatively equal on, both in win rates and amount of reps in the last few months. And Sunset is the outlier, at least for Mandatory.
Just one match played this entire season.
Yeah, and it wasn't even a victory. That's what I mean. Like, it was a loss, and it wasn't even against one of the top teams of the region. It was against BLX.
Cool.
There's definitely questions on what we're going to be seeing towards the next match if we can't see some sort of resurgence coming in from Mandatory in towards this one. Because it's not all done and said on towards this one yet. Admittedly, it's looking rough, okay? Like, we're not going to sugarcoat it. It's 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, we've already worn a black where we're already getting prepared to go to a funeral, you know?
I mean, it's 11-5. It's not ideal, but now coming in towards this one, we have the reinvestment events in towards the Odin. Kellogg's has the operator as well, but again, this is the side that they should be thriving on, and they're just getting punished. Thankfully, avoiding the showstopper. It doesn't even matter. Fancy's already closed the distance.
And the fact that Fancy's got the bravado to go a step forwards as well is dangerous still. Playing a difficult game there, but gets ahead of the curve. Ticey winning the 1v1 against Hit, but Mikey needs to be careful here because Mandatory are losing players left and right, and he, as well as Kellogg's, are the final 2 players standing. Ticey wanting to be an obstruction, but I think he got overzealous there. That was unnecessary, and maybe that's an in for Mandatory. that they could take advantage of.
They have a couple of flashes to work with as well on Calyx, but again, Operator in the situation is a little bit awkward.
Dynasty playing this one grouped. Not taking chances. Kellogg's missing the first shot. He's got another opportunity with a clone and a flash. Re-peeking, but both caught up on each other in their attempt to run away from Tag's aggression. 3 players survive. Dynasty knocking on map victory's door. It's looking pretty damn impressive by this Italian org.
One enemy remaining.
Waddle just being the distraction over towards Tree, popping out a couple of reveals, just being a menace, distracting for the double wraparound that you saw from the remaining players through towards main. You saw remaining players of Mandatory were unaware. Pop through the smoke, Tag collects 2. They still have weapons to work with, Enzo Shaw still has the Odin, but it's not necessarily had the effects and the value you were hoping it would get, especially early on where you see spams going down in towards main, where Kurumi Dreamy's position is. You can see how reserved he's been playing. Not allowing Mandatory to get any sort of early pick. It's just it's difficult because they haven't got necessarily all the information. They have to put bodies on the line. They've managed to put Mikey in an interesting position.
That's a decent from the shadows. You now have a third body available to throw at the seaside hold, but Dynasty are quick to read it. Look, can see Kellogg's with a dimensional drift seeking information of his own. He's only found one. We'll stick around to break the turret, drop back into safety. And 40 seconds on the clock with Dynasty yet to make their full move.
And that's 2 ultimates used, basically just for a little bit of information. At least a jump peek coming in from Takas, knowing that Famzy is still around towards this area, but still there's no committal coming from Dynasty, except the pack is now looking towards B.
You know that spray was a fake. You know that was a distraction.
Shadows traveling. Come.
Takas, deep corner. Getting the carrot crunch into Ticey already. Famzy answering. Dynasty, this is clean. Mandatory struggling to hold on into this position. Struggling to take control of the C overall. And it's Enzo on that 1v3. Doesn't look like it'll be lasting too long. Takes the wide swing, but it's to no avail. A decisive showing from Dynasty. The #1 seed from Spain showing up already in this France versus Spain derby. Taking their opponents as map peak. That's a statement and a half.
Yeah, and especially going into your next one, something that you have many reps on, many successes, and almost feels like a punish pick over towards the side of Mandatory.
Indeed, indeed. It's looking interesting how Dynasty have been leveling up as the year has progressed. And look, they've already locked their spot into Ascension. So this is them just showing what they're worthy of and need to be respected heading into the rest of this tournament, as well as in the tournament that could potentially see some of these teams make it into VCT EMEA. And that's exciting. Throwing this over to the analyst desk to break that one down. A lot of interesting rounds to take care of.
Thank you very much, Pavlos, and Winter as well. I mean, look, that's a scary map for Mandatory, because we're now moving on to a map where they have 1 rep on, right? We're moving on to Sunset, where not only are Dynasty very comfortable on this map, but Mandatory have a 13% win rate on the attack, winning 2 attacking rounds out of 12 the last time they played it. And yeah, it's not a great look, right? Unless there has been a massive development on this map that they have pretty much actively avoided over the last couple of months. It's going to be a difficult win.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Takas and Famzy, both of the players that I highlighted on top of the scoreboard, but in the end, it's not quite enough for Mandatory to Takas being on top of that, even though he got that 1 clutch, amazing performance there as well, but 14 kills is not quite enough. I think Mandatory couldn't quite break that defensive side of Dynasty. That stronghold with a Killjoy and Viper on C side, that was impossible for Mandatory to break, and when it just seemed like Mandatory got that timeout and they were kind of starting to dismantle that defensive side, all of a sudden the sides were already flipped, and Dynasty had an incredible performance on the attacking side, absolutely understanding exactly how to break Mandatory's defenses. You have to go for the Deadlock utility, you have to go for the Cypher utility, break that, and from there you can actually play out the round. But in the end we saw kind of quick rounds as well, and hats off to Dynasty, because this was was the map that Mandatory kind of had to take to be comfortable with this best of 3. And if we are to take a look on the stats, I think Dynasty is looking really great here. But I think there was incredible performance from one individual player as well, and that was Taisi in this map. Taisi obviously is a player that we've seen very many times in the Northeast region. He is the IGL of this team. And with the IGL, you see Enzo on the other side. You have to take the Odin and punish Enzo, and that is exactly what Taisi did. So spamming through. Look at this, 15.1% headshot percentage. Of course, because you have the Odin in hand the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to use a little phrase that was kind of drilled into my ear at Sunday League football, which is, it just seemed like Dynasty wanted it more, right? It just seems like that was the decider between those two teams here. And the thing is, now we're moving on to Dynasty's map pick. Usually we would go, oh, you know, everybody has enough reps on every map. That it doesn't matter too much what you pick, but we're moving on to Sunset now, which for Mandatory, just really, there's a reason they pick defense first. Obviously, most teams will tend to pick defense first, I would say, over most maps, but on this one, yeah, they went a full 12 rounds on their attacker side, the only time they have played it this split, and they only won 2 rounds on that one, so they're going to have to improve if they want to get anything out of this series. Now, we will go to a break, but we'll be back very shortly with Sunset. Don't go anywhere.
And
running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes.
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA Stage 3. Once again, it's the first day of the playoffs, and we've already got off to a banging start. Dynasty taking down Mandatory 13-5 in their first map on Lotus. Now we're headed to Dynasty's map pick of Sunset, where they are the clear favourites on paper to win this map, unless Mandatory have made some real changes since the last time we saw them on it.
Yeah, I mean, Mandatory, they have only played once in this new versions of Sunset. That was against BLX Corp, and they didn't win that. That was 13-11, really close matchup, but Dynasty is a different beast here. You have to absolutely level up, and I think one of the biggest things for me is there gonna be a comp switch in terms of Mandatory, or are we gonna see Takas with that Neon obviously going back to that his old role in terms of duelist? That would be really interesting to see, but I do think Deadlock is actually pretty decent agent in this map, and so does Dynasty. So Takas going to Deadlock I think would be a really good move. I would really love to see that. Then maybe switching up the composition a little bit to involve that Deadlock there, but I think that's a speculation. That's all up to Enzo, all up to Mandatory, whether they actually like that composition. Do they want to go with the double controller, or do they still like this double duelist composition? It wasn't terrible last time they played, but it wasn't great neither, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, look, that game was a game of two halves, right? I mean, it was very, very one-sided on either half, and their attack left a lot to be desired. They're starting out on the defense this time around, so they're not going to have to worry about that until the halftime whistle blows, right? But it's an important one to keep in mind, right? If they weren't able to make it work against Benelux Core, what makes them think they're going to get it done against Dynasty, right? A team that is very, very comfortable on this map and has picked it against them probably for this specific reason. You know, the maps lining up the way they are, with Abyss getting added back into it, means that vetoes in a best of three kind of always go one way. You know, there's only one map that's really going to get picked to be banned, and this time it was Corrode, right? Abyss was the first ban. It pretty much always is when a map gets added to the map pool right as a tournament is starting. So it's not surprising to me that we have seen an uncomfortable map straight away. Second map in the series.
Yeah, and I really want to talk about that uncomfortable second map as well, because that could mean Dynasty goes 2-0, and Dynasty to me have been really good in this season. They went almost flawless in their own regional league, obviously lost only to Ramboot, but no wonder you have Tag in that roster, like I said, the face of Dynasty and Italian Valorant, maybe alongside like Bippo or something. Last time, or when Tag actually played in the Italian league, his track record was 52 wins and only 6 losses. So that's something that you go and take a look and be like, what? Are you actually serious? And maybe Tag is trying to create another roster like that, and I'm gonna be honest, if they take 2-0 against Mandatory, it's gonna look scary, especially when we go to Ascension, when we go to a different matchup, maybe against Twisted Minds and Wolf Esports. already in that first map, they just dominated this strong mandatory. Yeah, sure, a lot of people would put Dynasty above mandatory in this matchup, and I think they were the favorites. But to be favorites that much, especially in Lotus, which is really good for mandatory, and Enzo's Odin, I think that was really strange to see.
Okay, well, there is a change for mandatory here, but either way, look, I think we mentioned that, well, we talked about it to each other while the casting was going on the last map, is that, you know, these two groups, obviously with 3 teams in the groups, we didn't get to see as much of them as we did Ulf and Twisted Minds. And obviously Ulf and Twisted Minds, one of them's a Turkish team, one of them's kind of a new addition, so we were paying more attention to them, I think. So in my mind, Dynasty, I hadn't really got a good grip on where they kind of stood in this for as the favorites or not the favorites, and I think it's shaking out now that, you know, if they're this much better than a team that beat BBL Pacific, then things are looking scary for the other 2 groups.
Yeah, absolutely. But to talk about the comps, mandatory kind of going back to basics, obviously with the addition of Vice there, that's gonna be a new agent for Takas in terms of officials. Have he played that in comp? Maybe scrims? Probably. I don't think so. I don't think they would pull this out without Takas playing that agent. But I do love that they're kind of going back to the basics. Having Breach, Sova, Jet there is really good. Omen, then Vice, I think still one of the strongest Sentinels in terms of delaying time, and having those rotations coming in. Maybe this even helps them on the attacking side. Having that Breach, layer your Jet, have some utility in terms of going to those sides, having those really small gaps for Jet to dash on with the fault line. I think that would help mandatory quite a lot, and Kellogg's in terms of entering as well.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is such an important map now, obviously, for mandatory. But look, I'm sure Twisted Minds don't want to be... oh, no, wait, it was Ulf, sorry, that wanted to play against mandatory straight away. So I'm sure Ulf won't be happy if they're in the lower bracket and they have to lose their game against Twisted Minds to play up against this team. But the thing is, for mandatory now, it really is backs against the wall. They've been pushed onto a map that they are not comfortable on, and they're just going to have to fight their way through it tooth and nail. We've seen it plenty of times, and actually, when people have made adaptations into the start of a phase like this, of a tournament like this, a lot of the time we do see really, really good stuff out of these teams. I think especially, you know, our last 2 days of the group stage were filled with underdogs being pushed one map down and then being able to make a comeback happen, or at least a start of a comeback happen, just because there's more pressure on them. So we will see now if mandatory can pull the same thing off. They have the quality, they have the caliber to do so, but they are now on a map that they are not comfortable on. Let's find out with Pavlos and Winter.
Oh boy, inexperience in officials or the element of the unknown? This is basically what we're looking at in this one, with mandatory bring out something that they haven't done in quite a while, change up their comp over on Sunset, and now Dynasty have a chance on their own map pick to close out this series in a 2-0.
Hey, I mean, it's not only unexpected composition, right? But also there's not much tape for Dynasty to go on regarding to what they've seen from mandatory on this map. Admittedly, the one that there was not ideal, right? It was a loss, but it is a switch up in composition, so having to see what mandatory have to offer on this defense, and an opportunity to take advantage of Dynasty not having a hard sentinel.
Well, first up, it is Dynasty, though, that are on the aggressing efforts. Ooh. That recon spots out a couple of players, but with 2 players being around a mid, you better know there is some extra bodies around to help out. You've already lost the pick courtesy of Tycee, and the A-site takeover is successful for Dynasty, but lacking the players for the time being.
Yeah, safe plant as well. The wall coming up from Green Dream is just going to buy a little bit of time, because that's something that I have to deal with. And look how far Waddle's playing. I'm assuming there's got to be some sort of shock dart lineups, because 2 shocks, and with this player playing so far away, might be an easier way for mandatory back into his site.
Yeah. Creamy Dreamy has been holding onto that grab net forever, and he just caught all 4 of them. That's crazy, man. Now Tycee, as well as Creamy Dreamy holding onto the same position, it's allowed them to use each other to exit these corners and end up with kills. Creamy Dreamy is doing God's work right now. Tycee joining in, but it's Creamy Dreamy all day. He's 1 bullet away from getting a quad piece and the clutch. Enzo, without any time remaining, closes up the distance, but no time available to him means that Dynasty get away with round number 1 nevertheless.
Yeah, this is not gonna go, I think, to plan. for Mandatory if, again, they're letting Dynasty get a little bit too comfortable over towards these sides, because honestly, Creamy Dreamy's utility bought so much time, not only with the wall over towards the top mid entrance, but also towards spawn, because you saw that grab net, Pavlos, that sat down 4 players, and then off the back of that, you saw Waddle come back in towards support, gets that arrow out, and it's so much information off the back of it. At least it's something that Dynasty are aware of in regards to plugging some of those holes early on, with how far back you saw Waddle playing for majority of that round into towards spawn, making sure nobody's going for a flank or anything silly billy like that.
That's a little silly as well, isn't it, though, Summer? With Tank getting caught, that's a first pick for the pistols. They didn't really have a gun to upgrade to, though, I guess. Tank has... Ah, he's stunned. Yeah, nothing's going to happen here. Nothing to see here. It's just a pure bloodbath.
Yeah, and especially with the tag being caught, like, that's absolutely fine. Sure, it's not ideal for tag, but for the rest of the team, it meant they could speed up over in towards B. And yeah, it's just weapons advantage for Dynasty here. Already a decent amount of chunk damage down onto hip.
Over there.
I mean, there's still sensors available into site if Mandatory somehow managed to get across sneakily, but no, Dynasty are just looking in the right directions right now. Soundtrapped walks past there from hip. Dicey lining up a shot onto him nicely. Only one casualty, and that was the player holding out a pistol, so all good in the hood here for Dynasty.
Yeah, just a casual cleanup. Good amount of weapons coming into this one, and again, we were talking about how dangerous some of these third round buys are from Dynasty especially, and I feel like it's become a relatively common trend, at least in challenges and even in VCT level play, of having such a strong investment coming into the third, even if it does put players down for the count. We saw in the series a couple of days ago. This one, it's not too much investment. They're still going to have money to invest in towards the next, but the important thing is they do have a lot of weapons available, and on top of that, Creamy Dreamy's ultimate.
Deploying drone.
Yeah, it's not too shabby at all. Now, Dynasty have made the decision to put most of their players into this right-hand side. A couple of players from Mandatory are ready to receive this. Annihilation doesn't quite connect, though, but Famza uses the advantage to move across that wall. Might have saved the life of a couple of players. Mikey can't capitalize upon this cross. Dynasty getting these 2 picks. It feels they've already gotten away with this round win.
This is, again, the issue of settling this composition that they love to go for in towards site. Calix is aware of the position.
So now they know the flank is infiltrated. Waddle, instead of going all the way behind, is going through mid, so it'll take some time until he joins the fight. Mandatory know this is a 3v3, now a 2v3. This is difficult. Creamy Dreamy. His job here is to lure attention in his direction, so Dicey can do a lot, but it's the opposite way around, and Model finally joins, but you don't expect him to be here. Surprise! Takas connects the shot eventually, though. That was chaotic, that was close. Mandatory able to figure it all out and get the win in the end, though.
Yeah, it's a little bit messy from both sides, and not necessarily having the right information on where players have managed to get to. But yeah, coming in towards this one, you're looking at how disjointed some of the setup from the Dynasty players were. Too many solo engagements, and yeah, for the side of Mandatory, they just go hand in hand. Sure, it was a bonus and it comes very close, which means it's half armors across the board for the French side.
We saw a lot of teams in situations like this pick up Outlaws, right? Not this time. Dynasty happy to stick by their rifles, their trusty Vandals and Phantoms. Takas anchoring responsibilities, though, as Dynasty look to break in.
Yeah, just absolutely leaving site, because you know you're not going to be able to stop this initial onslaught without enough players, but it's the re-aggression coming in from spawn.
Oh, the pre-fires from Enzo, and Kellogg's is pushed outside of the smoke. Net's positive for Mandatory. That's much more likely. You won't have to retake if you stop them from planting to begin with. Seems to be their motto for this. Tag spotted. And they still know where he is. Of course, it's a wallbang to close out the round by Enzo. Therefore, mandatory get themselves on board at an important time as well, right? Because losing this, they'd be in a tough spot economically. They lost every single one of their players the previous round.
Yeah, and this is something that we were hoping for them to do on towards the first map, and it's something that Dynasty were doing very well, because mandatory were the ones with the double sentinel setup on towards Lotus, and once they got on towards that, it was really difficult for Dynasty to retake. So instead they fought forward, and that's exactly what mandatory have to do coming in towards this defense, because playing up against Creamy Dreamy in the post plan is going to be awkward. We saw the successes of, well, Enzo just running out of spawn, out of Boba, Odin in hand. Now you're talking about the outlaw being purchased. Calix has it in his hands and facing over towards mid.
Oh. Second time lucky to bait the wall out. Oh, I love the look away from Kellogg's as well. The readjustment. You've got to look away to make the second flick look impressive. It's all part of the show.
Sonny's showing tell over towards elbow right now. Mikey wants nothing to do with it. Pops down the smoke, calls in for reinforcements. Honestly, they want to get an initial pick, because currently it's only just been damaged over on towards Kellogg.
You're sort of hoping Creamy Dreamy can get something done off in mid, right? Well, you do have Takas in a wide position, holding the angle. There's not much to it.
30 seconds left.
Creamy Dreamy indeed gets the pick. Does that destabilize Mandatory's hold? Paranoia doesn't stop them. Famzy with the wide angle. I don't think they can deal with Famzy here. It is a simple trade. Doesn't Steve make the decision to rapidly move into B?
But this follow-up, they know there's no one going to be here, and Kellogg's here is going to be able to stop this spike plan, posted up on towards the angle. No chance for the spike to go down, no time, and can't even cross in towards side. It's a cleanup from this outlaw towards the end, but it did get a little bit precarious. A couple of shots coming through, add a couple of seconds onto the clock. You couldn't make it an argument for them in towards this round.
Sure.
Off the back of knowing else supporting Famzy over towards this A site, it was a little bit too obvious. An opportunity for Kellogg's to get back on towards the angle towards B main, knowing players are on their way.
All right, timeout for Dynasty. 3-round drought for them, so thinking time needed. And look, this is where you get the buy round in as well. Some teams like to do it right before an eco as well to disrupt tempo and flow, but I like this approach. Make sure you can figure out the plan as well with everything laid out in front of you. You know, you've got 3 ultimates available now, so you can put that into the game plan. It's just interesting times. Mandatory haven't gone for anything too exquisite, right? They haven't gone for anything too out of the box. It's just been solid holds, winning their gunfights, a bit of disruption when it comes to the takes. It's the retakes they've had a little bit more struggle with. Let's see how Dynasty attacked.
And again, this one's a little bit more looking towards Dynasty to adapt on towards the fly. It's not necessarily a composition that they've been able to have a look at, or what mandatory like to do. Doing towards the time, an opportunity for them to also discuss, but Calix just wants to put an absolute spanner in the works straight down towards mid, but only 2 blaze souls left.
Dynasty adapt by amping up the pressure towards the speed side. Takas might be under a bit of pressure here. Holds his ground into the corner. That's brilliant. No one checks him. Triple kill for Takas. It looks simple. Waddle somehow able to find the final shot across. I think it was off the back of a tag and on a recon dart. But still though, Mandatory double the amount of players available to them. It's hard for them to lose this now, especially when Kellogg's is holding this angle with the outlaw. Tak will try and pick up the spike, but this round has already been set in stone.
Yeah, especially with the wall going down now, stun coming out. At least consolidation kill for Tag on towards the way out. At least he has something, but yeah, 3 players remaining. He is able to retrieve the spike, but off the back of the tag. It's a chicken race to see who's going to catch up in time.
With Hip pushing out a B main there, or like going forwards and backwards, it got me thinking Hip was approaching, and then you heard Enzo in the comms saying, no, man, don't go. As in, like, we need to group here. Don't let him play. We'll play this 3v1.
Does Tag
That's my Enzo impression right there. It's terrible. Apologies. No, Tag is eventually able to isolate one.
And that makes him believe in towards this round. Drops the Viper's Pit as well. Only thing is, there's no Snakebite to work with.
Avoids being in the top of the screen early on, but if Mandatory want to stick around in it, they'll get low. Enzo figures out the approximate position though, and the Odin's the perfect gun to just spray and pray in the Viper's Pit. So Mandatory, even off the back of their opponent's timeout, get the round win. And also, I think we can start the conversation a little bit about the roles that Mandatory had to switch mid-season, because you bring in Takas, who is an excellent aimer, an excellent duelist, and now you put him into a brand new role, having to flex up, go with different agents he hasn't really played any officials on, and we see a debut on Vice here as well, and so far, excelling.
Calls into question now, what are Dynasty going to do in the answer back? It's not the most ideal round to do it. Looking towards Creamery with the hero rifle. A couple of singers bolster up the buy. Maybe even trying to get fans into a position where the overdrive can come into play. Blinding. Looking like it's a split B.
Ooh, overdrive enabled straight away. That's a bit of a risky maneuver. Especially when Enzo makes Market his round. Still, though, there is fight back from the Dynasty squad. Takeover over the B site, successful. A 3v3 and a few upgraded guns. Anyone's game.
And especially with that pick going in favor of Tag, they now have the numbers advantage. But it's a quick answer back from Mikey.
Oh boy. Oh, the status quo hasn't been able to settle in for long, has it? Takas now on the 1v2. A round which his team started with a full stack of rifles and their opponents just with a couple of stingers. Overdrive. Can Takas recover? He knows he's being baited to the left-hand side. This is not Takas' first rodeo, but it's not Tag's either. Oh, by the skin of Tag's teeth, he's able to clutch that one up, and therefore, Dynasty right back in their winning ways.
This double kill from Answer is so silly. But yeah, you're favouring the Stinger in that close quarter engagement towards the end. Taking his lucky stars, he's able to convert it. And yeah, it's a massive round for Dynasty to find an answer back because they were struggling on those rifle rounds. And yet it's the half buy that they managed to get across the line. Still, it's not going to affect Mandatory too much. They're going to be able to invest into an operator, reinvest the Odin for Enzo.
Oh, Kellogg's just walks past Famzy. And Hunter Shuri in the air is the one to catch him. So far, an unlikely round. A strange one. But Dynasty have the numbers, and I think they're happy with the end result of the first few exchanges. Enzo wanting to see if he can do anything about interrupting the cross into the side, but I feel that's a bit impossible now.
He's also stuck in towards this corner, so hoping to do some sort of damage on towards the exit, but with Waddle, the ever so present force on towards the flank in a composition where you don't have the hard flank hold, so you have to designate a person. The benefit is all keeps hitting those shots.
Revealing area. Found them. Shock dart.
All right, a 2v4 would be impressive, wouldn't it? But an unlikely round you'd want to go for, being realistic, especially when you want to take and look after your economy, rather. Summer, does this game feel a little bit like a pendulum swinging for you? Because at some point it feels like Mandatory have got full control of the game, they're winning rounds easily, then things get a little bit close, then Dynasty win a close round, and then now it's Dynasty having an easy time winning games. It's going both ways.
I mean, it's off the back of a couple of ultimates coming online at the perfect times for the side of Dynasty. And especially off the back of the initial engagement, sure.
Rip and tear.
Kellogg's is able to get an initial kill with the operator, but stuck out in towards no man's land on the back of Waddle's ultimate as well. A lot to deal with for the duelist player. And instead, they get overrun over towards site. It is a reinvestment though, so it'll be an important round to see if they can close this one out. money's not necessarily on their sides. Dynasty want to go for something similar over towards A, and Mandatory might have the right idea about it, especially with this push up from Calyx in towards B main.
Takas, you can hear the commotion, the movement, but he's being pressured from two different directions and he doesn't really have too much help. So the right decision to make is to drop back, but he's sticking around. He has made a few steps in. Famzi has heard him and he's on the chase. Not going to let Takas run away with being sneaky here. So Dynasty take over the site. Mandatory 4 plays available to them. But without Takas, a difficult feat.
Spike planted.
The players are taking so long to rotate in. Like, it's the initial engagements on towards Takas, his solo isolations of the players towards site, and the flanks coming through. You can see the stun getting prepared for Hip, so this might be an engagement you want to favor Calyx in.
Oh, Waddle can't hide. The stun, point perfect. 4v4 now. Creamy Dreamy stuck on site, and it's the same for a couple of the other of these Dynasty players. They're gripping up together for this one, and Famzi runs out of his position just in the nick of time to gift himself the triple. 2 picks just at the end, and Dynasty are now the ones in the lead.
I mean, you can shock that Famzi out of that position, but you gotta be ready to face what you're forcing in towards the gunfight. Yeah, it's an isolation of the player towards side. The flank coming through off the back of the stun from Hip is a nice little adjustment that they've started to make. But still, it's a little bit too little too late for the side of Mandatory and towards that one. Already losing the initial engagements, no sense of control towards spawn or even towards site itself in any semblance of the idea, and it forces out a timeout because things have not been going well, and this is the second timeout for Mandatory. It's the last one.
Yeah, they've been put under a lot of pressure here, and they think it's better to get things rolling the right direction sooner rather than later. I can respect that. You can't underestimate the power of momentum, and I'm going to tell you something here, and for anybody knows that has seen the Ascension finals of 2023, Enzo knows that to the best. He was on the receiving end of Takas' spree in Gentlemates. They started the series off with the momentum being on their side, and they never let go. So this is clearly Enzo learning from previous trauma.
Well, there's got to be some sort of response off the back of the last time I used for Mandatory.
Revealing area.
And it's on towards the round, but they don't necessarily have the best buy. They want to go exploring, but again, it's chip damage being done early on.
Yeah, Dynasty very widespread here.
And look at the space that they've managed to get over towards mid. It's not necessarily something Mandatory's been fighting for, unless they're going for like a quadruple walk down in towards pistols, or they're initially fighting for it. So it's something that Dynasty have been able to collect relatively easy.
It's a curveball that they might be able to pay attention to and take advantage of, but the Sheriffs have been singing. But the tune has not come to an end just yet. And Dynasty wants a part of the chorus. Takas under a bit of trouble. Flash after him, but it's actually a flash to assist. Doesn't pay off. Waddle ends up with the pick. Hunter Fury is looking to pick up 2 of these low players and finally gets tagged. Mikey on the chase. Creamy Dreamy doesn't survive for long, and it's Waddle trying to save the day, but Mikey's clutch, the thrifty, and the flank at the end is exactly what Mandatory need to stay in the fight.
Hey, the timeout worked. You convert a sheriff round basically like that, then sure, hopefully you can get your grasp back on towards the game, or at least the half, because again, this is not necessarily their map pick. They haven't got the most reps, and off the back of a dominant victory from Dynasty on towards the first map, you're looking towards some sort of answer back from Mandatory, because this is not how they'd want to be leaving out of playoffs.
Kellogg. He's replenished himself a little bit after the poison orb. I mean, look how much space he's gotten for free. No longer having the dash available, so him being around is a little bit more risky than a moment ago.
And look at where Hip has gone towards because of the safety, realistically, that Calix have been able to get over towards A. There's going to be faster rotations on towards B, and there's already 3 players here, and off the back of the kill,
Huge.
that has to be a go-in for B side.
Takis is there, so the Annihilation is an easy call to make, though his teammates keep him alive, and he's back into the corner. This corner is mine, he says.
He hasn't taken a lick of damage either.
It's nuts. I have no idea how that just happened. And how the pendulum has swung yet again.
I mean, you're out of the Annihilation, you then get caught in towards the grav net, you have 4 players spamming at you from main, and yet you can just go sit back into your corner. Happy as Daisy. And now coming into this one, Hip in towards Petra has now managed to put the pendulum swinging a little bit more in favor of Mandatory coming into this one. It forces Dynasty out towards B and then into their deaths.
Oh wow, a quick one from Mandatory indeed. 5 players surviving by the end of it. That's a bit of a confidence booster. Kellogg's with his aggression. Takis surviving through it all in a cocoon with hot lead flying around him. Crazy stuff.
Now we wait. Launching thorns.
Okay, take a breath, because coming into this one, I spot a Bucky on towards Famzy. Same goes with an overdrive available, so possibly teeing up for something fast, some exploration over towards mid, or... That's exactly what Calix wants.
Second time running, it goes aggressive, gets away with a pick, but importantly actually doesn't get away with it, as there's a trade. Famzy has to use his overdrive early though, so he doesn't have it available anymore for either to take or the post plant. So baiting that one out is crucial for Mandatory. Do you want to stick around though? Hip is still at the back of the site, and he's got Mikey on the higher angle position to defend. Famzy though beautifully takes care of both.
Yeah, Fam's had enough. They didn't want to let Mandatory back in towards this half. At least wants to equalize it towards the tail end of their attacking gambit. Enzo and Takas have to go for this retake. There's no saving allowed here. Information onto where Waddle is.
Oh.
Ooh.
Ah. We don't need to talk about this. It's just a lot of noises coming out of our mouths, but what is said is Dynasty making the hold work by the end. Oh boy. 6-6 is the round score, as Dynasty are able to square things up completely. What a half of this has been, and truly, Summer, this has felt like a pure pandemonium and a pendulum swinging overall. Let's see what this end of the half will mean though. One more half remaining, 6 rounds. What team will take it?
And
close as it gets on the first half, Mandatory unable to stay on top throughout that one, but Dynasty keeping things at a very close accord. Would you reckon changes here, looking at the compositions now that we've switched sides?
I mean, switching sides is definitely looking towards Dynasty. Again, they have such a defender-sided comp. We saw it on towards Lotus, same goes in towards Sunset. This is a side that they're going to, or at least should thrive, just based on the utility gap. But there's definitely opportunities for Mandatory to throw some spanners in the work, especially if they can isolate on towards Tag with this B split.
Yeah, and it feels Dynasty aren't quite prepared for it enough. Sure, you've got rotations coming through from Famzy, but the fact that Mandatory delayed this a little bit means they might actually be decently equipped. Early push. Kellogg's spots someone on his screen, so he decides to dash to avoid the confrontation. Chooses to take the fight into the side, which Famzy will be able to win, but doesn't stay afloat for long. Ticey's position checked, but it's a lazy peek. The big punish. Spike planted, but Ticey gets another. So smart to stick around on his first ever Challengers EMEA appearance into playoffs. Ticey comes out on top.
Honestly, I'm loving the uptake of not only Dynasty throughout this whole split of making it to Challengers EMEA, but also the individual performances of the players, right? You're looking towards Waddle, third time making Ascension, hoping this one is going to be the more luxurious one to make it into Team 1, because it's not been too successful for him in the past. But obviously, looking at him as one of the experienced players, like you said, you're looking towards Icy, towards Creamy Dreamy, and it's nice to see them starting to pick up a little bit more notoriety as we're coming into these tournaments, of having the opportunities to shine here.
Absolutely. A lot of names. I mean, this is what all these tournaments are about, right? This is about the future of Tier 1 play. We're just getting to know these players, their potential, and their battle to make it at the top tier of competition in the region. It's one of the reasons we got really excited about seeing the Challengers EMEA tournaments being introduced, right? Not only looking forward to Ascension, to seeing the inter-regional competition take place, but having 3 of these mini events in the middle.
And it's not looking too positive, at least for Mandatory coming into this one. They've gained some space over towards mid, but it doesn't seem like exploration is going to be working until top mid goes in their favor.
Well, it's not over. Tag has already taken a lot of health away from him, at least. Down to 20. Creamy Dreamy. He's in a tough spot. Tag realizes this presence, so Creamy Dreamy will be around. The Spectre's capable of a lot, and it's the perfect gun to mow down some pesky pistols up in front of you. Dynasty, I think they're happy that they had both of their players grouped up there. Otherwise, it could have been a bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah, and both avoiding the stun coming through from the breach is definitely fortuitous. You can see the jumps come through, and Creamy Dreamy just a distraction for the cleanup coming in from Tag. Yeah, saved from a little bit of a shaky second round, but still Phantom saved, Outlaw saved. Opportunities to make a little bit of chip into the armor of Mandatory and towards this one. Okay. Just a casual stroll down towards mids and a TP out. So that's a very clean initial pickup. Only thing is, it's not a recoverable rifle, so you're still looking towards Mandatory to be able to overwhelm. They let any more kills like that go in favor of the defender side, then things might start to get interesting.
Toxins going up.
Yeah, Tag wondering when's the right time to shoot the snake bite, and the answer is never. Mikey, wow! Lightning fast reactions. Makes important work of that. Ooh, on the drop, Waddle does find the headshot, but his opponents are fully shielded up, so no frag to be attributed. Dynasty, oh, they're going to be caught off. Never mind. Creamy Dreamy's feeling it right now. 2 picks already. Annihilation available. He could catch Enzo and win this.
But the thing is, he doesn't necessarily know where Enzo is. He has an idea, but that Ravenet not catching him. You know.
Touch of the spike. Recon broken. Annihilation baited. Enzo running, and it doesn't connect. I'll join out. You know he's defusing. Halfway off of it. Enzo's got all the information available to him. On the spike again. Once more, Enzo doesn't fall for it. Sure, he gets picked up, but he does what is necessary to win the round by the end.
Aye, aye, aye. Comes close. Comes close. And especially since it was one Outlaw, one Phantom that they started with. So definitely make it a competitive round. And you almost wanted to believe in towards the Annihilation coming online just in time for the 1v1. But somehow Enzo manages to sidestep it. Survive long enough to be a thorn in the side of the Sentinel of Dynasty. Shock darts, drones, reveals. No comfort for the defuse in towards that one, but now it's a new round, a new day, new weapons available.
Hang on a bit. Famzy is doing his best Kellogg's cosplay.
Gotta go.
But instead of being a Jet, he's a Neon and just zooms away to safety. Kellogg's wants to go for the catch-up, but realizes he doesn't want to be separated too much from the rest of the team. So opts for the orb collection for now, slow down to the pace. And without giving too much information to Dynasty, don't overcommit. Famzy repositioned though. They know of his angle. There's no escaping. Goes in for the stun. The delay is massive. Flashed again. Famzy's getting a closer corner to this. He's got reinforcements to the right-hand side, but the shot is missed. Kellogg's can't connect with the second as Water holds down the full. And Poison Orb will delay this push. Mandatory with a decision to make. 45 seconds on the clock. Where did they go?
And Dicey managing to nestle himself in towards site is just another issue that Mandatory would have had to deal with if they went in towards A. A lot of damage has been done on towards Hip. He caught a shot through the wall. Counting his lucky stars that he can even survive further in towards this round.
Sure, there are less players towards the space side, but you've got Deadlock utility available to you to make this one delayed.
And with even more time, the GravNet.
GravNet, oh dear, 15 seconds. This is really damn close. Enzo's going to be frontlining this. He's thrown down a recon and knows that his team needs to get in. Hip, lower on health, letting know where his opponents are. And I think they've just got enough time to get the spike down. Though Tag, quick on their heels. Snakebite into the center of the site. Enzo is trapped. He is completely exposed to what Tag has thrown at him. That's just a single player effort to get onto the back line and completely break down their back door.
Oh, but you're looking towards Creamy Dreamy. There's so much delay. Like, you could smell it coming as soon as they started wanting to readdress coming through mid. You have the Deadlock utility anyway in regards to the sonic sensors. And as soon as he knows his true market position is where he's coming, you pop down the GravNet, delay a couple of times, and even pick up a couple of kills for yourself on their way in. And perfect isolation of initial kills from Tag. Gets the first one not looking. Snakebite down. Forces the peek from Mykin. Enzo has to stick the spike plant. Take even further damage. And then even more uncomfortability to peek out.
And it's what you mentioned at the start of this half, right? Some are saying that this composition from Dynasty allows a lot of pieces and puzzles to delay these pushes from Mandatory. They've got the Viper. They've got the Deadlock. They've got so much available to delay every single attempt that Mandatory is throwing at them, and so far the previous round illustrated it perfectly.
Well, they don't want to let them delay any further. It's a fast hit coming in from Mandatory, but Fancy has something else to say about it. This operator in towards elbow is diabolical.
Well, Kellogg's is able to escape Famzy's sightline there. His opponent was scoped in and not visible to him by the side, and is able to collect heads one after the other. A complete conversion, not like this, surely. Tag, can he collect the pieces? He's been a little bit noisy about the drop. Accurate on the first one, but Enzo to save the day. What on earth was that? It ends up being a thrifty for the French squad, and Mandatory keeping close with their opponents.
You can't be delayed if you just run it, eh, right? Doesn't matter how much delay they have. If you keep running, you're gonna have enough time to make it out on towards site. And Kellogg's just crossing just before that the Viper's orb goes down, catching Famzy off guard. You almost felt like he'd done enough over towards Elbow. The two initial close quarter combat up in fights.
Not ready yet.
It's the Blade Storms that really make the difference.
Quick adjustment from Dynasty. They're pushing from both different sides. Tak was on his own on this aggressive point. And with Dynasty realizing there's no one really out that A main position, it's got to be a full mid take by Mandatory. They've got all the info they need.
And especially since it isn't an immediate punish over towards B, it furthers the confidence in that call that it's over towards mid that Mandatory are looking towards.
Kellogg's considering to go for a breakout in the smoke, or be ready for the moment that the smoke fades. Smoke out. Whoa. No one in sight just yet. Reblocked. Reconsidering the cross dash out to safety. Sees two players, wants none of that. And now, a B crunch imminent. Waddle on the receiving end of it, potentially. Slow corner peeking here from Kellogg's. And Tag realizing if he hides out into the Viper's pit, he's likely to be a dead man. He's closed up the distance a little bit with a frenzy to have enough impact. Gets one pick. This is not impossible. It's still a 3v3. A couple more headshots to land on these Sheriffs. This could still be very destructive. Mandatory not slowing down, though, given that there's 30 seconds. They need to get the spike planted. Dynasty already taking over the backside control. Overdrive makes the job much easier. Famzy collects it. No way. It's a back-to-back thrifty, but this time delivered from Dynasty. It's being diffused, and there's nothing Kellogg's can do about it. Can't even get away. Or can he? It doesn't even matter. Round gets given to Dynasty here. Double digits on the board. This game is getting fun.
This initial kill, it's just awkward timing for Enzo. At least the weapon was choked off the map, but it didn't seem to matter in towards the end. Tag doing a lot of weak on towards this frenzy, and off the back of Famzy coming out with the ultimate.
Let's go.
Disengaging Famzy from Kellogg's from any sort of attempt back in towards that round. Since he has the operator, he can't necessarily go for a wide swing, but Famzy wants to.
Oh. I mean, he gets flashed and goes in either way. Why not? Mandatory, though, were able to take both of the players, and there isn't much of a trade. Waddle looking for these tags, trying to predict where his opponents are, but they're far away from it, therefore quite easy to dodge. Spike down. Enzo with another pick. All right, pendulum swinging once again. Not going to be simple for Dynasty. You'd probably want to be calling this off.
Yeah, especially since Famzy doesn't necessarily have money. They can reinvest in majority of the Dynasty players, but it's mainly about keeping these rifles alive. Sure, a couple of exit kills would be nice, but they can't necessarily afford that. And for second time now, that for Mandatory to be able to break apart the Dynasty defense, it's been fast, aggressive hits. First off over towards A, where we saw Kellogg's go absolutely insane, and now over towards B. Quick punish of Famzy with the operator. Sure, he gets one. But it's the trade back onto him and also onto Tag that you're really looking towards being the reason why Mandatory have been able to put 9 on towards the board and bringing this into a one-run game.
Nothing much in it at all. I'm glad we get to see some of these shots as well, because they went easy. There was barely much to work with there for Enzo in terms of visibility, but a few pixels will do it. And Dynasty's turn to use their last timeout. Every single one available for both teams has been used. Actually, no, Mandatory's got one still. Looks like it.
Yeah, they should have at least another buy coming into this one. They'll be fine with money, but the thing is, you're looking at the ultimates. It's not looking good for Dynasty, bar the one that you've got on towards Creamy Dreamy. You're looking at Mandatory, hit being one away, and same goes for Enzo starting to build up towards the Hunter's Fury again. You get a Breach ultimate, that could be another shutdown to any sort of retake that Dynasty trying to attempt, or also wait onto the site like itself.
Doesn't seem to be many ultimates around, just hit close to the Rolling Thunder, so I wonder if Mandatory want to take some steps forwards to take advantage of any orbs, because that's a useful piece to have for a potential take or even hold.
Well, similar wall going over towards B main, which Mandatory want to punish any sort of aggression yet again from the side of Dynasty. They've seen success on these fast B hits. They want to try their luck yet again.
Well, this time, no trades. That's boring. So far, these rounds have started with a bloodbath, but this one falls under the realm of reason. Early beginnings, slight takeover and a potential 5v5. Dynasty haven't messed about in terms of bringing their players together quickly. Dreamy, though, is the only one on the side flank. And most of these Mandatory players are going back to a default hold. Over in B main, Kellogg's caught by the blind. Dreamy uses a chance to move in. This is when the Rolling Thunder can be used. Annihilation doesn't connect. That's a massive fluke here for Dynasty, but they're still able to find bodies, throwing them into the ground. Onto the defuse, Tag goes. It's defused halfway. It's being stuck with. It's just a shield of bodies denying the pickup on the player. focused on getting this defuse underway, and Dynasty come away with 2 players standing.
Oh, it's just the initial engagement, clearing out the site players itself. Also, the awareness of Ticey being able to shut down the loop that Takas was trying to implement over towards mid. And like you said, it's just a shield of bodies, and it comes down to being the ones to start off that trade. Having the numbers advantage, you can just place meat shields realistically for the diffuser, and Ticey taking up the mantle extremely well, getting a double for himself. Now a bit of a change up. Mandatory don't want to go for something fast. They've struggled to close out in towards the previous, even though it was close. And instead this time, being back to the mid-centralized default. They're so worried. Look at how passive Enzo is over towards B. Even jump peeking this angle, worried about any sort of push. But the only thing is, Dynasty have no intentions of pushing anything.
You just want to have it basically information of, yeah.
Yeah, they're so content to just sit back, because look at this. Famsy's got this operator on the angle. Even if they were to punish with a stun, he can get out, which is something that they struggled with a couple of rounds back. So it's a little adaptation there. And for the side of B, they're playing completely for the retake.
Famsy swings. Oh, Mikey, so damn fast to press that trigger. Mandatory, what do you do with this, though? Quickly on the 40-second mark, start to make legway into this B site. It's the right call to make. Dynasty are vacating the premises.
Yeah, I mean, Famsy played the position correctly. Avoids the drone, avoids the stun, but unfortunately can't avoid the bullets. And now, like you said, heading in towards this B site, and there's so many players here, and the rotates are coming in time, but look at Mikey.
He can hear everything. He knows exactly what's going on and gets a freebie. Now he's a thorn in the back of Creamy Jimmy, and he's going to have to pay attention towards the back line while the rest of the team of Mandatory are taking over the side. Tyson not slowing down, knows he can delay the spike plant, but no, there's still interruption coming in from Market. Creamy dreaming now on the 1v2. Mandatory spread apart. Enzo revealing himself. Creamy Dreamy's just being toyed with right now. 8 bullets, but Mikey gets the jump on him so damn fast on the corner. Starts the round and closes it out. Mandatory on double digits as well.
Yeah, that's a massive round coming in from Mikey. Not only the initial shutdown of Famsy with the operator, the loop through mid, and then also just playing time over towards Market.
Last player standing.
But the thing is, talking about playing time, Mandatory is starting to play with the clock a little bit too close for comfort some of the times, because we've seen how it can go wrong when we've seen Creamy Dreamy, same goes for Tag, be able to shut down the pushes with their own sets of utility. Playing on a knife's edge with some of these rounds, but fortunately coming out on top for the majority of it. Starts to put the pressure on equalization of numbers of rounds, especially with the buy that they're coming in with. Famsy only one with a rifle.
Keller's getting across the toxics. The toxins, basically. The back of this dash. You can see Famsy is interested in interrupting here. He's the only one with a rifle available, so I wonder how much damage he can get across. Kellogg's cannot afford dying here. And you can tell Mandatory cannot afford to lose because the Hunter's Fury has been expended. But it still doesn't matter because there's an answer back from Dynasty. Famsy survives. Wider swing taken. He is lower. I wonder if he hands over the Vandal to someone else. No, he doesn't, not in time. Mikey decides it's better to switch Vandals instead of reloading there, and it's the right decision to make because he's ready for Creamy Dreamy's bounce. Ticey trying to find a consolidation frag by the end of it, but it was already a hard ask. Mandatory square things up. Summer, this is a very, very close game.
But the fact that it started out with Shara, sure, Famsy the only one with Vandal, but Shara's still making the damage felt. Like you said, they've equalized it up now. An opportunity to hit 12 for both of these teams, both in prime pole position to do so. But you're looking at, again, Creamy Dreamy with another annihilation online. Been an important factor for them going on towards that defensive half. Only benefit is Famsy doesn't have the operator out, so that's something that they don't necessarily have to overcome from the side of Mandatory. The stack is starting to lean in the right place, with Mandatory exploring over towards B main. Starting to threaten another B push, which is something that they've had decent success with, especially going on those fast initial pops. Forcing out an early wall coming in from Creamy Dreamy, feeling the pressure. This is where they rotate.
Take flight.
Dynasty don't feel like they've taken too much of the bait. They're happy with the two strongest anchors to be holding onto that left-hand side and keep the majority of their defensives to the right, but Mandatory yet to make their mind.
I wonder if Famzy starts to peek over towards this corner, especially off the back of the drone and a smoke, but no aggression.
30 seconds left.
Feeling into... They're being tricked that this is going to be a B hit because there's nothing over towards A, and that's where you see the rotations coming through.
Mikey's been in a position like this before. Last time he was able to capitalize on it, but will it matter this time around? Annihilation doesn't connect. It's preemptive. Creamy Dreamy, though, holds on to his life. Bit of an answer back, though. Mandatory take over the site control. But again, you've got a lot of players flooding in, and there are a lot of flanks on a flank on a flank, but Mikey is well aware of all of that going on. At the same time, it is 3D chess being played right now by Mandatory. They had all the information available to them, and they capitalize on it perfectly.
I just don't understand how Tax is being afforded the space to just run through site, jump in towards backside, and isolate the player in towards the covey. You watch this into replay, sure the Annihilation misses, but at least capitalizes off the next kill. Tag here, stuck in towards no man's land, has to deal with a backside push coming in from the Vise.
10 seconds left. One.
And Mandatory on the brink of potentially taking down their opponents' map pick, and that would be a crazy result. Famzy doesn't want that to let happen at all. Overdrive enabled and just chip damage to begin with. You know you've got a lot of attention turned towards you, so don't want to tempt fate just now.
But that's only chip damage being done onto Calyx, who has the operator. He's not going to be worried about that too much, especially now with the re-aggression over towards mid. The re-clear for Mandatory is going to be important.
So many pieces for Dynasty available. And so higher ground. And Odin, perfect for these wall bangs. Dynasty have got everything here. This is a trap, and Mandatory are walking right into it. Everybody from Dynasty appears from the shadows. Enzo is able to capitalize onto one, and you can hear Tag closing up the distance. Waddle wins that fight against Mikey. Kellogg's under trouble. Tag closes up the gap once more. Triple kill for Tag. Enzo in a world of pain right now. He knows his team fell for it. He knows this is not over. Where this round, Dynasty take us to overtime, and then it is absolutely anyone's game. He'll try and isolate, but Dynasty have walked circles around them. 12-12 being the score now. 2 consecutive required per either team to make this map go to their side.
It's just the aggression that they're able to send down mid with Famzy's overdrive. It means that Mandatory have to re-clear because they lost so much real estate so early on, and Dynasty reading into that put everything in towards that mid fight and come out on top. And sure, they forced the overtime, but this is not where it ends. They have to get another couple of rounds just to be able to close out this series. Mandatory, they want to force Haven.
Just step at a time, isn't it, for Mandatory? It's Haven. Look, and this isn't even an elimination map. It matches the lower bracket, but playoffs are stacked. A lot of strong teams here. You don't want to risk being on the brink of elimination before you got a chance to compete for that grand final spot of Challengers EMEA Split 3.
Toxins going up.
Tag's gotta be
left
careful.
to his own devices. Dynasty lined up for this B hit. It's a bit intricate. There's players everywhere.
But the thing is, Kellogg's has managed to find a lot of space and clear a lot of room, knowing that it's not going to be A, especially off the back of bits and bobs and pressure over towards B. Look at Mikey.
He's going all the way around. And even though I felt like Dynasty had a good read about what's going on with players everywhere cutting down flanks, it's Mandatory that might have the jump on this. And indeed, oh no! Oh dear, that is a heart-stopping moment for Mikey. And he's being chased after. Tag is on the other side, interrupts the rotate. The A side, it's pretty much cleared open. No, it's not yet.
And they still have Tyce over towards mids.
They can hear everything. He knows a couple of players have rotated over, right? Probably.
and he's sending them back B. So this is going to be the best situation for Dynasty to get into a spike plant. Same goes for Ticey to initiate his cut through flank towards mid. Has an opportunity to catch off Hip. Oh wait, I think Hip spotted him.
Nothing
He did.
until it's over, but as soon as you shoot your gun, you're going to trigger the trap. Oh no, Famzy goes for the cross. Sal drone out, but Taka's there to save his teammate's life. What is going on? Mandatory have got the numbers. Tag looking to save the day, but it's all down to Waddle. He can hear the commotion. He knows they're closing in on him. Enzo gets shut down. Takas will not fall though. A triple kill for the star player. The peak of Challengers EMEA so far is Takas leading the charts and leading it once again in this round.
And even off the back of the initial kill onto Mikey, they had so much space, they had so much information of what was going to transpire. For timing issue for Ticey up towards mid, Hip catching him off guard, which meant Enzo was ready and waiting. And yeah, of course, you can't go without mentioning Takas on the retake. Main one to connect the shots, connect the multi-kills, and a second opportunity now for Mandatory to close this out, force out the third map decider, and even utilizing the timeout to ensure any bumps are smoothed out. They've been struggling so far to gain consistency, because you can even see in the sort of timeline how streaky some of these rounds have been, back and forth. No team has really been able to establish the main sort of leading power into the last period of half. It's been very wishy-washy from both.
A lot of intricate moments in the round itself. A lot of nuance constantly. You've got to think on the fly. Both Ticey and Enzo are really being tested in these mid-round calls this game. Who's the tactician's master? And who has the set of players on his team, on their teams, that can pop off at a moment's notice? Kellogg's up first. They started the trajectory. Famzy stand up, and there's no escaping Kellogg's fire.
And they don't have to go off the back of this because Takas is still out towards B. They've gained the initial kill onto a heavy hitter for Dynasty. That's the operator off board. Sure, it's a re-clear drone from Waddle, but I mean Mikey goes unsuspected where a dink comes through. At least give some belief for Dynasty in towards this one. Backs them off. Scares them away from A, but the only issue is it's scaring them in towards mid and towards B.
B's looking a little bit interesting as well, isn't it? Tag doesn't want to also take too much damage through exchanges, wants to be healthy enough for the latter stage. That's done. They knew exactly what they're doing with it, trying to funnel their opponent into their screens, and indeed it's worked as intended. Ticey nearly overstepped his welcome. The spike going down, Mandatory in pole position. Now it's all about sustaining the lead, keeping their numbers. 30 HP onto Enzo. Hip not having trouble here, but the shot that from Model has stabilized. Instantly a 2v2. Now both players of Mandatory are actually very up close with one another. Enzo finds cover towards the other side of the wall. You check close. Enzo, enough of a distraction. You haven't even checked Takas' position, so you don't know where to look. It's enough for Mandatory. Overtime is required, but 14-12 keeps equilibrium in terms of map. And there you go. A decider is needed, and anyone could take it from here on out.
Hey, we were talking about Mandatory not necessarily having the best track record in regards to the old composition, in the fact that they don't like picking into this map and instead forced out by the side of Dynasty, and it might have been a mistake.
Indeed, it might have. What an interesting game. What a close affair. A lot of back and forth, a lot of mid-round decisions, and a lot of clutches required. Definitely also a lot to break down. So throwing this over to the analyst desk to do their job.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, definitely some improvement here from Mandatory when it comes to, at the very least, their attack side. But overall, I think that was a solid look from them against a Dynasty that was looking quite fervent there on Lotus. So a great recovery. Now it's all about getting to the finish line, as it were.
Yeah, I think for Mandatory, the key word on the attacking side was simplicity. Put Kellogg's on a position where he can capitalize off of the fault line and the recon bolt and just dash in. That was a lot of the times the case. Kellogg's was in a great position. They knew exactly where to stun, where to use that fault line, and Kellogg's would go fast forward, get a lot of space and multiple entries, as you can see in this graphic. 7 entries for Kellogg's. And even though Hip is on the bottom of the leaderboard with 9 and 19, he was the key player to facilitate a lot of those entries that Kellogg's got. And for Dynasty, I think if they stacked B side in the last 7-8 rounds on the defensive side, I think they would have won this map, but they couldn't quite figure out where Mandatory was going all the time, because even though Mandatory was ending on B every round, literally every round on the attacking side, on the later stages of that attacking side, they had a little bit different styles of how they started those rounds, maybe trying to fake A, fake mid, but in the end they would always end up on B. And I gotta give kudos to Mikey, those lurks up top mid, they were A++, getting kills, getting a lot of information at the same time as well.
Yeah, I mean, more than anything, that means for Mandatory, they get themselves probably a better chance of getting this one done. I mean, that was going to be the biggest hurdle here. They managed to get it done. Again, when teams have their backs up against the wall, it seems like, especially for a team like Mandatory, it really brings out the best in the players. So many good plays there, and now moving on to Haven next. It's difficult to separate the two teams. Obviously, Dynasty still looked good on that map. There were so many highlights for them, but it really was fine margins that caused them to lose it.
Yeah, and I think Haven is one of those maps that we have to take a look at and be like, okay, Sunset, your attacking side was brilliant in terms of Mandatory. I think they were playing the map quite a lot, quite impressive, and Dynasty couldn't quite read the map, couldn't quite read where Mandatory was going, and I think they were forcing towards A little bit too much. Dynasty had one really brilliant round where they actually put full-on aggression on the defensive side towards that mid area. I think you need to see a lot more on that, especially in Haven. You have to be more aggressive on mid, you have to get more control, because you have 3 sides there. Just have to take control of the map and read what Mandatory is gonna do.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, Haven, it's been a little while since we've seen from Dynasty, the last time in the grand finals against Koi Phoenix in the Spain finals. So, and they did win that one. Mandatory the last time up against Enterprise Esports. That was a 13-11 win in their last game. So both of these teams are going to be looking to take this one away. So it's really going to be a great third map. So don't go anywhere. We'll go to a break and we'll be right back with Haven for you.
And
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when it landed. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when it landed. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are part of 2 worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never find it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece
Alright everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA Stage 3. We are not done yet with this series between Mandatory and Dynasty here. Mandatory fight back on Sunset, a map that we really haven't seen a lot of them, and it was not a great time out last time, but this time 14-12. They managed to get it done in overtime. It was a much needed map victory there. And we're moving to Haven now. I think a map where both teams are a lot more comfortable. That usually is how it is when we get to the float map of the series. And I think Dynasty now need to really think about what caused them to lose those couple of rounds that were the difference maker there in Sunset, and reinvest into this one.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be really interesting Haven coming up, because these teams, they have drastically different type of compositions, at least if Dynasty will keep their composition. Same to Mandatory. Dynasty, they run this Viper composition with the double controller. Obviously Omen gonna be the second controller, but to me Mandatory's comp is perfect countering that Viper. I think Creamy Dreamy is gonna have a really hard time utilizing that Viper on the attacking side in terms of putting himself in positions on a lower, going all the way sewers, and I think that's the strength with the Viper. You can utilize that wall towards the A area and sneak yourselves in a great position to listen for those rotates. And because Mandatory have double flashes, the Phoenix Curveball and the Yoru flashes as well, it's going to be really hard for Dream to actually exploit that Viper Wall, since you can always pop through that Viper Wall with the Curveball and the Yoru flash. Curveball, I think that's going to be the best counter weapon for Mandatory in terms of not giving Creamy too much information on that A sewers area.
Yeah, well, put your support in chat. We need to know who you think is going to win. We got all these viewers. We need to light up the chat with some hashtags. MDR or DSY, show your support for the team you think is going to win. Show your support for your region, if you're French or Spanish, or from the other countries involved in those regions, of course. Important time now, and we're seeing the same compositions that we have seen over the last times that we have seen these two teams on this map. Both wins, but both were difficult wins, I would say. Both letting their opponents get up to double digits as well. So maybe this isn't the strongest map in these two teams' arsenals, but I do think they're both ready to give it their all here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Famzy definitely was already on fire with that Neon. Kellogg's, I want to see more from him with the Yoru. I think Jet was incredible, as we know from Kellogg's. I think Kellogg's was one of the better Jet players back in the day when Jet was actually the full-on meta pick. I feel like Kellogg's sometimes struggles with this Yoru. I would love to see him get more value out of this and more value out of the operator, because that's one of the strongest positions, or one of the strongest weapons that the Yoru can have. You just go with the operator, TP away, get that pick, and be on the other side of the map to get another pick. And Kellogg's can absolutely dominate if he can actually get that ball rolling.
Yeah, well, okay, Mandatory have worked very hard to get into this one. What are you thinking now that you've seen a win from either team on either map? Do you think one team has the edge on this? I
mean, I really liked how Mandatory ran that last map. If they keep that going, they might go on to win this, but Dynasty definitely have a great shot. They are a great team. Yeah. They are not to be taken lightly. Sure, they haven't played Haven in this tournament, but I don't think that's gonna be too big of a value.
All right, well, with that said, it is time to get this series done and dusted. So Mandatory versus Dynasty here, the final map of Haven. I'm going to throw it over to your casters, Pavlos and Winter, to take it away.
The upper bracket finals await whoever comes our way with the victory in this map, this series overall. And look, it's been a war of attrition so far, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean, especially with both teams trading each other's map picks, we were thinking it was going to be an easy victory for Dynasty if we were walking into Sunset. Mandatory had something else to say, and now coming into Haven, a map where seemingly both these teams are relatively equal suited on. It's a lot closer than we were expecting it to be in the end, and I do have to say, I'm so here for Mandatory's composition. See what they can do with the Phoenix, because it's something that in their matchup against, Enterprise, it was relatively successful.
Oh yeah, it's going to be mega interesting, and it's Kellogg's first stop on the plate already as Dynasty look to break into this A site. Quick shock dart coming through from Enzo, wanting to get some chip damage in, but hasn't really netted the way he would have liked. Nevertheless, A site takeover, and Dynasty have got the upbeat on their opponents with the numbers.
Spike planted.
Well, flash ready though coming out from heaven doesn't actually catch anyone, especially with this smoke only now fading over towards site. It's just easy pickings for the Dynasty players. They have strength in numbers, and Taka stuck over towards heaven, trying to avoid the shock darts.
They're making him dance, man. Oh, but eventually can't dance quick enough. Collected by Waddle's second shock dart. And sure, Dynasty win this round, but you're right, Summer. It's exciting when you see Phoenix in, but it's exciting to see Taka's also pick this role up, because it gets him back into his old ways, into his old element of being in the comfort zone of a duelist. He gets to be that together with Kellogg's here on that double duelist comp.
I will say though, it was something that they struggled with in the match against Enterprise, even though they eventually came out on top, was First Bloods. I think even when they were switching on to attack, it was something that they struggled with the double duelist, so hopefully they can have a little bit better starts, and I don't think this is the round to get it, especially with it being for classics off the board, and already a double kill for Creamy Dreamy and a tag onto Enzo just for the hell of it.
How about that for Creamy Dreamy? And he's a jack of all trades. We've already had a lot to say about this guy and how many roles and agents he's had to fill for this team. Truly a flex player. Massive agent pool. And we're now seeing him on the Viper, chiming with a couple of kills in this one. Make it 3! Let yourself get highlighted even more, man. You deserve it.
I will say, I think that's something just this general meta is coming or has developed into for Valorant is a lot of flex players are starting to get their opportunity, and just being able to, you've seen it, especially when you're talking about like the likes of Team Liquid Academy, they're trying to get a couple of different players onto different roles. You saw GSR take up a duelist mantle in the most recent split of it being preparing them for T1, because in T1 you can't one trick an agent or even play fully onto those duelists, because you think about when Icebox came back, there was teams that didn't run any duelists at all, so having that flexibility is something when you're looking towards the future, maybe not necessarily in this team or to be scouted, is always a positive light.
I'm actually surprised how Mikey was able to get that second pick there. He was alive longer than I thought he was capable of standing. Nevertheless, though, buy round coming through for Mandatory. This is where we can get our hands on some good rounds and see where the tempo lies.
But Kellogg's glass cannoning this operator and having to go for a retake, because it seems a fast hit for Dynasty in towards the B side. They want to pull out some util, TP back out, but the spike's already been dropped.
A nice camp position. It hasn't even been broken yet, and it's still available for Mandatory to take advantage of. They'll get any information they need from anybody crossing, even if you're not up front and close on that cross line. Dynasty, on the other hand, thinking quickly on their feet. How do they come back from this? They're only on the back foot, so hopefully they can find another position and take advantage of Kellogg's. That's not what you expect from him. Usually he's good for the one, but Tag has been given a chance to come alive. Triple kill. He's low, and Mikey's able to clean him up, but now the rest of the Dynasty cavalry have arrived, but Mikey shall not let them cross. Boy, oh boy, this was a chaotic round.
It shouldn't have been. They got so many untradeable kills over from the start. This was a 5v3. They had the spike, and yet Tag really makes the best try into this one. A triple kill for him, but eventually down to 20 HP onto the exploration interval site, just not enough, and a bit too close for comfort for the side of Mandatory, especially with the way it started, but at least a stabilization in towards the end from Mikey and an operator recovered, so still Kellogg's is going to have that to work with, but it's the scoped weapon on the other side of Fancy that's proving to be something hard for Mandatory to deal with.
Yeah, first step successful for Dynasty, but it's not like they're fancying taking their second and third quickly. Completely stuck in place. But slowly maneuvering towards B. Again, camera the same position as before, but Ticey can hear it moving right now, so they'll clear it quickly, promptly. Mandatory going for this A-site exploration of their own. They'll gain information, but as soon as they do, I'm sure Dynasty will just take their B-site control and get this done with.
And Creamy Dreamy just still having a presence out towards C. Knowing that there's no push coming in from Mandatory, they want to get early tap on towards the spike, trying to bait out some of the util, which is exactly what's coming through. Only issue I have to be wary of is Waddle's one away from this Hunter's Fury. They still have mollies to work with as well.
You don't have any curveballs. Kellogg's has just used his final flash. How do you exit out of the smoke and cause damage towards the players in mid? This is really, really tough if you're Dynasty. You're gonna need to win these duels, but currently trading out equally is not something that Dynasty mind. Mandatory in a world of hell. And now Shaw can't quite get onto the spike. They are being pressured out. Dynasty, the moment they put their hands on the B site, they were never threatened.
See what Mandatory need to do, knowing that they have to fight forward, but like you said, off the back of the initial kill that Dynasty were able to get over towards A, they can just trade out, and they're happy as Larry to do so. Forces the final two players to save, and they haven't actually got much to bolster up this buy, so it's likely that it's only going to be the pistols coming through into this one, hoping that the Operator and Vandal over towards the same site, which is C, will be enough.
Wouldn't it be crazy if Mandatory win this because Dynasty approach the area where the rifles are available to them? Kellogg's gets first blood. Mikey's position, I feel like it's telegraphed. It's one of those that you'll clear quickly. Paranoia dropped in, but you don't expect Ticey to push through the smoke like that. Holy moly. And the shorty up close, only good for some damage. Not quite what Mandatory would have liked. And Kellogg's is blocked out. Therefore, the implications where the Operator is useful are down to 0.
The only thing about this one is at what point do you send Kellogg's running to make sure he can save?
And I think it's now. Especially after losing one more. You've got to make the call, and indeed that's what happens. Hip is happy to stick alive, because even if he dies, he'll get his mural theft, so I don't think he minds that. He's only got a classic, so not really losing much. Let's see if he's able to take anyone down with him. Unrealistic, to be fair. Creamy Dream is low. That's basically it. But as we said, neural theft is guaranteed. But Dynasty still get away with a round win off the spike explosion and now creating a bit of a buffer for themselves. And if anybody witnessed Sunset, the second map of the series, we're not used to teams having a substantial lead.
Yeah, no, you felt like everything was coming into play for Mandatory. They had only 2 weapons to work with, the Operator and the Vandal. Had them both in the right position, so the read was there. It's just unfortunately the shots after the first one onto Famzy weren't. And like you said, it's the first time we've seen a substantial lead. And we say substantial, it's only 3 rounds, but like you said, after the back of Sunset, it was trading of rounds back and forth.
Oh, Kellogg's taking a lot of damage throughout that. Takat's moving into neural theft. That's a perfect counter play from Dynasty. How did they read it? But it is a run it back. So it's not like Mandatory have lost their players. They can afford to play aggressive, but they lose their lives either way. Mikey only getting the 1. Dynasty are in control completely. And then so you've got an Odin. You can spam and deny plant potentially, get a pick, but that doesn't even come to fruition either. Dynasty look unleashed.
Is it really Dynasty or is it just Famzy? Because that round was all towards that Duelist player. Sure, some help in utility-wise coming in from the rest of his teammates, but you're looking at the kills that came through. Famzy's head on a swivel, first dealing with the Operator was backside, dodging the flashes, connecting the shots onto Takas, and just constantly being a thorn in the side of the Mandatory players. And that was the round that they were able to get the weapons back out. They still had the Operator, and yet it feels like it's fallen flat.
You kind of understand why Famzy was scouted to play in VCT for Giant X, right? Being at the top of the Spanish Challenger Leagues for so long with UCAM, HGE, and now Dynasty. He's an impressive player. It's a shame he couldn't keep that spot for long, but he's hungry for VCT again. And it definitely shows.
I mean, it's one of the things that I've noticed about Famzy, and the consistency of it is quite bewildering, is off the back of First Bloods, having the ability to just carry on and connect those into multi-kills is something you can't really undersell in the sense of a duelist.
Sure.
And
yeah.
It is sense... The part with that, you start to hear like, okay, is it over-peaking or running into this wall to try and get these multi-kills? Well, you see in this round, very measured aggression, gets the first, gets the follow-up as well, and still stays in towards the pack of his team.
High-low. Keloq's Marshall shot connects, and so did the Outlaw from Mikey. So both snipers get the job done. Either way, though, Dynasty are set in stone about this B push. Paranoia to delay. Famzy is spotted for a while, and Hot Hands has made Dynasty want to drop back here. Not really willing to move into this B site and looking to get the jump onto the potentially C push. Mikey looking to move into Garage. He's been spotted, but not pressured. Instead, Dynasty just want a handshake agreement on this one, take over the C control, but Mandatory having none of it, want an answer back. Not really the facilities to be the ones pressuring, though. Can't quite get their way in this one, just the Marshals, and those aren't the guns you need to be pushing corners.
You can kind of search over towards CT now, find a couple. I want to make a meal about it, but yeah, the reveal coming out, Waddle on the angle. No tags or kills granted for Enzo. It's just a matter of cleanup towards the end because, yeah, Dynasty don't even want to risk losing these weapons. Exiting over towards spawn. Also denies Enzo getting the Hunter's Fury online coming into the next one, which is going to be their buy round.
Can I just say, apart from Dynasty being so excellently these takes, mid-round calls, they've also been brilliant with their ult cycling as well, right? Every single time it feels like they've got something available, they've got something to use, and now they've even got 3 ready to go. And I doubt they'll use everything, right? And that's kind of been the theme so far in this half.
The thing is, it doesn't necessarily even need the ultimates from a lot of the stuff that we've seen to get out onto site. Like seeing when fans use it into the last just to make sure they can speed up, beat the rotations in towards C, secure some sort of semblance of control on towards the site.
You should run.
We're talking about control. This is a very deep ultimate.
Yeah, not going to be catching the backside of A. Kind of begs the question whether Mandatory are looking to hold on top. Enzo just looking for chip damage, but he also doesn't want to get pre-fired, so drops a little bit further back. Dynasty up permitted the entry. Look at Mandatory all the way around, though. 4 players strong. This is going to be interesting. Viper's bit drop, but that's going to have null effect, apart from potentially give cover to some of these attacker players. Keloq's first in. Dimensional Drift will give a lot of the information. You know where 3 players are. The 4th one probably in the Viper spit. You can have everything under control. The recon connects. Enzo lands shots with the Odin. Dropping again. Gets another. Looking for these sprays, man. It's treacherous. Dynasty under a bit of trouble with all the Mandatory players on site already. How do you escape? Ticey holding on with his dear life to the back of the site, looking for more. It's still a close affair. Creamy Dream is the last one standing and might just be the last one standing overall. Because Keloq's, you know where he is. And you know he's got no time to defuse. How did Dynasty hold on there? It felt like Mandatory had everything going their way.
Oh, such pandemonium over towards site. Not only with the fact that you have 4 players flanking, look at how many flashes get sent in towards site. The drones, the recons, there was so much utility. And yeah, honestly, it comes down to the fact that Creamy's Dreaming ultimate was over towards CT, gave them confidence to be able to sit inside that, avoid a lot of the utility that was getting unleashed in their direction.
This goes here.
And by the time saving graces for the side of Dynasty to connect to 7th, Keloq's able to tuck tail and run with the operator. It hasn't had any sort of crazy impact yet in this half. Wants to try again, but misses his initial opportunity.
Oh no! Waddle doesn't let it be a fair fight, does he?
Calls in for reinforcements.
Absolutely. And Dynasty now again full control.
Well, Takas does have reinforcements in the form of hip, so a double setup to a short.
Curveball doesn't really work as expected, though. Waddle turns around and shuts down Hip's reinforcement. Now, that's a clean hold by Dynasty if I've ever seen one, and indeed, it's a flawless.
Enemies close.
This kill coming in from Tag, completely blinded, and yet also Waddle's having the answer back onto the second player coming in through the lobby. Also, Famzy at the same time is fighting through CT. Dynasty feel like they can set no foot wrong because they're fighting on 3 different fronts, come out on top in every single 1v1. And even if they didn't, they still have plenty of players to split over on towards the site itself when it comes to the post plan. That's the only thing. Mandatory is they're struggling with the First Bloods again. Always on the back foot into a lot of these rounds, and whether it's by numbers or by weaponry.
It's the pressure you carry from coming out of the group of death alive. Both Enterprise and BBL Pacific, so the two previous Challengers EMEA split winners, could not beat Mandatory in the group stage. Well, one of them did, but, you know, three-way tie and all. Mandatory came out on top on that.
It was an interesting group. I am
yes,
surprised Mandatory made out. I think even they are, to a certain extent.
I mean, it's a great team, but that group, definitely the hardest. Still, though, Dynasty having easy work against the pistols. It can't be a pistol round without some answer back. But not quite enough. 2 players surviving. Only 2 rounds remaining in the half, and albeit the damage Mandatory were able to inflict, I don't think it will matter at the end of the day.
I mean, yeah, you say it's an issue in regards to doing well on the ecos, but the only thing is, it's still 9 on the board for Dynasty. That's the issue that we're facing here. And again, Mandatory are having to use both their timeouts coming into the first half. The only issue is, on Sunset, it was at least a recoverable half. This one, you're looking at 3-9 as the best case scenario.
Oh boy. And I feel this time has a perfect opportunity to just preface what's been said as well. Previously in the group stage, coming into this tournament, Dynasty walked into it by having one of the worst post-plant success rates in the tournament. Doesn't seem they're really struggling a bit right now, right? Very confident. When they have the spike down, it doesn't ever feel like it'll go the other way. They're looking to change that trend, looking to change the bad rep.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Saving grace is there's still time to recover, okay?
This goes here.
Sure.
Yes. This
Operator and Odin out. Couple of ultimates to work with as well. Tak has been one away from the run it back. But still, something has to change early. Getting an entry kill, getting a couple of untraded kills in, more importantly, could be impactful, and that's exactly what you need.
Tag, though, he's actually closed up the distance quickly, and I don't think Enzo expected Dynasty to be there so damn fast. And by that surprise, it doesn't matter that Kellogg's got the first pick, because it's still Dynasty with the lead.
I mean, it was a great untraded pick is what I asked for, but the only issue is the follow-up. Baka still one
Smart to
away.
give Mikey a place to drop into. Doesn't even come down to
They
that.
save. They should save.
They've got to.
It's not the last round and a half, so you can't just gung-ho and hope everything works out. They haven't got the money. So many players haven't got the money actually going into this last round. And I wouldn't even put it past the Dynasty players going for a hunt because they have so much money. Maybe they don't want to necessarily give Takas the ultimate orb, which is exactly what he picks up off the body of Creamy Dreamy.
Look, I didn't want to say this, but I can't be the only one thinking about this. Comparing this to Sunset, this is very anticlimactic, right? Dynasty have been playing an excellent game of Valorant, a brilliant one, but I'm not seeing anything that excites me from Mandatory right now.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
That's the thing, like, we were coming into this series of looking at Lotus and Haven to be some of the closer matchups in the sense of track record of both of these teams and the recent victories and recent successes, and Sunset being something that Mandatory haven't had recent successes. Sure, it was a compositional change coming into this one, but still, looking at Haven and Lotus, it feels like Mandatory have gone missing.
Recon revealing 3. Hunter Shuri off the rip as well. Did that tag 2?
Yeah.
It definitely tags a second round. Oh! There we go. Hunter Shuri from Enzo. Now that's exciting. Does that give Mandatory enough leeway in to at least close out this half with 1 round extra in pocket? Hip seems to think so. Tag revealed. And this is a one-sided round to close things out of the half. How does that happen? Don't ask me, but it's a flawless for Mandatory to close out this time. 10-2 being the score, but it feels like Dynasty just need one arm's length to get to where they need to in the upper bracket final.
And
what does this lead equate to? What mountain? Everest? The Himalayas? Or is this the Alps? I don't know. Still a big one, though. And Mandatory need to get on that trail quick.
Oh, it's looking dire. It's a dire situation, right? You can't sugarcoat it, and a pistol I think is definitely needed. Like, we can't even say like it would help. It would be nice to close the gap. Something that they need to get. Yeah.
All right. There's no beating around the bush here. Let's see what Mandatory has got in store for us here on this attacking side. They need something excellent. Taka's able to avoid paranoia. I think he's taking matters to his own hands.
Oh my god, he's
taking things a little bit personally.
Swansea.
He's walked right past him and he can hear the commotion, while the rest of the Mandatory look to break into the A side. Waddle has a world of success, holding Creamy Dreamy, not quite having the success he would have liked. Taka's going berserk. Mandatory needed some individual brilliance. Taka's has delivered, but is that enough? Kellogg closes up the gap. The two duelists have done a lot, but it's down to Enzo and Tag to figure this one out.
The fact that this ends up in the 1v1 is absolutely insane, but fortunately for the side of Mandatory, they have a lot to work with, right? Enzo in the clutch, an experienced player, a shock dart on its way. Even in a recon.
Turret out.
Tag's got the bot, so if Enzo appears himself in long, he'll know, but surely it's a short play now. Shock that lands, Tag sticks. No way, Tag! Oh, he's off of it. Enzo misses a shot. Recon to reveal, looking for the headshot. It's just gonna be a box play for Enzo as he sprays and he will land the headshot. That is a 200 IQ play.
And that's off the back of him initially, once he sets the spike down. This feels like it's running it back to like 2022 Valorant, where you just shoot a Sova shock dart up to the sky, which meant Tag came into this already slightly wounded and was the only reason that he was able to connect the shots initially before Tag Sheriff did a lot of it, because Enzo was down to 3 HP. By the skin of his teeth and by the shock that he sent earlier in the round, that is a pistol for Mandatory.
And like we said, indeed, necessary. They've got it now. What else can they show? Well, for now, a simple pickup onto Mikey, but you might want to think twice before re-peeking. Fancy! Oh, I feared there was a third in store for us there, but Dynasty, off the back of Famsy's Marshall, have also got the same amount of players available for Mandatory. This is nuts.
And Creamy Dreamy's managed to recycle this Marshall, so at least arming himself. We're walking over towards A. Spotted out now by Waddle. Shock dart for a little bit of damage, and especially with Ticey picking up the rotation of Mikey.
Spike down. And mandatory on the back foot. Looking to jump the gun here, Kellogg's. Important task for him. The Aldrone will figure out his position. So a bit of a delay on what Dynasty are about to throw. Taishi should be responsible of most of the damage here. He's the one with the Bulldog. Enzo, they know where you approximately are as he shot the recon moments ago. He takes the wide stance, and he's successful with it. Kellogg's jumps out as well. And they have no issue making sure this does not go astray. Nice try from Famzy, though.
They're dead.
Yeah, definitely calls it into question the rounds, puts the pressure back onto the mandatory players, and especially with even a Bulldog being picked up on towards the flank. Enzo standing tall in towards Graffiti position, he collects a couple, and again, survives the round on such minimal HP. Definitely play that stepping up for mandatory in towards this one, but there's a lot of work to be done, and especially now with Dynasty bringing out the full rifles. And with an entry kill onto Mikey over towards A.
I mean, all Dynasty need to do realistically is break their opponent's economy and they've won the game.
Watch your eyes.
Mandatory mustn't let that happen. They've used a lot to clear Garage, but Dynasty use a lot in turn, and this time they're rewarded with another pig.
Ooh.
Snaky. Taka's looking down so his barrel isn't poking out of the smoke. Tag walking away, and Takas has the timing. He snuck past. Tak hasn't got a clue. Enzo joining in. Takas closing up.
Now they're going to be worried about Garage, obviously now with Enzo being spotted out, so Takas' position doesn't necessarily come back to be necessarily groundbreaking,
Sure.
especially since they're leaving C completely open. Just looking at the positions Dynasty have put themselves into, they know it's a 5v3, they have the advantage of numbers, so they can just wait for the spike plant to come through and readjust from there.
And although Dynasty weren't great at post plants, they are brilliant at retakes. Number one rated across this entire league. And currently they've got 2 players more than their opponents available for this potential retake on C.
It's down to what Mandatory can do. They want to explore in towards Garage, but because of how far the rotates are from Dynasty, they're grouping up towards mid. They're wrapping around. It should be watching.
For a moment he was, but he's waiting for them to appear on his screen. Goes for the wide swing, gets the one. A simple trade. But Mandatory need a little bit more extra sauce than that. Takas tries to provide it, but Famzy is just too damn quick, too damn ready. A triple kill, and Dynasty get their win as soon as they got guns available to them.
And that's exactly why you can see how far back Dynasty we're playing in towards this post plan, especially after getting 2 initial opens untraded, that it's fine to play for the 1v1 trades because they have so much advantage in numbers. To take down 3, sure, they lose 3, but still they have plenty of players surviving, and it's all about getting the rounds on the board, or more in fact denying Mandatory to get in those, because at this point, the gap has given Dynasty so much space to work with in regards to a couple of mistakes they can go overlooked, especially when you have this amount of leads. And the pressure's all on towards the French side.
Very silent start to get things going. Alarm bot will definitely alert Dynasty of this potential play. Oh, there's a quick crunch on this. Hunter's Fury, as well as the paranoia. Takas wants to play aggressive though. Waddle does eventually connect his final shot onto Kellogg, so that's going to be somewhat of an equalizer. The run it back works like Takas intended. Wanted to destabilize this B cross, but you haven't quite cleared Garage. Takas wants that. Famzy wants to put the carry pants on, but Hip catches him with his belt unbuckled. And Waddle's all that's left, and it feels like Dynasty might have just to give this one over, because there's not much cash left in the register.
Especially with a couple of players over towards long, you can cycle one ways. That's if you can even get past the player towards back side, which he does, but it costs him quite a bit of HP.
He's closing up. He's moving in. Recon available, wide swing from Hip. Oh, not quite.
Hip knows they're close, and that's why they call for the swing, and off the back of Takas is using his ultimate over towards mid. A lot of work being done by the Phoenix player.
Yeah, Kellogg's got kind of stuck in place there. Again, I'd love to see the POV of Takas at some point on that. Hopefully with the replays one day, the in-game replays. one day.
The sore
will
spot for
happen.
the Valorant community right now, Pavlos. You can't.
Yeah,
can't
sorry,
say that to them.
I am pushing where it hurts. 11-5 though, being the score is still a comforting cushioning for Dynasty. But being on an eco gives Mandatory a chance to get a feel of the game and start closing up this gap.
It would be difficult, Dynasty, though, to win out this round. All I'm saying. That's something Mandatory want to stop from happening. No shenanigans allowed in towards round 17. Slow crawl up towards long, wanting to clear out the corners, but off the back of the Aldrin from Waddle. This is a cute little setup over towards short. Especially with Creamy Dreamy with the Stinger and the smoke being popped down by Ticey. This almost feels like they're able to hold and continue holding this control over short, even if they try and hit through towards A.
And Dynasty even rotate 2 players to the back of this A side, so this is not going to be easy for Mandatory. You have to take risks in situations like this, and these risks, so far, paying dividends. Famzy, with the overdrive, unable to convert on the pick onto Kellogg's. If you're Dynasty, you're a little bit more scared about how you want to approach this, but you do still have your ace up your sleeve in short. Creamy Dreamy closing up the gap. He's been spotted, but that nets an opportunity for the rest of the team to walk in. That's exactly when Ticey chooses to walk in, and so does Waddle. Close up the distance. Enzo alone, Outlaw, 2 very different positions. This is impossible to clutch. Ticey knows it, and with an upgraded Phantom, Dynasty win off of a Thrifty to put them on map and series point.
Thrifty.
Am I allowed to say I told you so?
Yep, absolutely. You read that one like a book.
Because it's just like, I don't know how they do it, but it's so consistent that they're able to. And like I said, it's off the back of the players over towards short, holding that space. Not only that, pushing the issue in towards lobby. Sure, they're not necessarily able to get the upgrade into weapon because Waddle, Enzo is holding that cross. But once they come and converge back in towards site, there's no safe place for the Mandatory players other than long. And when you're fighting both Heaven, Spawn, Short, and the players that have managed to walk out towards backside in itself, there's too many fronts that they're fighting on.
And now Mandatory cannot afford a mistake, and I'm afraid one has already happened. Takas no more with Famzy's pre-aggression into this mid position. Seaside is the takeover for Mandatory. Kellogg's going deep. He knows he's in need of heavy lifting. That's exactly what he's trying to do. Oh, misses the mark. You know the pressure's on here. You know things are rough. When the pros shake, Famzy with the ace to qualify Dynasty to the upper bracket finals. What a way to shut down this series. Famzy, the highlight player of this entire match. Not given a chance to spike defusal. That's too much. You got to nuff him somehow, Waddle. Oh boy, what a game. And it had Dynasty written all over it. There's no other way of putting it.
Yeah, I don't think we can understate the impact of Famzy in towards that one, but yeah, across the board, super impressed by how they're playing, knowing even on the ecos of the conversion that they're able to do, even if it's not necessarily around on the board, so much damage being done. And for Mandatory, falling flat on the 2 maps that we were expecting them to be best on. I'm looking towards Dynasty on what kind of prep that they've been doing coming into this one and how many reps that they've been able to get on these maps and showing that it works.
Well, I'll tell you what's scary, Summer. Mandatory in the lower bracket. I would not want to be any of the other teams losing later on today because Mandatory is a dangerous opponent to have to take care of. But it does mean they're also on the chopping block, so one loss could mean their exit from the tournament. Throwing this over to the analysts, though, so they can break everything down.
I've kind of forgotten everything that happened before that ace at the end there. Honestly, Famzy has just wiped my brain clean. Factory reset. All I know is that that happened. Wow. Yeah, I think that underlines everything from Dynasty on that map, right? I mean, maybe they let Mandatory get back into the game a little bit at the end, but that first half, oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dynasty is just overwhelmed Mandatory. Sure, Mandatory were running the double duelist composition, which obviously favors the attacking side. It's really hard to play that on the defensive side and be very successful with that. I think they could have maybe go more against Creamy Dreamy on the short side, maybe try to play against him. I think Creamy on the attacking side was absolutely a beast. In the end, yeah, it's Famsi who closes it out with the ace. That was beautiful, and I think that highlights how Famsi was playing throughout the whole series. He was the player that we highlighted previously before this series, and there is absolutely a reason for that. Famsi hungry for that VCT stage again. He's gotten to taste that a little bit just with 2 games under Giant X when he was under UCAM. I think he's ready for more.
Yeah, look, and I mean, every team that has got into the playoffs here has something to prove, right? None of them have got into that stage where we've considered them contenders for finalists in a Challengers EMEA so far. So no matter who is winning these games, it's reshaping our kind of thoughts when it comes to these teams. I think Dynasty definitely proving that they do belong here now in the top 4. Absolutely. I mean, yeah, the Mandatory managed to beat BBL Pacific, right? And you take them down in that fashion. I think that's definitely a statement piece from Dynasty. I'm very, very excited to see how they continue up in this one. I mean, no matter whether they're against Twisted Minds in their next game, or I've got to remember who's playing again, Orf Esports later today. It's going to be a brilliant matchup, I think, and we actually get some insight going forward because we're going to have an interview with Affinity and Creamy Dreamy.
Thank you so much, and welcome. What a crazy way to win that last round. How are the emotions right now?
They are definitely very good. We're happy as a team, and it was a relief to win this, I would say, to win the first game.
Now, Lotus and Haven seemed flawless. It seemed effortless from you guys. Can you tell us, what made Sunset so different?
I think on Sunset we played fine, but on defense we started letting emotions rule us the game, and it kind of factored the game. I would say we just didn't play our game, and yeah, that's what happens, I guess. But we regained it on Haven, of course.
You did, and what a stellar Haven indeed. Now, coming into this series, you'd only dropped 1 map previously, and that kind of felt, a little bit like an outlier. Really strong performance. Have you felt that you've been properly challenged yet? Or, has it been smooth sailing? Is the bigger fish still to come?
Yeah, I think definitely we need to keep going. I don't think we have showed our full potential yet, and we haven't got challenged to our, haven't got challenged just in general, I would say. And we need to keep going and hope we can go good in the future. I don't know.
Well, we look forward to seeing it. Now, I've got one last question for you. You and Tycee, you've been playing together for ages now. The dynamic duo. Can you tell us a little bit about your journey alongside each other and what that dynamic is like since you've worked together for so long?
Yeah, we've been playing for years now, 3-4 years, I would say. We met just in ranked, I would say, and then I was in a team. I got him in the team, and since then we've been playing with each other. And yeah, I would say the duo is good. We play with each other a lot outside the game as well. We talk with each other. We're really good friends, and I got to meet him for the first time in Spain a couple months ago, a couple of weeks ago even, which is kind of crazy.
That's amazing to say that you met in ranked, but I will let you go and get ready, potentially watching the games coming up this afternoon to see who you'll be facing.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, I will let you go and get ready, get some popcorn to get that game underway. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, thank you guys.
You heard it here. Their full potential has yet to be unlocked, yet to be reached, and they have yet to be challenged in the most meaningful way. And maybe we find out, which opponent could be the one to take them down. But I'm going to hand you over to the desk to close on out this series now.
Yeah, maybe their next opponent will give them a matchup that they have something to think about, because we are going to have Ulf Esports and Twisted Minds up next to decide who moves on in the upper bracket. And that one really should come to fruition quite nicely. But let's take a look back at that last map before we move on to the future here. So I believe you wanted to take a look at some stats here from Creamy Dreamy.
Yeah, I mean, Creamy, I think it's been incredible. Even back in Northeast, Creamy was always a guy who is really consistent. And I love the highlight of Creamy Dreamy and Tycee being the duo for a really long time. And I think that duo is the thing that has elevated this Dynasty roster even higher. Creamy Dreamy always being a really consistent player. It doesn't matter the agent that he plays. He flexes on a multiple different agents, usually playing the initiator role, sure, with the KO, Gecko, maybe Fade, but now has been picking up a lot of that Viper and Deadlock as well, and he's really consistent with the Viper. Also with the Deadlock, I think he's just overall a consistent player that we saw here in this matchup as well.
Yeah, and I think a 2-1 scoreline here doesn't really tell the full story either. You do have to look into each match individually to really get a good idea of what happened here, because while Mandatory definitely did fight back quite well on Sunset, Dynasty was still making it close for them. They never let the pedal off the metal, as it were, and never let Mandatory have even a brief reprieve. So brilliant play from them, and really going to give Mandatory something to think about as they move down into the elimination game that will be happening tomorrow, of course, for them. Especially because they're going to be up again against one of the teams from the 4-team group side, where it was much harder, I think, to get out of that stage, right? You had to get, well, these two had to get 3 wins. You could have got through with 2 if you had a good, you know, head-to-head and stuff like that, but it's going to be scary, right? And coming up next, we do have Twisted Minds versus Ulf Esports to decide who's going to be playing against Dynasty, who's going to be playing against Mandatory tomorrow. Exciting stuff. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be right back.
And
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. We're done with our first series of the playoffs for the day. Mandatory get taken down by Dynasty and we'll be moving to the lower bracket, but we're now going to find out who is going to be coming up against Dynasty in our next round of the upper bracket here. Twisted Minds versus Ulf Esports. Neither of these teams has lost a map by more than 3 rounds at any point during this tournament so far. Ulf with 2 losses, 2 map losses that is, and Twisted Minds with only 1 map loss, 12-14 against Mouse there on Haven. So 2 really big contenders coming into this one. Obviously, we knew that Ulf was going to be a big contender coming into this, but Twisted Minds was an unknown quantity right before they entered this one. Coming from MENA, we didn't know how they were going to play up against these EMEA teams, but they've been really shockingly good so far. So I'm very much looking forward to this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think to me, still Ulf is one of those players, or one of those teams that have to prove themselves as well, especially when we take into account this experience difference. Jesse has 291 officials. Whole of Ulf Esports, all of the players, they have 271 officials. This is literally raw experience versus the developing talent right here. I think when a player out-experience the entire roster, it's not just a match. This is literally a test whether wisdom can kind of outweigh this hunger. And Jesse is actually not the only player to out-experience this whole roster. Ascent is one of those players as well, and I think it's going to be really interesting to see how Ulf Esports actually can fare against this Twisted Minds roster. Sure, I think that consensus is that, yeah, Twisted Mind is an unknown quantity prior to this tournament because they haven't played these officials against these teams in the interregional stage, but I think they have already kind of proven themselves, but still has to go extra step above that. I think they still need to prove themselves.
Yeah, for sure. I think once we now get into the playoffs, obviously we're in a different stage of the tournament. They're going to be up against the top teams from every group at some point during this one if they want to win. And that is why we are looking towards them to be the kind of team that, I don't know, surprises us, right? I guess, you know, we know how the other teams play. We've seen them over the course of the rest of the year so far, at the very least, the players from those teams. And so I'm hoping that Twisted Minds will keep delivering on those goods that we've seen from them so far, but they will be up against Ulf Esports, who have gotten past BBL Pacific for the first time in terms of how they have performed at these tournaments. They've kind of been playing second fiddle for a while now, but here they are. And look, this has been a team that has been just consistently good over the course of this tournament so far. You know, every time we think they're going to get a little bit challenged, they still just are on top of things, right? The closest they really came to looking like they were going to lose a series was against Job Life, with one map going to overtime. They won that 14-12 on Ascent, and losing one map 10-13. But apart from that, they've really been in control the whole time.
Yeah, and I love this roster that they have here. A lot of roster moves from the qualification that they got from the Premier system. There has been a lot of moves back and forth. I think the latest move coming, Fabian coming in replacing Mipisi, I think that has been a brilliant move. Fabian has been incredible with the KO, with the breach, but gotten to experience some raise here as well. Obviously, these are players, or this is a team that has gone through the Premier in-game system, so maybe kind of following on the footsteps of the big brother of BBL Pacific. For some reason it feels weird saying that BBL Pacific is the big brother because they're also young, but still it feels like Ulf is kind of getting overshadowed by BBL Pacific. But maybe here's the chance to prove that they are actually the new Turkish firepower.
Yeah, and they have looked really good. Let's take a look at a head-to-head between a couple of players here. We've chosen Exit, obviously, from Twisted Minds, and Sop from Ulf Esports. I mean, Exit really surprised us the other day. His operator is just unbelievable.
Yeah, and this duelist showdown pretty much, both Sop and Exit. Incredible Neon performance. I really loved how Twisted Minds actually ran that Neon composition. Exit was usually just running in front of his teammates, baiting out those shots from the enemy lines and baiting out all of the information out of the enemy team, and I think that worked quite well yesterday. A lot of kills came through because Exit just ran in, didn't get killed, but a lot of his teammates just came in and absolutely fragged out. I think this map video is gonna be a little bit interesting as well. I think Abyss, first time, no Abyss ban here. Wait,
I can't imagine anyone's gonna pick it straight away, but we'll see. I mean, Bind is an interesting ban from Ulf there, considering they've pretty much played it in every series so far. They've either allowed it to be picked or have picked it themselves, so that is very interesting. Lotus to start off. And I guess, yeah, that's the thing, right? Twisted Minds and Ulf have both played quite a bit of Bind, so neither of them really wanting to see what the other is made of on that map. Lotus and Haven are our map picks, and you've got to assume Abyss is now going to get vetoed out, but if it's the float map, that could be very, very interesting. Oh, it's in the final two. Come on.
Surely Twisted Minds is gonna ban that out.
There's no way they don't ban Abyss, right?
Don't like playing Abyss. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It is just something that they do not play in the past 3 months.
That's the furthest it's gotten in the veto ever, though.
Absolutely.
That's wild.
Yesterday, we saw that banned out first, or at least the second, if the other team was like, okay, let's just float out a little bit. But Lotus, Haven, Ascent, I feel like we're going back to basics, back to start of the Valorant. Like, come on, we have different maps in the pool as well. But I do love Ulf going for the bind ban. They lost yesterday against Dirty Uli, so maybe they were kind of okay, we're not sure about this bind pick. Twisted Minds, they had a great bind yesterday, so Ulf just decided to veto that one out and not want to go there, not want to test it out again, maybe fix some things before Ascension and just leave it out there for now.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 times they've played it, it has kind of been a bad luck charm, right? They have done well on it, don't get me wrong, but 10 rounds and 11 rounds, right? Losing out just before the end of regulation time to both Dirty Elise and Job Life. So, you know, I understand why you would want to avoid it coming into this one, even if it is a map that you tend to like to play on. So Lotus is first up, and this has been the mainstay, right, of EMEA for the last, I would say, 6 months or so. Everybody loves Lotus right now, and we're sticking to our guns for both of these teams. I can't imagine that they would do anything but that.
Yeah, Twisted Minds running the same composition that Dynasty does. I think this is a fairly common composition. You have the combination of Fade and Raze, then Viper and Killjoy. Really, Viper and Killjoy on the defensive side, I think one of the best duos, especially on that C side. It is always on lock, but you have to make sure that your other side of the map is always on lock as well. I do love the different type of composition coming from Ulf, obviously not changing anything from that, but I do think that is a great composition as well. Not a double sentinel here for either one of these teams, unless you kind of count Viper as a sentinel on the defensive side. I think some people does, or some people do, but yeah, I do love to see what these teams can work with their compositions.
Well, we're going to find out right now. We are heading over towards Lotus to get this series between Ulf and Twisted Minds started. Let's see who is going to be moving forward to face Dynasty in the upper bracket with Pavlos and Winter.
Fun fact, both these teams have another team coming out from their region that will also be competing in Ascension, but I don't see them in this playoffs bracket. I don't see them here, so Ulf has a chance to show that they are the Turkish team to beat, while Twisted Minds, on the other hand, want to show that they're no slouches. They can play with the rest of Challengers EMEA, no matter how they join at this international level.
Hey, they've had an incredible run so far, both of these teams being the ones coming out of the group undefeated, and it wasn't, even if it was the 3-team group, they came out of a 4-team group, okay guys, so they fought their way through into this playoff bracket. And with some confidence, Ulf is picking into Lotus, a map that Twisted Minds have been known for regionally, and also have beaten the likes of Kai Fenix and Mouse. They're undefeated on this map in the last few months. And yeah, Ulf has something cooked up to pick into this one.
Just the one way to delay Twisted Minds a little bit, right? But the 3-player stack up from Ulf, you can't help but feel it's a little bit scary. The Prowler looking to distract some of them, but you still have so many more pieces to this. Surely you know Sop's here. Surely you try and pre-fire and check it. It will be pre-fired, and Fabian shortly falls. Twisted Minds into the seaside.
Well, that's going to be my question into this one. Obviously, it's just the piss around, and it seems to be only Twisted Minds getting those kills for now. Echo's gonna put his best foot forward into this one. But that's the conversation coming into this, is what have Ulf got to offer here? Because it's not as if they're slouches on this map either. They've got a recent, relatively good success rate, right? They took down the ultimate Sonne in the group stage, but this is also kind of the home ground of Twisted Minds. So they're coming into this with something to prove, and in the back of your minds, knowing that we'd be going into Haven, which is Twisted Minds' map pick, they need to make a statement currently on Lotus.
Yeah, they're both running hot on this particular tournament. Like I did say, one of the bread and butters for Twisted Minds, but also Ulf taking down Ultimates 13-6 in this tournament already. So a bit of a confidence booster coming into this one. I'm sure Twisted Minds don't mind at all that they have to play on this, though, which kind of makes them the favorites. When you look at the veto overall, that's kind of cool to see Lotus get the pickup on the Classic, but it was a 4-player stack outside of C. Other than that, Twisted Minds slow down the pace a little bit to figure out if there are any other cheeky plays coming out from their opposing side.
Yeah, there's a little trap play they were hoping to go for over towards C off the back of the flash from Echo. We've managed to get a kill, but again, like I said, it was only onto Zemo, the one with the ghost. Losing top and a lot of HP on towards Echo and Odas. It makes it a little more interesting. The side of Ulf to see what they can do into this round, but they're starting to put the pieces in the right place. San being the other extremity player, poking and prodding to see if he can find anyone.
Well, you know there is strong presence now. But like you were about to say, the spike is heading towards this B side, so Ulf aren't quite equipped for this, are they? Sure, Neki had the right idea, but you need a little bit more than one Classic player, don't you, to deal with this one?
What about 2 Classic players?
Oh, that might be a little bit easier. Better, but you are dealing against a Bulldog player and a Ghost, so even the pistol's a bit of an upgrade.
I definitely know there's someone here now, popping out the boom bot. They only know one. Goes boom. Do they peek? Oh, they peek! But it's just 1 for 1.
Bulldog though, now you're not walking into just the Classic player. Fabian's got an upgrade, and he'll want to hold on to it. Oh. How about that? Give him more ults. And a Vandal.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought for a second that's Aldaz was getting a little bit too greedy there, but no.
But the worst part is there probably was time, and the fact that Jesse has to sprint it back in from main. And that's what, a Guardian out of
a Vandal, a Bulldog.
Yeah, they were able to save the Guardian, but like out of the 3 weapons they had coming into that one, you're kind of disappointed you're not able to keep like at least the Vandal alive. Like sure, it comes down to 1 player surviving, but you can't even rescue the Vandal. But at least there's investments coming through now into this one.
Yeah.
San dropping a weapon over towards exit.
Oh, there's going to be a bit of collapse here as Ulf also decided to play this one aggressively. Jesse's the first one to fall, but these random shots across the smoke have put an end to this commotion, and San looking to be cheeky. Neki looking in the wrong direction. Echo is the one to fall, surprisingly. Twisted Minds have kept close score with this, and they're bolting towards C, which is open.
Yeah, because the Vice player's gone down, you don't have to worry about the wall separating your players. This is a clear entryway into the C site. But it's not over until it's over, because Ulf do have the weapons, and especially picking up a late trade onto San. The lineup from exit is the one that gets those kills, not even Zemo.
Didn't come down to him. Now we can just toy around with Aldous for a little bit and make him wonder where he's coming from, but no, the delay, the open of the door, it could have gone astray though. Sikri left in the 1v1. Sop has thrown his clone to the back of the site to make Sikri wonder, but decides, let's just pick up the spike go elsewhere, or make your opponent think you're going elsewhere. A lot of mind games being played, but Sop is not budging.
Happy to sit and wait. There's a reveal to work
30
with,
seconds
but
left.
I don't know if Secret wants to give away his position. The only thing, you leave it too late, you might take liberties on your way in towards side, not clear the corner properly, because it's a little bit of an off angle from Sop, especially up on the elevated position.
It's a game of chicken. Who will cave first? And it's got to be Secret, because he's the one on the chopping block on that attacking side, needing to get the spike down, and Sop's position is just a bit too surprising to handle. Therefore, Ulf, with a buy round, to get themselves a dub.
This double TP from Jesse is kind of cool, especially if you saw a little bit more weapons and more forcing coming out from the rest of the team of making it past that Viper's wall on towards main. With a little bit of support, you could have seen something different with the Rebel fight initially, but it does come down to the 1v1. And now going into this round, Exit has an outlaw, knowing the ramifications of how close the previous round was and already singing true.
Tonka screen up, Sop. Instead of dropping back, takes a wide stance, which Jesse will take advantage of. Just a simple spray will handle him. Ulf going for an aggressive
Sand
push as well
Moses.
from the other flank, but it has been heard by Sand.
What? Oh no!
No, you can't afford that to happen. But still, Zemo is on the back foot. Spotted on the cross into the A side, but a 1v2 by Ulf. This should be a given now.
Spike planted.
There's still things for Zemo to work with in towards this clutch. Oh, we've got the snake bite. You also have two players you're going to have to go up against, and they also have their own utility. Paranoia as well for Ordaz.
He stays quiet long enough. Should be right. Because it's a very common position to hold out Tree from there. As his back being spotted. No! Now reveals himself on a snake bite onto the spike, which means Echo can't even tease the defuse. Because Zemo knows he's bought enough time. So patient, so diligent, and as soon as he hears the second spike touch, he sprays him in the approximate direction, and a triple kill is given to guarantee the round.
Oh, I wish we saw the POV.
Oh no, don't do him that.
Aye. But yeah, coming into the clutch for Zemo playing with the heartstrings, realistically, of the Ulf players, knowing that is a common spike plant position. You'd normally play over towards tree, you can play around that or towards backside, and yet picks the prime opportunity to connect the kill before the smoke comes out, and then still with the snake bite in hand.
Oh, Aldaz. Wanting to be a little bit sneaky, doesn't quite go to plan. And Zimmer's got the extremity covered.
Surprise. My ult's ready.
Spicy shot by Sop. How much more have you got in store for us? But either way, though, Twisted Mind's comfortable with this. Neki, able to be a thorn for a little while that you can't shake off. Sop looking to do the same. You're not letting Sikrace plant, and he's having none of that. So we'll deal with him. We're seeing back-to-back rounds where a player's gotten a triple. This time it's Sikrace's turn, and Nightfall is available for him the next round.
It's a nice little idea from Ulf coming out over towards Mound. We see it fairly often from this team of putting that smoke so far behind Mound that you can't actually see it. You can hide from the flashes, from the reveals, whether it's like Sikri or the Prowlers also coming through. Which unfortunately not blessed with the weaponry to make it happen. But we might be seeing another similar sort of trap play with the flash coming behind Mound this time. Aggressive positioning.
And especially with an operator, it is very, very aggressive. Flood smoke there. It's a no-scope shot! And he gets away with his life. Sure, it's with a trade of sand to the back of C. But still, Twisted Minds aren't slowing it down. Sop, there was a chance for a collateral, but just the one will connect. Exit using his showstopper to clear the backside. And just like that, Twisted Minds have the numbers and C-side control.
And it also stops the quick flank using Ordaz's ultimate over in towards Mound. Gets shut down by Sikri.
Spike planted.
And a deep Viper's pit. Admittedly, the spike not caught inside, but it doesn't seem to matter. 1-for-1 trade, but still numbers in favor of Twisted Minds.
This Piper Spear is so damn tough to deal with, because by the time you get close, you're going to be very low on health. Aldaz down to 15. Oh no! TP's into the boom bot. That is one filthy way to go down. But I don't think Twisted Minds mind.
Oh no, there's a TP into the boom ball off the back of the paranoia, just sending the boom ball the other way to be a little bit of information, and unfortunately gives a little bit of a kiss to Odaz. And timeout now. It makes sense. It's not necessarily going too great for Ulf, right? They've had a couple of chances now with the rifles, so it's clearly being dismantled right now by Twisted Minds, and admittedly it has come down to a lot of the ultimates being big game changers, whether we saw it was sick rays and exits to get out onto site and towards the last, or Zemo's then to hold on towards the site towards the end in that 1v2 in the 2v1 clutch. But now the ultimates are favoring Ulf, right? You have a couple of those online, it's just you don't necessarily have the weapons to back it up. You have opportunities now to go aggressive with something. Try and poke and prod, trying to get maybe a lurk kill onto Zemo, who's been on the extremities. Same goes for Sand, trying to isolate on towards these lurk players. But it seems that Twisted Minds might have a similar idea about aggression that Ulf wants to put. You can already see the spread out positioning. Even Sand wanting to take deep angle on towards main.
Very quiet for Twisted Minds. Well, not for long, because Sikray just decides to throw in a couple of shots here and there. Trying to see if he can spot anyone posted up aggressively. But also maybe prompt some rotates. Doesn't feel like Twisted Minds are budging too much. And they might be walking into the trap. If those doors open, while Twisted Minds are in long, they could be in trouble.
Yeah, but it's just poking and prodding, seeing what sort of setup Ulf are running with, and especially with getting that kill onto Odaz through the smoke, only puts them into a stronger position as they start to creep up over towards A. And especially if Sand can find this stack up or this little trap play they're trying to set up over towards A, that could just be the go sign for the side of Twisted Minds, but instead they're going in towards B.
Yeah, and they're tiptoeing no more. They're showing exactly what they're going for. Showstopper around.
Oh no!
And somehow flies past so many of these players. Imagine the multi-kill potential of that, but instead it's not going to get a double. And you're going to avoid him because you're not going to be taking any chances. Or you're going to be double swinging him because you can. Jesse with the final shot of the round. But it's the right decisions made at the right time here for Twisted Minds, and a very unlucky showstopper for All Fair as well.
Not one of them just turning tail and running, and then you have the satchel over the showstopper, just completely nullifying the desired effects Fabian had coming into that one. But like, making a play, getting the double kill over towards main, getting an upgrade, but Twisted Minds have the right response. Sure, they can tuck tail and run towards A, or you can just hold for the swing, and that's exactly what they do. The weapons back out now for Ulf, and this is where we were talking about the ultimates still being in favor of the Turkish side, something that they can use now with the weapons to bolster up the buy. And with Echo being the solo A anchor, there's not really much in help to support, especially if they start to go over towards Tree. They're starting to clear out over towards Hobbit Cubby as well. Reinforcements in the form of Fabian. A lot of space gained early on.
I'm surprised Wolf haven't moved any sooner, any quicker. Sure, you have Sentinel pieces over to the safe site and a couple of players with a third on quick approach. Hobbit door could be broken here, and the back of the lockdown being used. The nightfall comes through as well. Here we go. Echo knows he has to deal with them right here, right now. But Exit turns around and faces him instead. The lockdown's exchanged, but it's Exit to move in forever forwards. Allowing the space for his team to get the spike down, but his head gets stripped off his shoulders. How does that happen? This is close. But Sikray has got Necky's number. He was on the lookout for so long, and his patient is paid off. Sharp wanting to go for the fight now. He's got his teammate by his side, but Sikri's brought it down to a duel, and he's not missing headshots today. So damn clean, so smooth. Sikri saves the day.
Open their mind. Find the weakness.
And you can already see the confidence in these players that's being built with the fact that they got a 7-1 lead, whether it was in round 7 where they didn't even want to let Neki have an opportunity to get out of B main, or in towards this one, Sikri just continuing to fight. You can see just mayhem being caused by this lockdown being popped over towards stairs. And it's a little bit different with the deep control they're able to get with that deep smoke, with the snake bite.
Both giving them the best attempt at trying to take tempo in their hands, right? Trying to create the pressure themselves and try to set the pace, the tone of the game. But Twisted Minds are having none of it. They simply just slow it down. Don't want that first engagement, knowing that their opponents already used a lot of utility for it. They're going to have to clear this base anyway. They might as well take it in a bit when the smokes have subsided.
Especially when they don't necessarily have the best weapons, knowing that Neki does have a hero Vandal coming through into this one, hoping to be the difference maker on any sort of lurk Sand wants to make over towards B. With the showstopper now online for exit, makes it holding on to C as a solo site anchor a little bit precarious, especially only with a Sheriff to boot. An opportunity with a Steel Garden.
Commotion as well.
Yeah, and with a Steel Garden available to go for a retake, it could almost equalize the playing fields.
You know, there's a Steel Garden available, so you don't blame them for switching their minds towards his B side. Door opens, and it's a surprise for Neki. Already caught off. Steel Garden still affects the B side, though. Jesse continues with his Phantom, but down to pistol duties. Twisted Minds have been able to slow down the pace with Util. It's impressive. For 25 seconds, and the spike hasn't entered site just yet. From the shadows used, and the A site is the target.
Yeah, and it's a relatively decent plan for main, so even though these rotates are going to come through late, but talking about rotate, Sam doesn't even want to go. He wants to take the fight and keep it over towards B. And that's another delay, because now in the back of the minds of Elf, they either have to speed up in towards A or risk Sand hitting him in the back line, but they can't even peek out stairs.
Twisted Minds have got all the answers.
There.
It's crazy how they've been dealing with these situations. It's like Ulf are asking the right questions. They're making the right moves, but Twisted Minds have also got all the answers. Just picture perfect. And answering the questions back are pretty much creating questions of their own, and I think that's important. Remember, Ulf is a very tempo-heavy team. They thrive when they get things rolling in the right direction, but when things don't go their way, and especially now starting on the defensive side, it might have destabilized them a little bit. And like you said, picking this map, I bet they're regretting it right now.
You're hoping they had something cooked up, but right now it seems only to be proving the fact that Twisted Minds, they came into Challengers EMEA, not facing outside the region, made a statement, not only on this map regionally, but inter-regionally as well, and further pressing the issue into this matchup towards Ulf.
Yeah, Twisted Minds have faced this type of aggression time and time again. It nets ult orbs, sure. It gives some free room and info for Twisted Minds, but it's also information. Look at the push coming in now into B. It's been slowed down a little bit. Shop gets a freebie on C. That's just the lurk, but at least I've got numbers to work off now.
And that's also before he was actually able to trip Echo's wall, so that's another benefit for Ulfin towards this one. Paranoia off the back of it, capitalize on towards it, and now this might be looking like an Ulf round. 5v3, 2 untradeable kills.
You get the pick on Aldaz, though, without being traded. Then the A site is swung wide open. You know where he is, so the chase could be possible. Aldaz trying to take this fight in his own terms. Enforcements re-arrive, but no, Aldaz doesn't even need the help of Neki. He's got the A site locked by himself. Ulf, this looks like it's their round now. Nothing Sikri could do, and we'll likely be seeing, finally, after so damn long, Ulf having another defensive round.
How expensive can Sikri make this? That's the question, because looking at the money, it's not exactly raining cash right now for Ulf. All players down underneath 500 credits, so anything you can do here would be enough, but only one he's granted, and off the back of a Ordaz quadra kill, another round on the board for Ulf.
Wow, it's been so long, I forgot what it feels like to have Ulf win a round. But they still have some more rounds available in the half. I know, that was a bit harsh. But a couple rounds left. So an 8-4 is recoverable, and from an 8-4, they could work with that, because the attacking side is where they can gain control of the game, the pace of it, where they've struggled to kind of deal with this currently in Twisted Minds' form.
Well, similar sort of aggression, wanting to bolster up Oddaz in towards the position and towards Rebel. But off the back of it, they've managed to find a decent amount of space and pressure in both C and B main. I see the reshuffling of the Ulf defensive setup.
Twisted Minds turning their attention now towards the right-hand side mostly.
And this is a position they've struggled in the previous to clear Oddaz out of. Now they have a second try. More numbers, but so does Oddaz. He has help with Fabian.
This time, they baited out the paranoia. It's no longer going to affect them on the potential take, and they're quickly moving towards this C site. Ulf seem to have the right idea. You can see Shop crossing over. Neki is also nearby that could assist. But Twisted Minds looking across though, and they're looking to move in quick. Baiting the wall. So X is going to wait just a little while. Ulf have got the right idea, placing players, wanting to disallow this take from coming forth, but it doesn't even matter because Exit will take what he wants, takes what he please, a triple already. And Ulf are probably regretting keeping their stand here, not waiting for the retake. Exit is going to run for the ace, isn't he? He's going to chase right after it because that's the type of player he is. Aldaz will fall as a fifth victim to Exit. The ace is successful, and Twisted Minds, that's a statement round if I've ever seen one.
Oddaz thinks he can get with a quadruple and not have any sort of answer back from the Twisted Minds players. Exit decides to one-up him. Connects for the ace, and the final kill being on Oddaz is almost poetic. But not only is it an answer back immediately from the side of Twisted Minds, from the one player towards the top of the leaderboard, but that's also 9 on the board. On the verge of making it double digits in the first half, close to the showstopper. And Odin out because they know how much Ulf has loved this pressure towards EMEA, wants to do chip damage, but it's not as successful as they would have hoped.
Headshot. My ult's ready.
So, yeah, something running in the right direction. Final round though, and you've got a player that doesn't have a rifle on you. Can't feel too good, too confident. Like I said, numbers advantage for Twisted Minds, for Ulf rather. It's a good step in the right direction.
Again,
Jesse
paranoia.
brief out as his angle.
Ooh.
And as soon as the paranoia is baited out, Jesse finds the headshot. Aldous doesn't realize he's too far forwards there and gets caught.
Now Fabian, with the need to back off, sure has the support and stop on the way in, but Echo also being pressured on towards the extremity of the map. He cannot afford to fall.
I wonder what the plan is, though, for Twisted Minds. 45 seconds on the clock, and you've got to make a decision quickly. Jesse is able to get Fabian on the retreat. Ulf don't have any more information available to them, what the push looks like. They've got one player responsible for each of the sites' defense, and suddenly Echo realizes he's got to bolster up C.
Isaac can't afford to go in towards those thorns, so instead fires it out, goes back to safety, but there's a TP in from Jesse in support.
They don't know Echo have crossed forward. He could get away with a double, and that's exactly what happens. 14 seconds, he gets 3! No way! Jesse's got the high ground, though. He's got 4 kills. This could be 2 back-to-back aces. Sops will disallow, though, having none of that. Oof, albeit a really tough time on the first half. They'll have a piece of the pie. The third round. But they'll need a lot more work to get done if they want to close up the distance and make their own map pick work for themselves in the series.
And
quite a decent lead for Twisted Minds on the first half, but now Ulf's turn to take tempo in their hands. Can they make things work, being on the attack, dictating the pace?
Yeah, benefits they're looking into is it's an attacker-sided map. Both of these teams seem to thrive on it. But Twisted Minds are no slouches on the defense side, so definitely pressure on towards Ulf to make this pistol round work. And that's a good start. Decent dink over towards Sikri on towards A and dealing with the utility on towards B from Sand. That's another dink.
This time onto exit. This time, player drops because of it. Echo crosses, spotted. Sikri sticks around. Wide stance. Echo knows one bullet should be enough, surely. He's got assistance. But Sikri is just stuck, and he's blinded. He's got no sensors available to him. The Prowler comes after him. This man can't catch a break. Tough world to be, Sikri. This round, oof, got things going nicely. Fabian as well wins the 1v1, so this makes it tougher and tougher for Twisted Minds to retake. Nigh impossible.
Yeah, and especially with Salt's position.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
And didn't take long for Sand to go down, as he was only 2 points of health away from death. So Ulf, they get what was required of them, a bit of a prerequisite for the comeback. 4th round and the first pistol of the second half.
Twisted Minds can't afford to do zero investment into this one. Get it over quickly, looking to see what they can do with the rifles, because that's what we're really looking forward to. Especially when you look at the string of rounds. You can see it was just a straight 6-round streak from the MENA team in regards to rifles. As soon as they were out, it seemed difficult for Ulf to try and put a stop to it.
So, ooh, that was a collateral as well. Exit took damage off of it. And you can quickly see the reaction to move towards the A site. You know there was a stack in C, so you're taking advantage of the emptiness area of A.
Yeah, at least 3 people spotted. You lose your extremity player as well. You just want to make your way into sight, start this post plant early before the rotations come through. Because looking at how far Twisted Minds players are on this flank, even changing their minds about it, wanting to go through Hobbit, but they still have a wall from Echo to deal with if they come through this way, so it is a lot of setup for Ulf in the post plan. What a quick scope.
That's beautiful. This looks like it's going to be a clean endeavor for Ulf. Twisted Minds not pressuring at all. I mean, probably Sikri and Zimmo will look to fall to the spike explosion, maybe look for an exit. Talk about exit just with a Marshall. I mean, they'll be buying up next round either way, and I doubt he'll be holding on to that, so you understand why he's in charge of denying rifles here. Sikri has been able to find 2, not too shabby, and will end up dying to the spike explosion. So mission successful for Sikri for this one. Other than that, it's just Ulf with 2 rounds off the rip on the second half.
A nice little conversion. Comes up at a decent cost. Sikri now with the Odin out. We've seen so... Honestly, I swear, today has been the main day we've seen Odins. Like, before, it was only a couple of rounds every now and then, but a lot of impact and importance being placed upon those Odins, whether it's getting them out early or keeping them alive in towards the next few rounds in both series. We saw earlier today. Salt might be in for a little bit of trouble.
Oh, they know he's here, so Exit goes in for the chase. But back to that Odin conversation, it's like these Lotus walls feel like they're made of cardboard sometimes. So these Odins fully take advantage of that.
Or corrode as well, which...
Yeah.
A site is as thin as paper, really.
Bring them down.
2 players defending on C right now. It's as good as you can have, especially with Sikri now joining in. Snakebite will delay, and there's a Seize in place, though Fabian is able to go right after it and avoid it completely. Arc rows the delay. Twisted Minds, though, have to respect it as smoke thrown in to block them out, and until they'll wait for the retake.
And especially with so many players being far away, right? You see Exit now only leaving B, Jesse only now leaving A. They have to go in towards this post plan, but Ulf don't want to let go of CT too quickly, but maybe they should have.
It's crazy how Sand and Sikri take it in turns to go in for the fights, and it's enough to destabilize Ulf's attention in Spawn, but the rest do also a brilliant job, standout job, because no one loses their fight. It's crazy. Twisted Minds, blinking you miss it, are able to cleanly take over the C site.
I couldn't ask for anything cleaner in regards to the retake off the back of the initial kill. Know that they're fighting over towards Spawn. And expertly cleaned up. Yeah, almost like a paid service there, realistically. Yeah. No spot left unturned.
I mean, that's the real test, right? Because you know you're being forced out, you've got to drop back, and you've got to show that the reason why you don't want to have any player to stick around and cause damage from the get-go, knowing how strong you can be with all 5 of your players available for the take.
Well, want to try some further aggression outside C, bait out some of the util, deal with at least the alarm bot so far, but that's something that Ulf has been relatively good at, is dealing with Sand's utility. With the turret still up on towards B. And the Prowler off the back of it. Exit pushes the issue, knowing that the angle is his.
That's massive. The First Blood Monster is back at it again. Yeah, Sikri can't get away from trouble. And Zimmo has got a lot in store for him there. Still gets one before he drops. And the site takeover is successful for Ulf. At least those guys have got a showstopper to work with.
Yeah, and knowing that Necky's going to be late over towards main or coming for that flank.
What makes things intricate, though, you're right, is Necky. Prowler shows where Jesse is, and you saw where the Prowler was coming from also, so there is some idea of what the approach looks like in the smoke. Necky knows, but does Jesse know of the reposition? This is so tough to read. Paranoia lands, though, and even though Necky wants to close up the distance to pay no attention to the Paranoia, exit on the same time, throws in the showstopper. You know where Sop is. Now you can pay attention towards him. A one-on-one required for either of them. But Ulf know they're on the chopping block, that this is a so important round for them to get, but Jesse will deny it, but he doesn't have time. No way he doesn't have time. Ulf will be winning it courtesy of timing the clutch and the round win to keep the Turkish squad in the game.
Yeah, it's so important to stop just going unnoticed all the way towards the end. Even in the 1v2, able to isolate both of the kills, buy enough time. That's a victory. Just that could be in pain as well over towards main. Keeping Jesse away from the main chunk of the retake of actually getting out onto site, onto where the spike is being planted. Even though it's a round win, Ulf aren't actually happy with how it transpired. It comes straight down to the wire, and with a couple of extra seconds, it would have been a Twisted Minds round. So taking the timeout, the last one over this match, to see what they can do about it.
I mean, they know they're in a bit of a rough spot, so I don't mind this. You don't really want to allow Twisted Minds a way in. We saw how dangerous they can be. You give them an inch, they'll take it a mile. Evident. What we've seen so far. And also, you've got to keep in mind, Twisted Minds haven't really had the economy to invest into operators that much. Draw your minds to yesterday's games. Exit was superb on that big green. Impossible take down on the sniper. But not quite there yet, and you don't really know if it's within their game plan on Lotus to pull something like that out soon.
Placing swarm grenade. Here.
Well, rifles back out. An aggression over towards C Mounds. A lot of utility invested, and even a TP up from Jesse, but Ulf are aware of this, even trying to get a spam through the smoke. Once this smoke fades, it's going to be a lot of control that Twisted Minds have early, so Ulf needs to make something work on the other side of the map.
Here. But the information from Jesse is huge. He'll be prepared to do some damage onto Neki. Not quite the pickup though, as Crosshair not at headshot level for that distance. One way will delay the push for now. But there's a double-sided approach, right? I mean, Ulf are moving onto this A site. So didn't look there. That is rough. Zimmo gets away with 2. Twisted Minds. That's pure murder by Zimmo. And now Exit's joined in. Aldous is capable of some damage, but after what we just witnessed, it's unrecoverable.
Or you might think if he's able to isolate a kill, he could tuck tail and TP out, but the only issue is he's not going to get a chance for a 1-on-1. It's a double peek from Sand, and he connects the shots. But I think they didn't necessarily realize they hadn't pulled all the rotations away. Sure, they were bolstering up, trying to fake over towards C, but it was only the Yori, so the TP out didn't move Zimmo at all from his positioning over towards Tree.
Yeah, that's rough. That is really rough. You're going to be hurting yourself after that because you had the right game plan, you had the right idea, you took a timeout to brew this up.
Cutting through.
Falls to the wayside. All right, what are the positives for Ulf this time around? It's just pistols for them, but there's a Nightfall, Dimensional Drift, as well as the From the Shadows, but the weapon discrepancy is quite large, wouldn't you say?
I mean, I think that was through a smoke as well, so it's just a spam that works out in favor, but Echo fighting the turret and also Sand with the wall bangs. It's not ideal. There's a flash goes through. Does Sand know he's cross close?
Surely he must. Connects the headshot onto Aldous. Full bullets, you can't really afford to get away from your gun. At least there's reinforcements there from Zimmo, so it doesn't really matter that there was a bit of a distraction. Sand there, and it's clean, it's flawless for Twisted Minds. Just one away from making Lotus their own, and again, begging the question, or basically asking the question, why would you pick this into us? Parenthesis on that, though. Twisted Minds did play an excellent veto. They basically begged Ulf to pick into Corrode or Abyss, right? By target banning Ulf's map. It was either Ulf picking one of those maps or going into Bind, which Twisted Minds are great.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They share a lot of similar maps, and the fact that they were letting Abyss float, neither of the team liked to play it, so it was a game of chicken in the veto, and yeah, definitely Twisted Minds came out on top, and looking so far in this round, the trades are in favor of the MENA team.
Still, though, there's a lot of pressure being inflicted from Sok right now. Can't get the damage across. Sikri, he's only got 1 point of health, but he still stands. And that's the crucial part. Neki has brought things a little bit close. Malleable. 2 players on site. The spike flag could be permitted, but 3 players available for Twisted Minds on the retake is tough.
And sure, Sikri may be down, but he is alive and able to use this Nightfall. It's going to hit Neki on towards site. Same goes for Odas, and it is just a cleanup for the Twisted Minds team. And like you said, why would Ulf pick into this when this is the performance that we will get from the Twisted Minds side?
Defenders win.
Yeah, 13-6 is a score. Brilliant showing. Twisted Minds dominant, and it all started from their attack, setting the tone of the game like they wanted, slowed it out, and in the mid-games were able to figure out what the plans were for Ulf. Brilliant execution all across the board. Yeah, I don't know how else to put it, but Ulf seemed to be in trouble, Summer.
I mean, I'm not going to say anything because the first map of the last series, we saw people trade their maps, and then it ended up really close in a 3-mapper. So maybe Ulf have something to have an answer back for Twisted Minds on their map pick, but so far, when we're looking at how Twisted Minds have been forming, not only in this series, in this whole split of Challengers EMEA, you're going to have to be worried for the Turkish side. But I'm going to throw this back over towards the analyst test. Talk us through what went wrong for Ulf.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, I mean, something wasn't quite there for Ulf, and I think Twisted Minds, they were just on it today. They ate their whatever cereal of choice because that was there was something in that. It looked more like aim training for Twisted Minds at points than anything else. Just crispy all over the place. The confidence was wonderful from several players, right? It's not like one player carried the team on their backs. You saw highlights from Exit, you saw highlights from Jesse, you saw highlights from Sikri at points. Everybody was getting involved. And Twisted Minds just they're on it right now.
Yeah, multi-kills from multiple different people from this team. And usually I think it's the Turkish team that we highlight, especially in terms of the confidence, the individual prowess in the aiming duels. But this time around it was Twisted Minds. And I'm gonna be honest, I think I'm putting my foot down here. Twisted Minds, they are proving they can be a top team in Challenger circuit, and from that, even in Ascension, a lot of great performances, a lot of great confidence, and I hope they can keep that up. For Ulf, I think the struggle, especially in the first half, was Echo was struggling as a single solo sentinel on those sides, and a lot of the times Twisted Minds were just overwhelming Echo right there. And I think it was prior to the last or second to last round, Echo had 2 kills from that round. Yeah, he got 3 more, but still as a single sentinel, not being able to get those kills, those first entry duels down there, I think it's a struggle, especially when Twisted Minds is just snowballing onto your side.
Yeah, and I mean, look, if we're going to be highlighting their kind of prowess in attacking, I think there is one player that we do need to highlight off the back of that, and that is undeniably Exit, right? Absolutely ridiculous. We highlighted him before the game. 343, man. There's nothing you can do about that. That is just inevitable. Exit, he showed us yesterday what he's capable of, and he's showing us again today. This is a player that is going to... look, if Twisted Minds don't make it through Ascension, Exit's getting snatched up, I can guarantee that.
Yeah, I mean, Exit is one of those players like Comeback was for BBL Pacific, that it's gonna be really highlighted player, it's gonna be a really wanted player, and no wonder Exit is all the way top in Challengers EMEA statistic right now, standing at 275 ACS overall and 0.25 first kills per round. His name is Exit, but he's been doing a lot of entering.
Oh, happy birthday to our replay operator, Face Cat. Oh, that's such a cute little lower third. I'm glad we got that. I mean, look, brilliant stuff. Yeah, happy birthday. That's a great start from Twisted Minds. And I think as highlighted, right, you know, again, the reason that we find it so amazing right now is because we haven't seen the meta teams, right? They haven't been injected into EMEA at this point. They have been in their own bubble. We have not seen what they're capable of on this stage. And I think a lot of people come into looking towards Ascension, looking at Team Rad and being like, well, they haven't proven themselves on any international stage at this point. But if this is anything to go by so far, that's wrong. That's wrong. If this is anything to go to go by so far, Twisted Minds deserve their spot, and I cannot wait to see a bit more of them. We will be seeing a bit more of them on Haven very shortly. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
And
Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit 'em talk, let 'em take shots. 007 on the block, hit the aim cock. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the art, brought the chop, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit 'em talk, let 'em take shots. 007 on the block, hit the aim cock. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Shimmy, slide like me.
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. First map of the second series of the day is over and done with, and Twisted Minds look like they're coming out on top right now. We're moving into our second map here of Haven, and Ulf Esports. It's their opportunity to try and bring this one back, but it was a little bit of a drubbing there on Lotus. They got into things towards the end, but that first half was rough for Ulf Esports, so they're going to need to really bring some fire into this next map.
Yeah, I think the question mark when we started the series was whether this raw experience of Twisted Minds can actually outweigh this hunger that Ulf Esports has. It seems like that has paid off in the first map at least, but like Vlad said yesterday on the interview, he kind of had to dial down with his players and be like, okay, we need to play as we played in that Job Life match. We need to just focus on and play our own game. I wonder if Ulf can actually do that when we call in the upcoming map and focus again in their own game, because yesterday that worked wonders against Dirty Ulis. Sure, Twisted Minds, they are a different beast. That has already been proven. They have proven the MENA region, in my opinion. Obviously, Aves is one of the only players, I think the only player actually to come out of that region and come to tier 1. I think Exit has a big chance to do that in the upcoming stages, if not already through Ascension, but we have many maps prior to that, and I think Twisted Minds, they just need to continue with this streak.
Yeah, look, okay, we're moving into Haven now, and Twisted Minds, ignore that for the time being, ignore that, that's not quite correct. But Twisted Minds have had kind of mixed results on this map, right? I would say it has been their first pick at points, but they kind of let it become a float map for themselves over the course of Challengers EMEA so far, while Ulf Esports have consistently performed quite well on this one. 13-9 against Job Life, and then 13-5 against Dirty Elise as their final game of the group stage. So definitely a map which they should be more confident on, and I think going into it should be able to regain some hope coming into this series.
Yeah, and they go back to basics. Like I said yesterday already against Dirty Ulis, this composition is a very classical composition. Sure, with the addition of Neon Sop proved that yesterday. He's incredible in this agent. 6-1 in terms of the entries. I think he was playing a lot, or he was playing aggressive a lot of the times, and that worked wonders for them. I wonder if it's gonna be enough against Twisted Minds. That breach is gonna bring that other layer for Ulf Esports to actually be aggressive. Twisted Minds, a little bit different composition in terms of having that Viper, the double controller, maybe playing a little bit more passive. But it's gonna be interesting to see whether Ulf Esports can actually exploit this defensive side as they did against the Tillies.
Sure, I mean, look, I think the story that we have seen over the course of the whole Challengers EMEA so far has been whoever shows up on the day, they're going to be the ones taking it away, because we've seen so many upsets that on paper should not have happened. We've seen so many things that we didn't expect, and I think it really is just whoever wants it more in the server, whoever woke up on the right side of bed, are the ones that are going to get that win. And right now, Twisted Minds just seem unstoppable in terms of their acumen, their firing capability. They look like they are in a training game, not in a actual matchup in a playoffs bracket right now. So hopefully Ulf Esports can bring that same kind of energy to this second map. But that's up for you right now, and I'm going to throw it over to Pavlos and Winter to cast it for you.
Twisted Minds, time and time again, have said, don't underestimate us. And they've done so again in the first map against Ulf. Now they go on to their own map pick. But there are reasons for concern, aren't there? Some, I mean, recently, you know, this map hasn't been that consistent for them.
Yeah, it's been here and there. Successes and not so successful runs as well when you're looking at an overtime loss against Mouse, a couple of losses regionally against teams like Ultimate, but they've been on an uptick since they've come over towards Challengers EMEA. But the same thing that Twisted Minds have struggled with is the entries. And sure, they're good at fighting back, but Exit down for the count already. And what a shot.
Indeed. That is the best way to get things going right here for SOP. Zimmo, though, has similar luck on the other side of the map for Twisted Minds. Echo in Cubby. They didn't really understand he could be in a position like this. Still thinks Jesse, but the fight back is there. Twisted Minds have the spike to their disposal. They've got 3 players ready, looking to group them up together and likely continue with their C pursuit.
The issue is SOP is still over towards this plat position, has a good deep angle with the Sheriff as well. Might be easy pickings, especially on Jesse, and if we can hit a couple of headshots, but look how much damage is being done.
One more shot to Jesse and he's dead. On the move, SOP is unstoppable. A force to simply be reckoned with. San finally puts end to his shenanigans. But you could also see Aldaz not really moving away, knowing that reinforcements could arrive quick from Neki, and the fact that Aldaz is just toying around with him builds just enough time for Neki to appear, and will have all the time in the world to line up his shots. Ulf gets away with round number 1, or bow down to SOP.
I feel like we need to see this in like super slow-mo.
Oh, replay operator, face cap, delivers.
Happy birthday, face cat.
One enemy remaining.
That's brilliant, isn't it? We get to see all the shots SOP that connect.
No more.
Oh, there you go. How about that? Okay, so best start possible here for Ulf. Okay, we've got a technical pause, but it gives us some time to talk about what are the winning conditions for each of the teams, right? Twisted Minds, we saw a lot of performance come across from them, and the most maps they were able to secure were off of extremely brilliant plays from Exit. When he's feeling it, when he's playing in the positions he likes to play, when he's got an operator in his hands, when he's getting these entries, that's when things tend to usually go well. However, the last time Twisted Minds played on Haven against Mouse, Exit was nowhere to be found, right? He was not really having the best time, not really connecting with the kills he would have liked. And I feel like that's one of the key reasons why we're a little bit unaware whether Twisted Minds can hit the spot here.
I will say, there in that game against Mouse, not many people were hitting this shot. It was a Bippo show the entire way through. He had like something like 30-something kills or nearing that.
Was the score.
Yeah, you can't. What are you supposed to do against that? Because no one was able to shut him down. And the fact that even from the side of the Mouse camp, it's not as if they were all having a good game. It wasn't towards an OT victory for them. But eventually, Twisted Minds were able to come out with the win in the series. So it was more about the longevity of how Twisted Minds played throughout from start to finish. And that's something that we look over towards Sant as well, because he was one of the more consistent players in the group stage coming through from Challengers EMEA. Same goes for regionally. But Exit, it's just got the wow factor, you have to admit, in some of the games that he's been having, similar how we make the comparison with SOP.
Indeed. And if you look on the winning conditions for the other side, right, Ulf overall, I mean, you've got to be worried about their buy rounds as well. And they, you know, winning the pistol is ideal, obviously, sets them up in the right direction. But, I mean, turn your minds back to when they played against Joblife, for example. Sure, they'd lost both pistols, but as soon as they got guns on board, they would just go on unbeatable sprees. And it's not like they have a weak side either. It's not like they're like, okay, sure, on the attack we're brilliant, but, you know, defense doesn't work, or vice versa. That's not the case for Ulf. I feel like they've got nice game plans, solid approaches for each side that you provide. So there's a big argument to why Ulf could be getting away with a win here, getting a switch up between map picks of these two teams.
Yeah, it's not a bad map for either of the teams. I just want to see Twisted Minds actually get a couple of entries though. Because even in the last map, it was a 13-6 victory, and yet they only got something like 8 or 9 first bloods. And yeah, it's still up. Really? It's still up there, but like when we saw what a 9-3 half come through in favor of Twisted Minds, a lot of those rounds they were going down into a 4v5 very early on. So my main thing is for Twisted Minds, if they can have a similar sort of recovery in their 4v5s, 3v5s, or even 2v4s that we've seen not only in Lotus, but also in a couple of matches we've casted of them already. I just want to see what they can do when they actually end up winning out on those first bloods more often than not. But that's also going to be something they're going to struggle with, I think, when you have players like Sop on the server and Odaz, who've been very consistent across the board at getting those entry kills.
Indeed. It's an interesting one, for sure. The dynamic and where both of these teams kind of rely on the way they approach the game, and these entry kills have been a massive asset for Twisted Minds. And sure, we talked a lot about Exit, but, you know, at the start of the group stage as well, Sand was one of those players that really popped off, right? He was topping the charts when it came to a lot of those statistics, kill participations, ACS and all that. Always a prevalent aspect to it, and I feel like it's kind of a Sand and Exit taking it in turns in various moments, to the one to be like boosting up the team when it comes to that fragging capability. But yeah, either way, currently it feels like there's going to be a prolonged technical pause, and production is telling me that we might have to throw this one to a break. So folks, stay tuned, have the tab open, have the sound open. We'll be soon as quick as we can. So yeah, stay tuned for that, but we'll be back, and until then, go get yourself a refill.
not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn. Alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me.
All right, issues resolved. It looked like there was a slight internet net issue going on with Ulf, and it's all fixed now, and we're ready to rumble on the second round of the second map in this series between Ulf and Twisted Minds. Again, for anyone that's joining, this is Challengers EMEA playoffs. Now, the victor of this goes to the upper bracket finals, the loser to the lower bracket for the final chance. Quick movements coming in from the pistol side. The attackers have taken a lot of B-side control, but Ulf seems to have massive weapon advantage as it's the second round, and they won the pistol. Therefore, this one should be short-lived as well.
Okay, nothing going to affect the momentum of Ulf coming into this one, even if Twisted Minds want to disrupt the momentum by having a fast hit through on towards B. But like I said, the weapons disadvantage of Twisted Minds isn't going to necessarily help them in that gambit. But a conversion nonetheless for Ulf, and a couple of weapons carried in towards this one, and even an investment coming in from Neki.
Stop their breach at all costs.
All right. Twisted Minds, time to show what they've got. Buy round available to them. Let's see if they're able to get things going in the right direction from the get-go. The first bloods you wanted to see, Salah.
Yeah, I will commend Twisted Minds for being so successful in regards to fighting back from those 4v5s, or even having those instant trades after losing the first bloods. We're definitely helping their gambit towards closing this out in a 2-0 fashion.
It slightly looks like the cleanest from the three available. Just a single defender, Neki, and he's quite far back as well. So if Twisted Minds slowly figure out how empty the site is, this could be a fairly simple take.
But it's starting to redivert their attentions. Although hiding from the recon bolt over towards long means that Ulf aren't necessarily going to be rotating too soon over towards A. So information on the remaining players of Twisted Minds of where they're teeing up to hit, and it's a slow, silent crawl up short.
Push out. They're in. That's what you need. Ulf. You're probably going to have to wait for both Echo and Sop to arrive. That shock dart is doing so much. Zimo, barely any health left on him now. In for the push though. Ulf looking to pull the trigger. Echo with first blood of the approach. Oh, the reveal. But Jesse keeps his teammates alive. That's incredible. The shot closes up the gap though. X is still alive and he's connecting with these headshots. Jesse though, not much left on him. So Sop is able to clean up. Triple kill with the Marshall. Body shot is all that's required by the end. Probably looking for the upgrade before he fully diffuses. And indeed, we'll end up giving Ulf a third round here. That's ridiculous.
I think that shot was through the smoke as well. Looking for the replay, obviously.
Last player
It's pandemonium as they come out onto site. A nasty shot from exit, and yeah, it was a redirecting shot from Sop over towards shorts.
This goes here.
Jesse didn't even have a chance in towards that 1v1.
This is a nice spot.
And a bonus round conversion for all 3 upgrades for Sop. And an invested into an outlaw, knowing the money situation of Twisted Minds. Fortunately for them, is majority of the players are going to be avoiding it. But Sam, the one that has to come up face to face.
Silent on the most part. Sop realizes where one of them are. Drops back. And he's got assistance of Neki nearby if he needs him, but that's not where Twisted Minds are opting to move. It's the B site they're looking to take. Fabian, the Grand Interrupter, doesn't let Secret through exit. I respect that effort. And it gives enough space for the plant, and with Zimmo catching out some rotations, this is doable.
Yeah, now with this plant as well, mollies for the spike. They even have nano swarms on their way in. There's a lot for Twisted Minds to work with, even a paranoia if they want to fight forward.
Well, they've used most of the damaging utility for now. One more nano swim left for Zimmo, and the paranoia to deter the vision. Sop looks behind, it's the right timing for it. And Jesse realizes he needs to close up the gap a little bit because that Stinger will only have more success there. It's still being diffused though. It's being stuck with. One shot needs to land, and he's just off it. Oh no, so close for Twisted Minds to stay afloat there. But Neki finds a final kill. The diffuser stays alive, and that's 4 in a row for the Turkish roster.
That has to be millimeters. Look at it. How does that not connect? But now he just in the matrix in towards that smoke, avoiding every single shot coming his way. Comes out on single digit health, but it's a round nonetheless. They at least avoid the thrifty round coming in from Twisted Minds, but at least it was a competitive one.
Alright, Twisted Minds actually twisting up the pace a lot here. Aldous gets caught at the top, and Neki was damaged enough for the Hunter's Fury to shut down his life. But it's not like Ulf were unprepared for this push. They already had 3 players available, and now they have another 3 capable of shutting this down before it even commences. Exit, great hold, and the lockdown is expended just in case Fabian fancies any ideas. Indeed he does, and it's punished. And with that lockdown dropping, a safe plant comes underway for Twisted Minds.
You don't want to count Sop out of this. They know where he's coming from, but if he's given an opportunity, both of these players are separated.
I like Zimmer's angle. Beautiful. And there's no way Sop is going to read it, therefore it's a clean headshot to the side of the head, ripping Sop's ear to pieces. And Twisted Minds, with that, find the first round of the map.
That is a great ultimate coming in. The Hunter's Fury does so much damage, collects a couple as well.
This goes here.
And just a space creating ult, or a space securing one for Zimmo, making sure they have enough comfort to get that spike going down. But also, they had all the players in the right places. They had numbers on their side. The only issue is it was the ultimate from Secret to disrupt it all.
Talk about ultimates. Ulf have got full to their exposure this time around. Just the overdrive's missing.
Got a fair few ultimates. Can't deny that one. But they start to, again, make a slow creep, slow clear. Utilising this Viper's wall. You're looking towards Zimmo to see what he can do on towards mid. Catch a couple of players, find out what positions Alpha taking up.
You know he's the lurk though, so you're not really paying too much attention to what this position looks like. You either take the gamble of a C positioning or A, and I think they've made the wrong call, but the fact that Echo's here, that's not too bad a result. You've delayed them with the trips, damaged up with the Hunter's Fury. The plant is permitted, but 5v5 retake isn't bad.
There's still a trip over towards site though, so this could get messy. It doesn't seem like anyone's near, especially with Exit playing close towards this smoke. Is going to be tagged out by the drone.
Shortcut.
3 players playing out on short. Exit on site, looking to join them. So that's 4 players in a very similar position. Rolling Thunder, this could change everything here for Ulf. It's caught so many of these players, and they're looking to capitalize upon it by closing up the distance, but there's so many smokes that you don't really want to be crossing because you don't have that information. Sand on the side. Spike no longer diffused as Sikri's able to find the spam shot through the box. Zimmo, that's a brilliant connection. And Twisted Minds are just connecting their shots cleanly for this. Ulf didn't have a chance.
And it felt so well planned out from Ulf, not only with the Rolling Thunder coming in for the retake, but have a look in the stun that went down over towards short, caught everyone that was hiding from the Rolling Thunder, which meant the scale up back into sight was delayed. But the only issue is players on long weren't affected. The recon coming out from Sikri meant that they didn't have to peek out of the smokes. They could just spam away, then sit down into the comfortable positions in both long and short and wait for the fights to be brought to them. Just come out on top in the gunfights.
There are a lot of aimers on this server right now, from both sides. So Scrappy Jaws wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to happen. That's a decent stun. There's a stun in counter action from the Neon. The Aftershock is limiting the positioning of some of these Twisted Minds players, but they're still capable of pushing nevertheless. Echo! How about that? If Avian was able to convert another, 1v1 would have been scary.
But look at where Neki is coming in on the flank. He's going to be able to recover a rifle, and I don't know if they're going to be ready for this, especially with no ultimate or utility from Zimmo.
They've got the spike, so they kind of sense something like this is up.
Spike planted. 1 enemy remaining.
Oh, the out drone, but it's a little bit delayed because Zimmo gets caught. Drone in counter action. Sikri plays the silent game and avoids being tagged. In Neki goes, and the headshot lands. 1v2 clutch by Neki. Ample time to defuse. A little bit of BM to know who's boss at the end as well. But that's going to be a 5th round, an interrupted to Twisted Minds pace that was slowly being created. So the streak of rounds for the attacking side comes to an end.
Yeah, and it's off the back of the Sheriff, man. Looking towards Sop initially on the aggression down towards main. But look at this. Watch the couple of shots Echo was able to chain together, which makes it believable because it also meant with the push out that Neki was making down from garage and towards mid on the flank, he was able to pick up a rifle, then isolate the kill onto Zimmer in the back of the head, and then just playing Sikri in the 1v1. Bunch of Sova utility expended and comes out on top.
Timeout. I don't mind this from them. As soon as they kind of drop the ball a little bit, want to make sure that everything is cleared and kind of prohibit their minds from going rampant, right? Because after this, after losing against an eco, you want to make sure that your head is in the right space. So taking the time to do that is important in a moment like this. And ultimates are coming alive, right? You're 1 off the Hunter's Fury, 1 off of the Viper's Pit, so potential plan being relayed also.
I mean, it also makes sense for them to time out here because looking at the money, it might come into question whether they're able to reinvest going into towards the next. So they want to get a handle on towards the situation before it starts to spiral out of control. Especially knowing that they're already 5-2 down on the attacking sides. Sure, they have a double controller setup. You want to get at least a competitive half, maybe try and get her up to 5.
Exit gets first blood, but Aldas has got an Arthur of his own. There's 2 players that have found impact from Ulf in mid so far, and Twisted Minds with Sikri's pick have actually kept them in the game. Jesse to square things up. And like I said, I don't mind this game falling under scrappy situations because it's getting entertaining.
But this is where now it comes into question, off the back of the timeout, how Twisted Minds play into these late round situations, because in the one previous wasn't necessarily ideal, didn't get a handle on towards where the Ulf players were coming from, specifically Neki, and now there's so much time left to work with because of how scrappy and early these fights are coming down. They can just wait, and that's exactly what both of these teams are doing.
Yeah, but if you're Twisted Minds though, you can't wait the longest, can you? You're the one that has to go for the spike plant.
I mean, with Odas and Echo both sat up over towards A recon or shift walk out towards B. It's not necessarily going to be the worst, but oh, they're going
30
into
seconds
the
For a moment
A
there, I
lane.
was with you. I thought they were going A.
remaining.
But Sikri knows where the second player is also now. Paranoia lands on Jesse's head, but Sikri unaffected throughout it. Clean shooting from the Twisted Minds players to keep them in the game at that. They were trailing behind massively with the mid-explosion from Aldaz.
Yeah, I thought they were just going to start running into A then, honestly, with the quick pickup in speed. But instead, they go for the plant over towards B. And yeah, Sikri just taking that round into his own hands, into a corner where just Ulf didn't necessarily expect a Twisted Mind player to sneak into.
Exa might be in trouble. No, he's got plenty of friends around.
Ooh.
Just pure intuition for Jesse.
Yeah, but now they have to worry about short.
And this is when the worry comes to life. Aldaz finding the upper ground, but Exa switches guns. Just swaps. So fast.
Okay, that's a little bit of a cleanup in the aggression they had over towards A. Echo might go unnoticed, especially if he can hide from this owl drone, which I don't think he'll be afforded the luxury of. And look at this answer in utility.
There's so much thrown at him. No risks taken for Twisted Minds. There's no need to do that. And they're likely to be up to close up this gap here, Summer. We're in for a treat. Close game. Neki. He's got a Vandal. But he doesn't have a life anymore. Exit is just making this one look easy.
And I know it was against more of a half buy and to see what Ulf could do with the lesser weapons, a couple of sheriffs, but you can't underestimate or understate the value that Exit can have when he has it round. Because of how clean off the back of a couple of entries he was able to get and the continuation into sight.
Who needs what?
I will be their nightmare.
See if he can keep it up against the rifles, because there is a reinvestment coming out. Swap on the Marshall, but he has the overdrive to bolster up his weaponry.
Ooh, Sikri, double kill. That's massive for Twisted Minds. And this was Ulf's buy round instantly, no longer having a say in the matter. They're just bolting towards this A site. It's clear, sure, there's Cypher utility around, Cam broken, but little by little, they should be able to win this by war of attrition at least.
Yeah, have to be careful with these trips though as they come out, because you have a couple of players ready to capitalize off it, both in CT and in Heaven.
And as soon as they find a corpse, then Echo will be able to use Neural Theft, and that gets dangerous, but Sand is able to spray in Fabian's approximate direction and get some shots across. Echo makes it dangerous, and Neki more so. Paranoid has to drop back. And both Twisted Minds players looking at the exact same direction, but from two different angles to make things a little bit more spicy for Neki. 5-5 is the score. Ulf's demanding lead at the beginning of this round has completely been depleted.
Where is it with these mid-fires? Because it's 3 rounds back to back that's just not necessarily being decided by the initial mid-fight, but heavily influenced by it, right? Even in round 8, when we saw the 2v2 clutch come in favor of Twisted Minds, it was off the back of losing the initial mid-fight. Round 9, sure, it was Nico, and then 10, a double kill from Sikri. And still, Ulf want to put their hat in towards the ring. They know how impactful these mid-fights, and especially if you win them out, can be. But again, it's Sikri with another entry in the same position.
Take flight.
Sometimes it feels like it's a bit of a gift, isn't it, for Twisted Minds? If you just wait, Ulf will eventually appear in your monitors without even having to move from your initial positions.
Well, at least not move very far.
True.
Both these teams very willing to fight early on and towards the rounds. But this time, they go a bit silent after the initial kill.
Zimo did hear Fabian's fault line being initialized over to the A site, so he's paying attention to that flank. For good reason too. Fabian is starting to move forwards, and Zimo's got his number. Dialed in, called up, and tucked to bed.
Yeah, and it's a perfect adjustment as well, knowing the alarm bot just went down over towards C, a quick cleanup, not allowing any sort of scale up from Echo coming from that side of the map. Now, sure, there's 2 players left. They have armor, have a couple sheriffs, but I don't think that matters to Exit or Jesse.
X is just dancing around. He's trying to be a distraction. He will end up going down with the ship, but Twisted Minds gain the lead. And it's crazy how they were able to change the tempo like this.
And it's also regaining control realistically of the half, because we were looking at it, of it being a 5-2 scoreline after a 4-round straight from the side of Ulf at the very beginning of this match. And even now coming into a Ulf timeout, knowing the difference between letting Twisted Minds get up onto 7, knowing that they'd be going on towards the defensive half with a double controller setup, it's going to be difficult. And also, I don't necessarily want the 4-0, 5-2 lead to turn into a lead for Twisted Minds.
No, they absolutely do not. Oh boy, this is called the Observer's Nightmare and an Analyst's Dream. 9 ultimates available, and with Fabian getting 1 ult orb, it can actually be 10 ultimates. This could be very chaotic. It's very, very quick.
And it's literally the last round of the half as well, so it's sort of, you gotta use it or you're not gonna be able to, right? It's the only chance you're gonna get to get these on the board and make it a little bit interesting going into this one. How are they gonna get used? Are we gonna see some crazy fakes with Zemo's ultimate as well coming on towards the attacking side, with the lockdown being able to push and pull? And especially with Fabian, right? That's one of the main ultimates I'm looking in connection with Necky's as well, in regards to just stopping the spike, stopping site hits as well, and then looking towards Sop being just a menace on the re-engagements or the pre-takes.
Cool Odin play to get things going. You probably have like a Vandal lying around as well if you need it to switch up after the early round spams.
Enemy mark.
You can't afford to do that after all. Hunter Fury though off the rip here for Necky. This is the first ultimate that we're seeing. And there's one in retaliation as well. Necky uses his to jump into the ground, but it's Sop with first blood with his exit outside of Garage.
But it's traded back. There's an answer back and an equalization. Sop and Zim off the board. Only 4 remaining. And again, looking towards Ulf with the... Looking towards Fabian with that Rolling Thunder can be super disruptful as it comes over towards 8. Also, Sand has a Viper's Pit.
Yeah, that's scary, isn't it?
This could be interesting.
Thing
He's
is,
able to get up onto site.
3 out of the 4 Ulf players have got Phantoms, so I don't think they mind spraying any less than Twisted Minds do. Aldaz has to go down with a ship here. Viper's Pit used instantly. Rolling Thunder as well. Where's the catch-up? That's a brilliant piece of a paranoia. Jesse repositions just on time. The TP comes out, and Fabian now has got a bit of an answer. Stun out, but you haven't found Jesse just yet. You haven't quite realized that he's going all the way around you, and the reveal will seal the deal. Twisted Minds are absolutely mental at the latter end of this first half. Ridiculous setups, ridiculous takes, and they've had control ever since that 6th round. 7-5 as a score. Can Ulf stay in the game?
Last player standing.
Variable. Ultimate is ready.
And
equal terms, kinda, just 2 rounds of difference entering the second half. Twisted Minds now on defensive duties. Can Ulf elevate their play now that they're on the attack?
Hey, I mean, you say equal terms, you definitely have to be favouring Twisted Minds coming into this one just based off the streak they were able to connect towards the tail end. It was very much a lot of work that went into the stabilisation of not only the scoreline, also how the match was transpiring. Down towards their defensive gambit with this Viper wall over towards mid, it starts making things tricky. Alpha ahead.
Favian leading the charge. But he also leads the charge in terms of frags. Zimmo didn't even get to see what was approaching. Turns out it's a storm. And the B site takeover is on. And Ulf aren't just happy with the B site control. They want to take it a step further. Go into a connector. Deep position from Aldaz. Continuing his spree. Sure, Exit is able to read the back line, but that stun is going to be brutal. Avoids most of it, but takes a lot of damage in the process. Jesse is alone. Oof, that is a great pistol to get and a confidence builder because that was clean.
And that's also both pistols for Ulf coming into this map, especially after the streak they were able to put towards the start. You're looking towards a little bit of a build-up or at least a stop of the momentum that Twisted Minds were able to collect. Now instead trying to make that pendulum swing back in their favor.
Recalling my out of charges. Turn out. Keep it cool.
Okay, so heavy investment. Fabian and Odas both going in for the rifles. 2 phantoms available.
They're doing it because of a potential recon poke.
Nah, I don't know. No, they would just do that for fun of it.
Yeah, let's play hide and seek in the smoke, shall we?
But sticking behind this turret, they're breaking it, but there's a little bit of
These are
reinforcements available. There's a 4v4, but the difference in weaponry is significant.
Oh yeah, you could say that again. I love that they heard commotion. They were like, we're just gonna spray in this approximate direction. Just don't approach. But yeah, with all that information given and with Sop able to clear so much ground by himself, A-Site is just a clean decision to make. We might see some aggression as well from Ulf. Don't let them settle in and see them fall to a spike explosion. Min-max this round as much as possible. Get these orbs. Stop wondering if there's a push up in heaven, but that stun is brilliant. Catches 2, and Echo's there to clean up. A couple of Marshall no-scopes should do the job. Necky's the only one to fall for Ulf that round.
That's exactly what you want. Sure, it's not necessarily the Phantoms doing most of the work, it's the Marshall, but clean nonetheless. And this is what we're talking about streaks that Ulf can put on the board off the back of a pistol win. It was a 4-0 start for them. And now with full rifles across the board, this is just a gun round.
I'm out of here.
Maybe this is where Twisted Minds can show up. Again, Ulf on a map like this can switch up their tempo from second to second. They've got Favian to support these efforts and Sop that can sprint into your screen without a heartbeat notice. This time, though, gets called. Sand with first blood.
They're still puffing their chest up over towards C because Necky with that drone. Oh, Exit, I think he's gone unnoticed. The timing, but does clear it.
And the stun is there. Exit. Whoa. That was explosive. How about that? Favian knows he's got a lot on his plate now, and Exit says, you can't do it. That is brilliant. Toying with him as well, just taking a deeper angle, taking his time to connect with a headshot. Quad piece for Exit. And I'm telling you, Summer, if Exit is feeling as confident as this, Ulf need to be worried.
I don't even know what to say. It's just a one-man army over towards the A site. Worried about who's going to get timing done with the sneaky pathway of Echo underneath him, and instead it's just an opportunity. It's the start of a highlight reel package really for Exit. But
Yes.
Even though it was full rifles across the boards, it's going to be the exact same coming into this one for Ulf because of how strong the second buy round was. But Sop off the board already, and that's an entry kill for Twisted Minds. Happy to see that for them.
Deeper positioning from Echo. Echo not really wanting to go in on his opponent's terms. The stun doesn't quite connect though, so Echo readjusts, and it's equilibrium once again, 4 versus 4, and you can tell Sixry does not want to stick around and find out.
Yeah, on back of the Neuro Theft as well, it meant they were able to scale it very quickly over towards long, deal with Jesse towards backside, same goes for Sikri, and it's just a 1v1v1 that they're being offered up, and well, Ulf are gonna be happy with those engagements, and all going in favor of this Turkish side. You don't want to we talk about them being the Turkish aimers or demons who don't necessarily want to peak with how quickly some of these players can go down, and I'm just showing exactly why in this round.
I'll tell you what, if there was a moment for Ulf to start winning, this is it, right? Because you were in danger of potentially dropping into economy recession, right? You were probably going to be playing pistols the next round, and then Twisted Minds could have been at 9-7, make that 10-7 after that. So it was approaching scary territory. But no, they don't allow their opponents to settle in onto the defensive side, get comfortable with how things are rolling.
It does make sense though that they're taking a timeout now for the side of Twisted Minds. Round 16 wasn't competitive at all. Realistically, if you want to be honest, from the side of Ulf, just steamrolled their way on towards that A site, and like I said, a lot of those engagements being individual 1v1s, being not only isolated by Ulf, which they did very well with utility, but also at the same time being offered up from Twisted Minds, so wanting to get maybe a handle on towards that early on before it spirals into something it's not. Especially now making conversations about what to invest coming in towards this one. Conversation about investing towards rifles. Sand making the sacrifice of going on towards this Guardian, making sure Exit is fully equipped with a Vandal. I'm just surprised Ulf haven't brought out an Outlaw.
Yeah, that's fair. But Ulf, again, cut noise completely. Not moving, not budging. Just like we said, capable of switching out that momentum at any point in time.
It could be they also don't necessarily know the decision that Twisted Mind's gone into this with, to force up or to go for half by an eco, which you could see something aggressive, especially off the back of possibly an ult from Exit, the overdrive available.
Whoa.
Oh.
Using the Owl drone as a bait is brutal. And getting Exit out of the equation, that's even better for Ulf.
But they haven't necessarily rotated in to fill this gap over towards A. Instead, they tend to go for this mid-peak, spotted out by the camera, so at least that's a little bit of information, but you're looking at Jesse, what can he do over towards long?
And he's not checked. And he gets 2. Maybe even 3, because he's got the paranoia to throw in as well. The stun pops up, but why does that even matter? Jesse tries to switch up the placement. Sop moves in. That's a quad piece, nearly saves the day. Goodness me. Holy moly. This round had no right to get to a 1-player remaining status.
Spike down.
What? Okay, so Zimmer gets 1, Jesse gets 2, even 3 on towards long. Sop's stun scaring Nefi in towards the deep peak. But Sop then just decides to take everything to his own shoulders, but unaware that Sam's already towards backside. And denies an ace, denies a collection, and now we're back into what we were expecting from both these teams. These back-to-back rounds. Back and forth, not necessarily either team establishing real control. But Ulf has managed... Yeah, they've managed to find a lot of space though. Off the back of a little bit of util and sending Sop all the way down.
I like this play. Breaking the trip is going to make Ulf wonder and scratch their heads. What's going on behind us? Is there going to be a push? Is he dropping back? They just don't know. Question marks, and that's big.
And it might pull them into wanting to re-clear it out, because we know how impactful we saw what Jesse being towards the cubby on C-Long. If they start to go for the re-aggression there or redirection of where they want to end up. But at the same time, you still have Sop and also Echo over towards this position that's going to try to punish.
Turret just gets cleared over in C, so Twisted Minds know there's a potential crunch here. You don't want to overcommit though, because there's silence after that, and Twisted Minds might have just moved too many of their pieces.
And Echo can hear Exit running away, so they have the information in the back of mind that rotates aren't necessarily
30 seconds left.
clustering up the C site, but back in charge, back ready. There's 4 people here.
Oh man, although spent too much time and Twisted Minds are here. Rolling Thunder comes out and Sop is looking to see if any of those Rolling Thunder victims can get caught. Never mind, Exit finds a headshot. Don't know even if he saw his opponent there. Never mind though, Exit goes in and suddenly Ulfa are in trouble because they need to get the spike down. What Twisted Minds wanted to do is interrupt them from doing that, but they're starting to lose players left and right, and Ulf will have it. Twisted Minds overcooking the play.
Wait, I want to know how Echo got up there. Did he get hit by the ultimate?
Probably.
Because he was up on top of the box as a Cypher. Like, why would you expect a Cypher up there? Like, in what world, okay? But either way, coming into that, Ulf playing with the clock, Twisted Minds wanting to take advantage of it being so low, but instead offer up very quickly the kills in favor of Ulf, especially towards those hell fights. Short, unconventional positioning from Echo. Oh, hang on.
A freebie for Jesse. And Twisted Minds just show how to play mid-aggression.
And that's straight down mid, straight down mid. They know exactly where the rest of these Ulf players are going. There's an upgrade for weapons as well for one of these players.
Huge.
Opportunity to stop this spike and even possibly pick up a kill.
Oh, and a second tag lands for Sikray. So that's 2 picks off the back of Hunter's Fury. Sop under trouble as he's exposed to the toxins, but 2 points of health will be enough for him to survive. Sikray. Oh, shock dart. Could do a bit.
Spike planted. One enemy
But chip damage away at Sop and it's enough.
Deploying drone.
Smoke lands. Our drone reveals. You don't have bullets on the Vandal, bringing out the classic, but it's not going to be enough damage, even though it's a dink. Out does Last Man Standing.
You almost felt like he had a better chance of hitting the 1-tap with the 1 bullet he had left in his Vandal, but instead wants to capitalize off on an unexpected swing. The classic just isn't it. Really hoping he was lower HP than he was, but instead Odas clutches it out, and that's back-to-back rounds now, ending the back and forth we saw between Twisted Minds, at least for now, because it's double digits for Ulf. Ooh, that's a lot of information. At least on whereabouts of Zemo, knowing that the alarm bot's down towards garage.
I know exactly where you are.
Interesting. How do Twisted Minds read into this though? Because you've kind of left Jesse to fend for himself. Nearly TP's away and has timing to readjust on the shot, but Sikray is in the fight and commits with a double kill. Shock dart to soften up Neki a little bit, but can you read Aldous' angle? I think that's the scary one.
And especially with the Aldrin coming out towards garage, you're gonna know of Neki's position, but that's something they already had idea about. You're just hoping this recon's gonna be able to reveal Odas. Exit has been able to upgrade, but it's downgrade to a Vandal.
Smoke will fade and this could get scary. Both players have got guns out.
Who's done
Exit
both?
clean to wipe them off the floor. Sikray didn't even need to be there in that exchange. The defuse, plenty of time to just get that one on. And double digits for both sides. This game is really not going anywhere.
Yeah, you started to see Ulf pull away, split away from the pack of the back-to-back rounds, equalizer in the league. Only the 1 round difference, and now tied up 10 all. Not the money of Ulf. I feel like this meant a lot more to them than it did towards Twisted Minds. Keeping the operator out for Exit. A couple of ults now online as well. You're looking towards Zemo on those retakes.
How do you go about this now?
Yeah, Ulf need to make this as costly as possible, especially looking at Echo having a hero Vandal. It's a gamble.
Oh, that's on Hero Vandal duties as well.
Here.
Nanoswarm available and could be popped at any moment in time, but it's broken before there's a chance for that to happen. Just chip damage. Jesse drops into the smoke, and that's to the surprise of many of these players because they're confused. They wanted to pre-fire him, but then Zimmo appears and looks to create nightmares in Alta's heads. They'll try and enter towards C, and Twisted Minds might let them, but they're okay with it because they've got double the amount of players available to this take.
Yeah, but the only issue is that Exit's going to be slightly late for this retake, and if Ulf get proactive, especially over towards CT, Favian with the Bucky could do a lot of damage.
That's true. That could get scary. No flash, just the recon. 2-kit picks for Fabian. Is that enough? No, it is not, because Zimmo lines both Fabian and Echo up. Oh, these are getting costly. These are getting close, but Twisted Minds finding the lead here is huge for them. All from the next buy round, though. You know, anything could still happen.
Yeah, I want to see what Echo's able to field, because when I was talking about the Hero Vandal, it was more of he went down to 0 credits to be able to field that. Everyone else having reserved cash to come into this one, so rebuy, and I'm just worried he's going to be down, down onto a Sheriff. You're not necessarily too concerned about it being Echo on the Sheriff, right? Because one, like, Sheriff shots are absolutely insane from this Turkish side, but also you're looking more towards Sop and Fabian to be those entry factors. We're on the attacking side. Maybe they want to go for something grouped up. Use Fabian's ultimate, the Rolling Thunder. Same goes if you can get Sop's ultimate online, then you can drop a weapon over towards Echo. But they need maybe wanting to favor something fast and punchy, because at the moment, Twisted Minds have been relatively successful in not only slowing down their approach, whether that's through B, through Garage into C, but also getting kills on the way as well, so that when it does eventually come down to the retake, even if Fabian can get 2 with the Bucky, there's still another 2 more players to deal with, because they're in such a numbers advantage coming into those retakes.
No margin for error for Ulf, really. Losing this back into the doldrums, economically at least, and lower bracket awaits. Tough one, really tough. But this is where diamonds are made.
Dealt with the utility over towards Garage, now a little bit of a back off, but the only issue is they know that no one has crossed. Exit also had the cross with the operator, but Zimmo's also there to have a little bit of a confirmation. Looking at Jesse over towards A could be a nice little off angle to catch some of the off players off guard, especially with the Aldrin being utilized early on. We saw Exit on this angle. Yeah, highlight, get a 4K.
Yeah, we did.
That's might have an opportunity as well. It's in one way.
It is. He can spot out a foot and he can spray continuously onto the rest. It's just damage though. Just the 1 pick. Fabian at 5 points of health. That's the most that has been dealt from the other players, and Shock Dart could do so much. But it's only going to be landing onto Neki in his attempt to plant recon to the back of the site. Is a Hunter's Fury going to be used because of it? Not quite yet from Sikri, being patient as a lockdown is going to be used. They're looking to push in, but the Rolling Thunder in retaliation. Only Zimmo is able to avoid it. Exit, looking to drop back in. You've got the numbers here, but Ulf still seem deemed in a great position to handle this. Hunter's Fury, you found Aldaz. Now turning your attention into hell. And you've already found another. Neki's 27 points of health, so it's an easy collection there from Exit. Shop under dire straits. The entire Twisted Minds roster running after him. They don't know where he is just yet. God, no, very confused. But the margin for error is there with 4 players alive, 12 on the board, 1 remaining to wrap the series up.
Oh my gosh, the case of making it a 1v4. Nobody cleared the left corner. Nobody was looking. The replay of Sop here. I saw it on its way. Maybe a phantom in his hand and it connects. Yeah. And honestly, they're just lucky that the spike plant wasn't closest to short, because he might have just been able to get rid of the spike planter. But now coming into round 23, Twisted Minds on the verge of closing this out, and Exit's just having a field day.
He's enjoying life right now. He's high on oxygen. It's ridiculous. And the win conditions coming alive for Twisted Minds for this one. Ulf, the youngsters, the new Turkish kids on the block. They've taken Twisted Minds through their paces, but they need that extra mile on this with 3 players remaining.
That's what you're talking about. The win condition for Twisted Mind. Exit. He's still alive. It's 5v3, but looking at Ulf, what do they have to work with?
Not looking in the right direction, but Zizmo is Neki clean. Find. That flash, perfect. Toxic screen drop, Echo finds a pick. This is not impossible for Ulf, especially with the plant.
And especially with how well we saw these two play in the clutch before. It was a 4v2, bringing it down to a 1v2, but less players now for Twisted Minds to work with, and an exploration of Neki in towards spawn.
Here we go.
Overdrive. Exit. Wanting to tally up the numbers. Secret approaching from long. Oh, that's crazy from Fabian. Neki wins his fight. Down to exit. 2 in pocket. 2 left for the quad piece on the clutch. Raycon making it more tough. On the spike to bait out the opening. Oh, for one this. There's no way exit can recover this. Neki even reads where exit lands, albeit the fast pace of a Neon. How does Ulf hold on there?
It was the flash. It all started from the flash from Fabian. The kill coming in from Neki over towards Garage. Oh, look at this. Oh, that's absolutely disgusting. Even in the slowdown, it still feels too quick, that flick. Yeah, this flash coming out, isolating the kill on towards Jesse. Sure, Echo gets one, and it's just an immediate response in the trade. Off the back of Neki's exploration in towards spawn. And again, similar success for exit. That's his angle to work with. And again, another entry, but this time, it's just the one. More players now for Ulf to work with. The sights over towards Garage, over towards C.
Ooh, that is a brilliant pick for Echo to get. And he might just get away with another. Sam needs to be careful that he hasn't had the most successful of maps today.
Enemy tagged.
So not quite comfortable to take these 1v1s. Not that you really should. Shocked up to find that extra chip damage, but there's just too many Ulf players around. Sand gets caught from another angle. This is destined for overtime. Unless Zimmo and Exit can save the day for Twisted Minds.
And even off the back of the neural theft, they know exactly where these players are running from.
You found the first. You might as well clean up. Exit won't go down without a fight, which is respectable, but an aftershock will put an end to you. What on earth are we witnessing? Overtime on the cards, all still in the fight, not wanting to give up on their upper bracket run.
One enemy remaining.
Aye. Twisted Minds just letting it slip towards the end, especially after back-to-back entries. You almost feel like Exit had done enough for himself.
You better time out after that.
Yeah. This makes so much sense because one, round 24 should never have happened. Round 23 should have been the end of this match. On paper, you get a double entry so early on in towards the round. It's a 5v3, and yet all find a way. They found the cracks, the gaps in the defense, and are able to exploit it in towards the post plan.
In one's Ascension journey, someone will be tested like this. You will get tested, whether that's from Ulf's POV, where comeback is necessary to keep your hopes alive in a tournament, or from Twisted Minds POV, where you're struggling and your opponents have tempo and you can't close out the game. These are very real situations they're getting to grips with against strong competition at the top of EMEA. And this is one of the biggest stages to do it.
And that's what we're talking about in the sense of not only do Twisted Minds have a lot of support staff behind them, but also the experience. This is where you really need it to show. They were talking about in the pregame, Jesse alone, one player of Twisted Minds, has more experience in officials in number of matches than the whole of Ulf Esports players combined. So this is where you're really looking towards, after the timeout, seeing what the coaches have to say, but also pulling on the experience of the players that you have on the Twisted Minds sides.
I mean, take Fabian, for example. This is his first year in Challengers, first experience in organized play, and he's playing in Challengers EMEA.
A lot of real chip damage being done over towards Echo. Just puffing up the chest over towards Garage, making it uncomfortable for the Ulf players, and you can see the rotations that have come over. But off the back of having 2 players holding down towards long, they're happy to put this here.
Pulls the trigger, but Exit's weave in and out is enough to make the decision that C is not the end target. We also saw for a moment that Exit was sticking around, but will not be the case any longer.
But do they go back over towards C, especially after getting that kill on towards top? You still have Jesse over towards long. Now the operator's done and dealt with, or at least they thought, but it's been passed over towards Echo. But C site is no longer the angle being held.
No, it's just way too risky to have an operator set up all by himself in this position. And Twisted Minds, it feels like they know it. So they'll take over the backside. Exit, not even posturing with his weapon out. Neki finds 2, and suddenly Ulf might even have a chance.
Spike plant.
They have space, they have time to set up into a post-plant position. You're sending a couple of nanoswords over on towards the spike. Zimmo taking safety over towards long. You're looking at delay from Sand and Jesse over towards site, but they have no utility. It has to be done based off weaponry.
But Fabian has a couple of flashes, but the dry peek comes through. Sand there for the deliverance, and Zimmo is all that is left. Smoke fades, so he can play around this. It's Aldaz under pressure. He's the one that needs to defuse the spike. Put Smoke out on the spike, Shorty in hand. Zimmo faking he's playing long, but instead he's up close and personal. Kiss to the cheek. That's the end of that. And Twisted Minds with yet another chance to put this series on their back.
Oh, and it feels like as soon as we get into overtime, you see a lot more of these hero play moments, knowing you just need 1 round. It doesn't matter if you go down eventually, but if you can get the advantage in favor of your team. You can see Neki going out of that garage mode, getting 2, disrupting the spike plan. But 2's not enough, and it feels like Twisted Minds now are on the verge. Because this is back on towards the side that realistically they should have won in the first place on. And now off the back of Ulf Esports timeout, they'll have their own opportunity to talk through what they want to do on their attacking gambit. But also remember, Twisted Minds coaches are still going to have an opportunity to talk. They're going to have the same time afforded to them. And it's just going to be a reminder that this is their game to lose in regards to the rounds that they've had, the hero plays we've been seeing coming from Exit. And it's just a highlight reel for him at the moment. But also an important round. It doesn't matter what's happened throughout this game entirely, because some players aren't necessarily having the best game, but it doesn't matter in overtime. It's round by round, and that's what they need to remember for the side of Twisted Minds. But it's the same story for Ulf. They just need 1, and they can reset for the drawing board.
That's so true. So damn true. Ulf look decided here. They're going for a direct A hit. Sikri gets spotted by the Owl drone. Has to drop back. Jesse on a higher level. Gets caught. Echo with first blood. And Twisted Minds under a bit of trouble. Sikri has to walk back. And it's with numbers deficit that Twisted Minds need to come back here.
And it's going to be a retake with an operator for Exit. Not the best weapon to do so, but if you can get a couple of search kills once the smoke fades.
Usually Twisted Minds would be decent on the retakes when it comes to ultimates that they have available, but now it's just the guns. Sand, first blood, Echo wider position. Not affected by the stun though, looking for the player in heaven. Sikri, what a shot! No way you're permitted that. But Twisted Minds coming in with waves, take a step back to take 2 steps forward. Sikri with a superhero landing shot connects, but it's not over till Aldaz said so. That's a double by the end, and Ulf hang about.
And coming back into the retake, everything was going in their way, but as soon as it comes to clearing towards hell, this is weird. Twisted Minds have struggled with in regulation, and seemingly continuing that over in towards overtime as well.
1 enemy remaining.
Aldaz, holy moly, he's got his team on his back right now. What was that?
Yeah, just straight nasty.
Shadows traveling.
Now they're back to explorations over towards mid. For an early smoke coming out from Aldaz. Hang on. This fight's going across the other side of the map, but Exit has a reply. Aldaz is still stuck in towards this corner and continuing to stick around to fight.
Yeah, no, he's making this one scary, especially with Exit down to 21 points of health. You don't really want to be playing in that 1v1 for long. And Sop having the angle in mid makes this one even more treacherous. Exit could be the sacrificial lamb, but instead it's Sikri that gets connected upon, and Sop can go in for another bite. Smoked off for now. Waiting to pull the trigger, but Exit is good on the waiting game. Zemo also finding an alternative access to this B site, breaking Garage Trip, and that will make Echo drop back a little further. Spike plant permitted, cross in from Exit, yet another one from Sop. This is all round for the taking. And this could mean that they're the next team that have a potential of shutting down Haven for themselves. And indeed, it looks like a more real possibility. Second by second, Sop connects the third kill for him in the round. And Ulf now have turned the tables. They're the one to beat.
We've seen Twisted Minds have their opportunities. 3 rounds to close out this map. 3 opportunities that Ulf were able to capitalize on for continued play. Now it's their turn to have an opportunity to close out this map, force Ascent, because it is on the cards because of how close these teams feel that they've been inseparable, especially towards the end, in overtime as well. Seems both teams love going for these mid fights, and again, flash out. Not going to find anyone home, but they might find some people over towards A with that camera.
San's the only one defending B. Oh, no, you can feel the pressure. This could really go either way, and all the players know it. One misstep, one misclick, one miss, and everything could go wrong. Oh, think better of the Garage continuance. Instead, just take that space, create question marks for Twisted Minds, and drop back completely.
But the thing for Twisted Minds is they spotted Oddaz leaving, so they can have a little bit more comfort playing further back on towards the A site and maybe putting more numbers towards B or C, especially with utility cycling that smoke out to help out with Sand in this position.
That's not bad timing on the smoke either. As soon as Ulf looked to flick through. But as the smoke will fade, again, Sand looks to be in a difficult spot. Gets away with one. Make that 2. A decent effort as of so far. Not over till it's over, though. This is Ulf we're talking about. And Fabian wants to take a few steps forwards. He doesn't really have any reinforcements. He doesn't have a flash available that he could help himself to this meal, but there's just so much chaos around him. He is stunned up as well, and Aftershock to delay the push, so he keeps himself afloat for now, but his rest of the team have lost their plot on the other end. Twisted Minds, the comeback is still there for them. This game is yet to be decided, and a 3rd round of OT is required to determine this.
Turn out.
I just love to see that Sand is getting his chance to have his highlight rounds right. It's been a struggle for him, but like I said, coming into overtime, it doesn't matter what happened in regulation as long as you can show up in those rounds coming. And the crucial double entry for Sand, making sure they're not able to get any sort of comfort on towards that B site. You saw Favia wanting to fight forward, but so much utility from both Jesse the Paranoia. Same goes for the stun from Exit, neutralizing that push. And like you said, it's back on the cards now for Twisted Minds, but it's an equalization, so same goes for Ulf.
Really could go either way.
Awkward timing.
That's
but many players out backside.
Yeah, you've realized the presence. Sand doesn't care though. He's feeling really strong from the previous round and his ego peeking in. I don't think Ulf expected that. And for that reason, they lose their players. Most of them at least. Twisted Minds, 4 versus 2. You can't go wrong with this. Sure, you've got Echo and Sop available. Sure, both players are excellent, but you might be asking a little bit too much, or are you? Twisted Minds.
That's the first one.
Not giving them the fight.
Gotta go.
Sop sort of hoping that's the case. Switches over to Vandal though. As he knows there's multiple he needs to deal with. Echo, just the one. Sikri though is there to hold his ground. Twisted Minds. This is their 3rd chance to shut down the game. Can they do it? Or will Ulf keep things running for yet another time?
Yeah, Ulf really want to force out another overtime, right? They want to make it towards Haven.
Placing swarm grenade.
I'm just thinking, this is just the upper bracket semi-final. This is just for a position to go into the upper bracket final. It's not any means an exit for either of these two teams in towards this playoffs. And yet, it's still banging matches and fights towards mid. Oh, this is aggressive from Jesse.
Ooh, it's very aggressive, but Aldaz is able to trade it back up. You don't expect Zimmer to be there. He's able to clean up. How does this even happen? It's trading so awkward. Damage onto Favian, but the cross into C is simple. You can just walk in. And Twisted Minds are nowhere near to this. They're going to have to take some time to rotate. Look at this push. Neki is ready.
And the shot dot doesn't land at his feet, but it's a little bit of chip damage. But now, for the side of Twisted Minds, you know you've corralled the Ulf players in towards their site.
I mean, if you're Ulf, you've got the players you'd want to be here for now. A stun could cycle up for Favian, a smoke could cycle up for Aldaz, the recon is available for Neki.
But is the clear of the recon a misnomer for them towards backside? And Favian stands tall, still low, but it doesn't matter. He is 18 HP and he's still able to connect the shots. Another overtime forced by Ulf, and another opportunity for them in towards this map. But for the side of Twisted Minds, another chance squandered. That's 4 opportunities for them to close out this map that they've faltered on.
Yeah, that's 4 for Twisted Minds, 1 for Ulf. It's starting to rack up. At some point, one will slip, right? One will have to make a mistake. Or one can have a player that does brilliant things. And both teams have got players that can do that, which is crazy.
It doesn't even necessarily have to be a mistake. It could just be a hero moment from any player on the server. 10 opportunities really for that to be shown. Now going into Ulf's defensive half, Sop has this operator out. Gonna have so much information over towards C-Long that there's no presence from Twisted Minds there. The only thing that's been shown from them is pressure towards mid, trying to destroy some sort of utility, but the only thing is, everything from Echo's over towards A. This is also a really committed position, actually, coming in from Echo. Sure, he's calling in some support from Neki to try and destroy his recon.
But it also could be unexpected. Exit reads it. And Echo is no more. First blood for Twisted Minds, so they continue the effort into the A side. They could easily just say no, but here comes Jesse with a TP. Spray down coming in. That's chip damage, but not quite enough to picks. But Sikri comes alive, and so does Sand. Wait a second. It's deja vu again. Twisted Minds have a 5th opportunity to shut this down.
5th time lucky, the Twisted Minds players are hoping. And honestly, the resurgence from Sand is absolutely on time as well for the side of Mana Squad. Now, this is where they had early successes in regards to entries in towards the rounds or good positioning. It was also where they squandered some late round, mid rounding situations, especially with Exit now with the operator out, posted up towards short.
Whoa. First blood for Sop. And if that says anything, equalization opportunities for Ulf. Belief in the heart.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Spotted him.
Ulf go for round 2. Exit, that's a deep angle to have. Flashed off the angle, but still alive and breathing.
The thing is, they can't necessarily call for a massive rotation because so much time is available. Still a minute left on the clock.
Exit going in for another. This is cheeky. This is sneaky. Gets away with one and now has a stun. Wants to go in for more. Goes in for the scoping, but overzealous. Sop will punish. Sure, Sop is low, but Twisted Minds need to do a little bit extra. Recon available. Can you capitalize upon it? Jumping into the smoke, Jesse, that was a Hail Mary. It doesn't go to plan. Echo having Heaven under control. And with everyone around, impossible for Zimmo to breach. Here we go again. Yeah, Exit felt hot there. Exit felt, he got the pick. Ultimately not the right decision, was it?
I mean, it's easy to criticize when you know the outcome. After the fact, sure, Exit might be having a whale of a time. Only at 32 frags topping the server. This is aggressive. Ready with some support from Fabian over towards B, but peeking out, destroying Sima's utility.
B could be the target here. Very likely, especially with the Owl drone going so deep. And Exit following through with it. Smoked off for now. Fabian point blank position though, that can get scary real quick, but there's a change of attention into Garage wanting to clear it. Zimmo pre-fires the corner, Neki. That just doesn't feel fair. Fabian on the other hand returns the favor, but the fight back from Sikre allows for Twisted Minds to maintain the advantage. Doesn't matter though, because Echo is delivered with 3. Twisted Minds turn their backs, and Echo uses a cross in the double doors to keep this one alive.
I have the spike.
Now you're looking towards Sand. Spiking hand, sure. Information about Echo's last known whereabouts.
30 seconds
Feels
left.
a little bit too much to ask in this situation. This is what I'm talking about. It doesn't necessarily have to be a crucial mistake, but more of a hero play round. Echo taking the greatest timing, and no one from Twisted Minds even considering the possibility. Sand left to consider what he can do in this clutch, and instead it's a peeking towards 2.
Yeah. In a moment like that, it's you don't only rely on skill, you rely on a little bit of luck. And this time around for Twisted Minds, luck isn't quite there. On the other hand, this is their second opportunity to wrap this one up. Question is, can they secure it? Is this it? But looking at this one again, that is just a brilliant exit from doors from Echo.
But it's also a massive oversight if you really think about it. Knowing you don't necessarily have any control, knowing that the turret was broken early on by someone from Garage, you haven't necessarily fought through that. Echo taking advantage of the gap being left. He puts his team in pole position to be able to close this out, and Sop on the attack with the operator.
Oh dear. This is how the previous round started. With Sop getting first blood. Exit knows there's a weight of the world on his shoulders, really. You never know what's going to happen on Ascent. You want to take matters to your own hands right here, right now. He's walking into Sop's crosshairs. Or is he? Standing his ground until he is not.
Gotta go.
Yeah, enough of that. Too much pressure on that movement. But there's another pressure point going in double doors. Aldous wins the fight. Sand gets caught. All for 2 picks to nothing. 3 picks to nothing.
There's something there to work with. Exit gets the kill on towards Echo, who was lurking out towards A, but still, prime opportunity for Off to close this out. Oh my god, Fabian.
Jesse, he was hoping he could have waited a little bit longer to find a second player, but he's just given his team an in. Further TP, so Aldous, high possibility that he is on higher ground, but this makes it treacherous because his crossfire is going to be tough to adjust from. Pinging, considering where he could be. Exit not looking in the direction that was pinged. Oh no, TP out from Jesse. He's got the belief. Not much time, and Sop on the angle. Ulf is there. Ascent is required. This map is going the full 3.
Oh, and it just feels like we were robbed of even more overtime at that point with how close and indistinguishable some of these teams are and how close the rounds got. But yeah, from the side of Ulf, you have to commend the mental resilience to fight back through, what, 5 or 6 match points where they were in the deficit just to force out a 3rd map. And from the side of Twisted Minds, definitely going to be taking a breather and thinking what went wrong and how to address those difficulties to close out and look towards map 3 as a victory.
Oh boy. Oh boy, a lot to think about and a lot you probably don't want to be thinking about if you're Twisted Minds here. But indeed, a third map is required. Throwing this one over to the analysts. It's not like they have few maps to break down.
Yeah, we've got quite a lot of map to break down, I think, on that one. I mean, I don't even remember what happened at the start of that map. Like, the first 5 rounds have been pushed out of my memory by the last 5 there. But look, I mean, you might want to get comfy, guys. You might want to grab a nice hot drink. Get your blankie up on your PC setup or whatever. You maybe bring the phone into bed or whatever, because we're gonna go for a little longer here. We got a third map between these two, and honestly, the way they're both playing, it just looks like it's gonna keep going forever. Like, neither of them want to give an inch.
Yeah, I mean, where do we even begin? Let's take a look at the 2 players up top there. Exit, incredible performance, as we've already seen from him multiple times. So I love that Echo absolutely popped off with the Cypher. That was round 33 as well. That was crucial push throughout the garage, finding those 3 kills and actually finding the match point for Ulf Esports. And I'm gonna be honest, I think for Twisted Minds, if they were able to close out this map, that would have been great for them. To me, what makes a good team into a great team is being able to close out those kind of matches, and they had multiple chances. I think their best chance was already at round 23 when they had a 5 versus 3 situation. Then even at round 24 when Exit had an entry again for them, but not quite enough in the end. I mean, for something, sir, we got to see a lot of great Valorant, and I think we're gonna see that in Ascent as well.
Hey, I mean, look, the first series we had today, it was 13-5, and then 1 overtime, and then 13-5 again. So, look, one can only hope. One sleepy person who loves their bed can only hope. But look, I'm glad we're getting to see some really good Valorant, though, because I think, you know, we've had a lot of one-sided games in the group stage, and as we've got in towards the playoffs, we hoped that there would be a lot more kind of, you know, big contests going on, and our first game today, 2 very one-sided maps, which we didn't really expect. So going into this one, hopefully we can really get a very, very good time going between these two, because we expected these two to be really, really difficult to pick a winner out of, and it seems like it's going to be that way. We'll head to a third map just after this short break, guys.
And
Motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep once on a time, who can't fight, it's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to...
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA Stage 3. We got one more map for you. We have one more map for you, and then you can go get some food, go to bed. God knows I haven't got any food or any bed right now, but that's absolutely fine because we are being fed by Banger Valorant, right? And it is Ascent last between these two teams, which I hoped would have an amazing matchup, and here we are. Twisted Minds take map 113-6, and we thought that was just going to be about it, right? We went into Haven and we were like, you know, Twisted Minds, yeah, they've kind of been off and on when it comes to Haven, but if they can keep up that fire that they had in map 1, they should be able to dispatch of Ulf relatively simply, but Ulf fought tooth and nail for every single round, and that's why we got 6 overtimes, and that's why we are where we are now, and I cannot wait for Ascent.
Yeah, and that match, it wasn't only a battle between Sop and Exit, or maybe Echo and Exit. That battle was between Andreas and Vlad as well. And when you go into Ascent, I think those coaches will come incredibly important for these teams. Taking those timeouts, we already saw multiple timeouts in that match. Almost all of them used. I think all but one used in that regular game time. But Ascent, I think it's going to be interesting. Twisted Minds, they haven't played a single Ascent in the interregional stage in Challenges EMEA. They have only played this map in their own regional events. So to me, that already speaks volumes. Twisted Minds, whose maybe mental has been cracked a little bit after that tough loss in Haven, can they actually come back up and find that first victory in their first debut map of Ascent in Challenges EMEA? Obviously, it's been decent for them. They've won multiple maps against Ultimates. They lost one, but they kind of switched around their composition. So it's gonna be really interesting to see whether they're gonna stick with the Chamber, and that is exactly what they do. Chamber is coming out for Sand. Exit, obviously going for Yoru. I would love to see Sand more on the server. He was kind of struggling on that previous map. Obviously coming online in the overtime, but regular time Sand was struggling, and that is not useful for him.
Well, if there's any agent that you're going to come online on, I reckon it is going to be a Chamber, right? The pseudo-duelist for the team alongside the Yoru of Exit here. And yeah, it's a slightly off-meta composition. We've seen it from them before, but it's been a little while, right? It's been a little while since they played this map, and that is just due to the interesting map veto that we had a couple hours ago, right? They got rid of Bind, Ulf Esports, and that made Twisted Minds have to dig a little bit deeper into their map pool for these vetoes here. So I am interested to see how this will turn out for them. I think yeah, Twisted Minds, the thing is, if they could have got that second map done, and they definitely could have got that second map done, it would have been much easier for them than it is now, because I do think that this is going to have started to take a toll on them, right? It's a long second map there, and just not being able to close it out time and time again, it's going to have it's going to have a mental effect. That's the problem. And this late into the series, on a map that you haven't played for a little while, it's a little bit of an unknown for you. You're playing against a team that is solid here. it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, and you're playing against a team that has already gone all the way through the Ascent and actually won this as a decider against Job Life. So Ulf Esports, they definitely have the experience on this map to close it out.
All right, guys, let's get going. Final map of the day for you, and I'm going to throw it over to Pavlos and Winter to get it done.
Thank you, lads. Do you know what they say about Ascent, Summer?
No, what do they say about
Ascent is very much a Turkish team's map. And indeed, right now, after what Ulf had shown in the second map, taking it all the way through multiple iterations over time, I don't know, but it just feels like the stars are aligning for a Turkish Ulf Ascent here. Unless Twisted Minds have anything to say about it.
I mean, it looks like it's teeing up for a very fast mid-round. Pop flash coming in from Fabian can be a little bit disruptive towards Twisted Minds if they want to fight through Link.
So far, just taking their sweet time with it.
And you can even see Odas holding the paranoia as well.
Oh yeah. We're ready for the crunch. He can hear the commotion and throws it just to greet the clone in time. There is a jump in from exit, but Twisted Minds get the best out of that exchange, overwhelming the mid players, and now into the B side they go, and that's clear.
They get everything from that exchange, right? You get a triple kill. Sure, you have a sacrificial lamb in exit, but nobody's near. You also have the Vice wall as well for any exit out towards Garage, but Echo's managed to pick one up.
I'll tell you what, when Aldous and Echo are still available in the round, you can never count them out. Oh, especially when moments like this, Sand. Oh, he's really struggling with that one, and his opponent has found the higher ground. Echo finds the headshot. Oh, no. It's happening again. The chaos of Haven continues into Ascent.
4v2, and they managed to walk their way through off the back of this engagement that realistically probably should have gone into Assault's favor anyway. Oh, it's not clean, it's not pretty, but for the side of Ulf, on the Turkish side, hey, you gotta be happy with that takeaway after a little bit of a blunder towards mid. And with this new composition, right, that Twisted Minds are coming in with, sure, it's the double sentinel, and you're looking towards Sand to be a difference factor, right, making the sacrifice of pulling the chamber out, copying G2's composition, which they've had, well, incredible success rate. They're currently 100% win rate with this composition over in Americas. But it's whether Twisted Minds can replicate that sort of success, and especially with Sop walking down towards mid. Confirmation on a couple.
He sticks around for the longest of times, by the way. He had ample time to go for the drop back. Oh, right, sure. Martial moments galore as Echo gets a double.
And he also spots everybody out in towards mid with Sop's updrafts.
I will say though, Echo has probably gotten more martial kills unscoped rather than scoped this series. I'm taking a wild guess that we're pretty close to that level.
Add that for Sop with some no-scope operator shots you had in the first mount.
Yeah, sure.
Add that to the count. So, no investment coming through. It's not as if it was a force, not as if Twisted Minds are really hoping to win that. More about damage, but unfortunately none was inflicted. And looking at this buy, it's scary.
It is a little bit scary, isn't it? Having 3 Bulldogs available, 3 players peak simultaneously though for Twisted Minds, not taking any chance. Kind of getting the feel that Ulf wanted to go for that mid-fight. They read the situation nicely and they respond to it even better.
It's Haven all over again. Everything happens towards mid. It's so many early engagements deciding that of the round, but Fabian has another look in towards... Skin of his teeth managed to escape and even flashes himself back out to complete safety.
Aldous pushing as well onto the left-hand extremity. Oh no! Catches Jesse off guard. Gets a double kill. Twisted Minds starting things off again with 2 picks, but now they're on the precipice on falling again, just like they did in round number 1.
Benefit is both the players over towards this A side are incredibly low. But you have to get past a trip, and to do so...
You can't make this up, man. I mean, the spike is left behind quite far away, right? So you need some time to go and pick it up.
Zemo can grab that on his way towards the A site.
Yeah, by the time he approaches, we'll be down to 10, 15 seconds.
30 seconds
Especially if
left.
he keeps on tiptoeing his way forwards.
Yeah, but getting this kill would be everything for Twisted Minds.
Oh, okay, Zemo cleans that up. No biggie. But all for now have the information of where their opponents are coming from, which site is going to be the hit. They've shut down Cat.
10 seconds
Fabian
left.
having to break the wall here. 8 seconds and the spike will be planted. Echo on the chase. He connected on Sick Ray already. Here comes the neural theft. You know where Zemo is hiding, in within the cage. Echo connects another headshot. And history indeed repeats itself, with Echo and Fabian saving the day on a round where Twisted Minds had a 2-player advantage.
And it's also repeating what we saw in a Haven. Ulf had a 4-round lead. They stopped any sort of immediate response from Twisted Minds, and there's so much damage being done, so many kills going in favor of the attackers in the initial gambit out towards mid. You almost felt like it was a formality for them to close it out, knowing how low Fabian and Ordaz both were. It didn't seem to mess up. I'll fight the way through, low HP or not. It's rounds collected. A fast eco round play, hopefully acting over towards B for the side of Twisted Minds.
Might be a bit of a change of pace as well for them. No, it's just a poke and prod, get the orb, clear out garage, make Ulf wonder for a little while longer. You know what would be mad? If Twisted Minds find their way on the board with just the guns that they have available to them now. I feel like that would be wild. It would add an extra layer to this map and add to the insanity, because I feel we're getting to that level.
I mean, a lot of information for the side of Ulf to work with, knowing that there's nothing reaching A, so they can set up and own it towards CT, but hang on. You might be right about this.
It's not over, is it? Oh. Not like this. Vandals found, spike planted, 4v3.
But on the pistol, it was a 4v2, so Ulf have more players to work with now and better weaponry. Knowing Sand is only 2 HP is an easy collection for Sok.
At least there's that. You've got... Well, you don't. You've only got a flash here from Fabian. I could allow this cross. So gliding from the skies. Still gets a lot of damage in, but it's Alders that drops in because of his teammates' distraction. They're just looking for the spike now as they look to defuse it, but the job is done nevertheless. And the crisis does not follow through by Twisted Minds.
Repetition of Haven, it almost feels flawless start so far for Ulf, and really, honestly, it's just off the back of coming into these retakes a couple of times now. Maybe not necessarily retakes over towards side, but the refights that they had over towards mid in round number 3 that eventually ended up in a 2v2 retake on the A site. But everything bar the second round where there was zero investment from Twisted Minds, and everything's been a post plan, everything's been a retake, and a lot of the times Twisted Minds supposedly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I feel like everything has gone astray ever since Twisted Minds have kind of let off move into this more chaotic style of play, right? A lot of poking and prodding, a lot of duels mid-round, skirmishes, I feel like is the right way to call it. But when you look back at Lotus, when you look at the start of Haven, Twisted Minds seem to have like a very slow, methodical play, kind of played in regards to information that was handed over from Ulf and the aggression that they showed. But that no longer is the case. They have no longer that control. So maybe this timeout is an effort to restore that, well, to restore the control, essentially.
There are different win conditions though for Twisted Minds coming into this one. Off the back of the timeout, sure, it's the reinvestment into rifles, but looking towards Sand, having that operator out early and wanting to search for anything he can get over towards B main. But we can see on the map, he's not going to get anything. Hang on.
Exit will.
I think they tried to capitalize on the fake TP. Aita sent over towards mid and instead ends up offering his life up to the Euro player towards top mid, who relatively have been having a quiet start to this game, being shut down very early on by the off players. Now calling for reinforcements towards this A site hit. They're going to have to be careful with these trips. Sikri still has a shock dart online with 2 trips to deal with. Hope he can hit the right spot to collect both. Or even just the one at the start would be enough.
Still guarded out. Its aim is to make this an easier site to take. Still other cages though, and can be fired upon. Echo looking to move out. Outers, he had a position he was hiding in where he popped out from. But because Echo can't trade his life, it's not favorable. But now it could be. Sop holds down the fort. And there's nothing that can be done against him. Even if he draws out the pistol, he would be favorable in this fight. 20 seconds and 6 points of health for Sand. But Sand gets there quicker. Headshot landing from the operator. Say hello to Twisted Mind's first round in the game.
Yeah, off the back of this mispositioning punish, you come to look at the operator coming in for the retake. It's the shorty you fail. Would have been favored, only 6 points of health. But Sand had an answer back finally with this operator proving its worth. And yeah, a round on the board. Exactly what Twisted Mind wanted. Better late than never.
Here. First blood from Echo on the Sheriff. Sure, buddy. Sure. Exit, though, doing his own thing. Audaz flying under the radar. Exit doesn't know.
And if they start to walk up, Audaz wants to take the peek and he gets punished for it. Thought they weren't going to come back into his line of sight. Weren't going to push in towards A. Oh, Echo hears this. Sure, it's been smoked off, but the cross still needs to happen.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, just to peek out through the smoke, and both players are ready, actually. So this makes things even easier for Twisted Minds here. Slowly but surely, regaining a grasp of the game. I'm going to make this one an easy affair. It started to get scary when Ulf got the first 4 without any retaliation, but the second buy for Twisted Minds did the trick.
Revealing area.
And they haven't stopped since, although that was just last round, so not that big of a difference. Naki, last player standing, he does get chipped a little bit. He's hoping that he could get away with shutting any of these lives, but Twisted Minds just avoid him completely, go all the way to the other spawn, make sure that they don't hand any freebies to Neki, and make sure also that their rifles see the light of day the next round.
Yeah, that's the main thing, right? You want to keep your rifles alive, keep the operator as well in the hands of Jesse, so he can pass that back over towards Sands. And a lovely ace towards the end for exit. Sure. The last one was not very impactful. He was on the way out, but still, a couple of rounds now for Twisted Mind on the board. This little combination was really nice. It just, unfortunately, Fabian not able to do too much then off the back of it. Same goes for Audaz. But now it's reinvestments. Sop has this operator back out. We saw the head-to-head between Sand, but he's getting multi-kills, but Sand that comes out on top. Might be in for another one.
Oh, Sop, instead of dropping back, holds his line a little bit longer after knowing there's a dimensional drift in play. Exit, moves out, shorty in hand. Sop there to trade it. How did that unfold so quick? Still, Hunter's Fury in retaliation from across the map. Sop isn't getting challenged anymore because Twisted Minds are out of there.
Yeah, the Hunter's Fury just stops any sort of aggression out of main, but they can't, because they can't risk forcing the damage in towards Neki's line of fire. Oh, now a little bit of a reset. Dealing with the trip over towards mids, and now again, Sand looking for some scale up. If you can catch a player off guard on the search. It's a reset from Twisted Minds back in towards main.
Lotus dropping back. This is such a great hold from Ulf. What a brilliant
30
read.
seconds left.
They have no flashes to get this operator off the angle.
And Echo even has an off angle to play with as well. Doesn't matter though. Zimmo says no. Still though, it's not over till Sop gets tested. And Aldaz moves in while their opponents are distracted. Jesse, a really tough situation, but Aldaz is fully under control. Pro, that was impressive.
Yeah, great sort of push and pull in regards to the attentions each player wants to grab and being able to benefit off a lack of attention placed over towards lane for us. Same goes for Sop though previously in the round when he was able to connect the kill onto an exit popping out of his ultimate. Still a dangerous buy though coming in from Twisted Minds. You still have sand on that operator. Instead it's the tour de force. Equally as good, if not better. Just don't necessarily have the rest of the ultimates to work with. It's a very expensive round for Twisted Minds in the last. And to not convert it.
Walk back. More like a dart back. But Twisted Minds heavy mid control here. Ulf aren't really pressuring it. They don't feel the need. It's just a heavy B hold. And in case of an A site hit, it's probably just a retake.
Oh, I didn't even know if Zimmo spotted either. Sop being so close up with his Vandal. At least Will with the flash.
And with Sop positioning so far forwards, the rest of the squad is happy to take up mid and BNA more defensively, but Zimmo gets the 1v1 and suddenly B-site is not as safe as it once was, a little bit more exposed. Echo could be in trouble, indeed the wallbanks connect. Neki goes and checked, gets two to make things more malleable, but it's not over because Fabian self-assists himself with an underground flash, gets through onto the site, and now there to defend. Aldaz taking up his teammate's previous position, but it's rough, it's messy, and Jesse will just prevail. And now Twisted Minds leave the B site entirely.
Yeah, and plenty of time to get over towards A, and it doesn't even matter. It's straight into the crosses of Sitcrate. And for that to be the answer back that Twisted Minds getting towards that round.
Last player standing.
Oh, it's not pretty. It's always difficult to shoot people aren't you looking to. There might have been a way for Twisted Minds back into this.
Revealing area.
But I don't feel like they have a steady hold of the game just yet. We haven't entered that position. Fabian? Jumping up on the ledge to not be on direct crosshair placement for exit, and it does work out because the first shot hit was not a headshot from his opponent. Neki closes up. Ulf just, whenever they're given an inch, they'll just take it a gazillion miles. They just break out in mid and overwhelm whenever they get given the chance. It's not over, is it? Zimmer has a 1v2 potential.
But he has to cross both of the lines of sight to get towards the spike.
And it's a high-low, one of the toughest ones to deal with. So Ulf have got that one cleaned up. So yeah, not Twisted Minds' opportunity to close up the gap.
I said it was an opportunity, like the door was left open,
Sure,
it's just they didn't walk through the door.
No, they had that door
Slammed
close
in
up.
their face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a broken nose now, and
Yeah. Last player standing.
I mean, it's coming down to the fights over towards mid. Sure, it's the 1-for-1 over towards short, but it's the refight in from the rest of the elf players. Ready and waiting to fight. Threatening a quick play over towards mid with that flash, but no one's going with it, especially with Sop posted up over towards 8. Which, smoke being afforded by Jesse just to get some sort of position up in towards main. a little bit more uncomfortable. I mean, it's nothing crazy, right?
No.
They're just poking and prodding. Zimmer consistently being over towards this B site. Zane goes for Sand over towards the 8s. These two Sentinels are looking to be the extremities. Now the collection. You're hoping to get these flashes from Exit or the arrow from Sikri to get Stop off this angle.
And this illustrated from the observing team. A very dangerous operator on the receiving end of this, potentially. Still Garden comes in right on time. But maybe not, because Sop has a chance to shoot at the operator. Jesse has the answer, but it's a 1-for-1, and Ulf seem to have a lot of players nearby. But if you want to go for this retake, you wait for Echo, but Neki doesn't. Neither does Aldous! This fight never stops. Aldous needs to be careful because Sikri is looking for the optimal position here, breaks the cam, but also takes a tag, so Echo could spray upon him. 13 seconds. You need to focus on getting the spike down. Now Fabian gets given a chance to close into short, but Jesse denies him the opportunity to do that. Echo in a real tough spot. They know where he's coming from, but that cam gives him the information available. Paranoia goes a little bit wide, but the simultaneous swing is too much to handle. Twisted Minds come out on top.
I love this smoke that they put down over towards site though, because it's so beneficial to get some sort of flood going in towards the site. But the only issue is it wasn't necessarily ready from the side of Ulfis. Was they didn't have all the pieces in place. Sure, you have door open and putting pressure on that side, but one by one they take out towards heaven. Opportunity for Twisted Minds to capitalize on towards it. And now this back and forth has come back to bite them in the butt. The money is not there for Ulf, and that's why the timer comes through, discussing what their options are, what's been going wrong, and what do they need to fix to make sure they still have a grasp and realistically a lead coming to the end of this half.
It's tough to know what the right call is here, because ultimately Ulf made the right calls, right? I mean, up until the point where they enter the site, sure, and you don't really expect Twisted Minds to be taking fights 1v1, and when they do, that's not a situation that is optimal generally. You wouldn't really win it, but the Twisted Mind players did a great job at staying level-footed. This is a tough one, isn't it? Tough situation. Just a couple rounds remaining in the half where Twisted Minds have a chance to close up this gap. And a 5th round, a very big possibility. No mid-breakaway this time around. Twisted Minds very quick onto the safe side here. Fabian and Echo have got a crossfire. They've done so much. Again, Ulf not slowing down. Wanting to go in for more, but somehow it continues to work. Oh boy. I don't assume there's a rifle that Aldous can pick up anywhere near, right? Surely not. They have to
an
drop.
opportunity to isolate.
Yeah, the Aldrin doesn't give him a chance to have an element of surprise though, so Sikri cleans up. Still a damaging round. Let's not beat around the bush.
Oh, that little mid-engagement. And it's still, again, Jesse realistically saving them with that triple kill towards the site exit, dealing with not only the players in the initial crossfire, but also that of Odaz trying to push out and get something done with that Sheriff.
Yes, this should do. This goes here.
But hey, just sneak around and Classics did a hell of a lot of damage. They want to go for it again.
Sure. If at first you succeed, try again. Because it might work a second time. Exit with first blood. Ulf. When it comes to Ulf, they'll always take fights. They won't go for an organized retake. They'll try and catch you off guard. Neki does it again.
And Odders has managed to TP in towards Wine, so they're going to have to deal with him.
Ooh. Enough damage is done off the sand where Neki is able to clean up with his own Hunter's Fury. So still a close affair. 3v3, oh boy. TP in hell. Neki low. I wonder if you're throwing him in to sacrifice his life. Into site he goes. The flash is good. Zimmo times it nicely. and he's in a great position to shut down the drops. The blades are out, but two very different positions taken up by the Twisted Minds players. And it's equilibrium by the end of the half, 6-6. This could still go anywhere.
Player standing. One enemy remaining. You get.
And
Back at it again here, Challengers EMEA playoffs. Ulf and Twisted Minds are really taking us through our paces, really. 6-6 is a score. And if you look at the previous map, top left of your screens, here's a hint, 18-16 was the previous. So there's not much between these two rosters on their quest to remain in the upper bracket of the playoffs of Challengers EMEA Split 3.
Always fast up short. Oh, it's not expected, Jesse. Sop is in your backlines already.
Yeah, it's a bit tough if you're Twisted Minds, especially when Zeno gets caught here. But Sand holding his ground is a right decision to make. Neki getting a little bit overzealous. We're trying to get some extra chip damage in. Sop knowing he's got to step up to the plate with his teammates running out of life and space. You've got to think about getting the spike down. Fabian under a bit of trouble. But 1 minute on the clock might allow Twisted Minds to reposition.
It also allows them to group up. But the same goes for Ulf and reposition over towards Hal, and Odas is standing tall, collects both remaining players in style, double headshot, and it's Ulf back in the lead.
It is. How about that? Didn't take long. I feel like Ulf have been pretty damn decent on the pistols, haven't they? I mean, on this map in particular, they got both. And, you know, given how Twisted Minds were able to give themselves a boost up towards the latter end of the previous half, it's important to be able to give yourself these advantages.
I'll give you a fact check. Twisted Minds have won 1 pistol this entire series.
I'm glad you checked that, because
yeah, and it was the very first pistol. It was the very first pistol on Lotus. That's the only one Twisted Minds have been able to collect.
Ever since, they've just been looking at things in grayscale.
Yeah, but they have a little bit of a trap play over towards it. I just don't know if Echo's going to fall for it. Sand, though, falls for the lure-in that Ordas was having.
Again, Echo with a no-scope martial shot, by the way. I just want to be pointing these out because we've seen so many. We need a count. No, mate, it's supposed to be no-scope. Ah, misses the plot.
Ooh.
There. Still, though.
Still right foot.
True. You can't ignore it. You've got to give him kudos for that. 8-6, though. Ulf, that's the pistol on the follow-up. Twisted Minds buy around again. Let's see if they can give this a good go. Give off a good run of their money. Run for their money.
Okay, weapons time. And now opportunity for Twisted Minds to capitalize off the string of rounds they were able to get towards the end to make it at least an equal half, but with the pistol and conversion, Alpha starting to take a couple of strides in their lead.
When you said yay weapon time, I thought you were going to start reading your amendment rights. Oh, anyway. Zimmo and Sand both get picks each, and they don't take damage in the process. Are in big trouble. And their players are very isolated from one another as well. The TP away, not risking the chaos. Aldaz is able to double up because he's always capable of 1 or 2, but that's all done and well. Ulf not able to make much work on their bonus round.
Well, it's just a bonus. Now here's the real test. As soon as it's these full rifle rounds, you're looking to see what Twisted Minds can do with this double sentinel setup that they have. Sure, Sand's a kind of sentinel. Chamber is a sentinel technically, but leans more towards the aggressive one. Seems exactly what he wants to do over towards short. Pairing up with exit for mid fights.
Exit, that's brilliant. Out of pocket double kill, and Sikri having a high-low with his teammate Zimmo. That's a clean hold for Twisted Minds. You just don't want to be giving Neki any more advantages. Zimmo realizes his opponent has crossed through, so goes for the chase, spike dropped, and you've got everything under control here.
And that's a hand-delivered spike right in towards the stairs position. It's not going to be easy for Oraz to retrieve. And not only that, in regards to the position of the spike, position of exit over towards spawn. Any cross that's attempted to be made is going to be held full, spotted, flash go out, and reinforcements called.
My ultimate is ready.
Oh, hang
From
on.
the Shadows is available, so there is a world.
We need to get past Jesse. That's the only thing.
Well, he'll get the spike first, but Jesse will not get past. So there you go. Ultimate expended. Doesn't quite go out as a way. You've got to respect the effort though. A for effort. You want to see players go for moments like this, right?
Talking about both Sand and Exit want to go for those mid fights, one with a lot more success than the other. But still, it ends up with Twisted Minds with a numbers advantage and also with control over the round.
Cage trigger.
Now, with back-to-back rifle rounds, realistically for Ulf, having lost those, it puts them into question with Echo's forcing up for a hero rifle. Heavy favoritism for Ulf over towards B, at least in this one. Bomb a couple orbs up onto Favian, which, again, looking at the ultimates for the side of Ulf, there's not really much there. Sure, you have Echoes, but talking about win conditions coming into this round, you were hoping maybe Sop would have had a Blaze Storm up online, be something dangerous that Twisted Minds would have to contend with.
But it's a slow peek now into mid. Trademark will reveal the position of Sop, and it will slow him down as well. It's a dangerous position Sand is holding. Will step a little bit further back, off the back of the rendezvous. Sand holds his own for 2, and Jesse, being a menace in mid, isn't going to let Ulf go down without a fight. But there is an answer back from Favian.
30 seconds
and instantly
left.
with some upgrades, Ulf are very much in the fight.
He also has the null command that can be popped. It's exactly what will happen. But hang on, Jesse's already dealt with it. Not
He's
all
been
that's
so
left
quick
is
to
Neki.
convert. And Neki's going around the world, but Jesse is there just on time. Snappy Jesse. What's it about Jesse in clutches today? Because he's been in so many clutch moments, final situations of each and every round. It's mad that he's there for the squad when he's needed.
Just not even in a position that you could argue that res was available because they've closed in so quickly on towards site. string of rounds not only equalizes but puts Twisted Minds back in the leads.
Launching thorns.
Soft with an operator out. Sand with a tour de force.
B looks a little bit treacherous. Not in numbers, but in the sheer amount of utility available.
Yeah, popping a chamber trap on top of the thorns feels absolutely criminal, especially if it gets to the point where they have to push through, but at least one of those being dealt with the shock darts. On the other hand, you're looking for Sop wanting to try and get some contact peaks with the operator walking towards the angles, hoping he can get an advantage for his team, which is the same exact thing Sand's hoping over towards mid.
I want to know something funny. Sand and Echo are standing very close to each other, comedically close. They could probably smell each other's breath. But
I know exactly.
Echo is able to get out of that on top. Sop as well on the short collapse. Twisted Minds reveal themselves, get a little bit too bored in the corners they were hiding in, and off take full advantage of that A-site takeover, and Twisted Minds have to concede this.
I mean, they can have a look in. They've got enough money. And it's not necessarily something that Ulf are going to be granted.
There.
There's a lot of their players are down under 1,000, right? Twisted Minds, like, everyone can reinvest even in towards the operator. You're looking towards Sand to have enough money to do that. Even if they don't save the one in front of them. They might have an opportunity for an exit on towards Fabian.
Down.
That's what happens. But no saves for Twisted Minds, albeit their effort. Double peek in mid. But to be fair, you don't expect both players to be peeking out in mid. Still though, patience is being tested, I feel, this game. And a lot of these rounds end up being a little bit silly because you feel Twisted Minds have a little bit of control, the game is in stalemate, and then someone moves out of position because there's not much of a reason, to be fair. And when that happens, you will get skill checked. And Ulf did just that.
Well, timeout coming through. It's going to have a series of implications should Ulf start to take the lead, hit double digits first. And this is actually the last time Twisted Minds are going to be afforded coming into this, so lost opportunity for the coaches to really have a say, and that's something that we've praised. I think a lot of the teams coming into the challenge level, we had a really good interview yesterday with one of the coaches on the impact of correctly timed timeouts and what kind of value you can add in the short space of time you're able to communicate with your players. So let's see what kind of impact side of Twisted Minds can have. The coaching staff there have had their say.
So how about this? Ultimates galore. Right hand side. Presence from Ulf. Is rough for mid. You look at the setup for Twisted Minds. Zimmo goes for the peak, gets punished for it straight away. Exit also out of position, gets caught by Sop, and Ulf suddenly 2 players ahead. But instead of moving into the positions they just got the advantages from, they're going into A, which still works. It's just Jesse around. But with a smoke, you're probably second guessing yourself. You've got time to think about this.
Teams Twisted Minds want to put their efforts over in towards B side of Ulf in towards A. Collection of 4. Quiet Gander. Quiet Wonder. There's a pack of 5. They're not going to find out. They're going to find absolutely nothing.
Pack of Ulfs. That is a bad joke, isn't it?
You can tell it's getting late.
That is a terrible joke. But I'm still smiling through it. I'm very proud of it. Even though it's just terrible.
Yeah, that is a that's a questionable one to say, but I mean it's just gonna be a save, man. It's not as if Twisted Minds even entertaining the idea of a retake. rotated over towards B. If it's not B, then that's the end of that.
Here.
Here. Yeah, we just have to wait for the spike to go kaboom. Oof, with this, we'll be in the lead, and that's a scary prospect for Twisted Minds. And remember, if they lose these weapons here, they'll be in a bit of trouble economically. So you can tell there's a lot of focus on trying to keep these rifles alive, and they did get that one across.
That's gotta feel good for them as well. Not only just one, it's important to keep their rifles alive because there's not really much money. For the side of Twisted Minds coming into this, looking towards Sand, not going to be able to field a rifle. I'm sure it doesn't necessarily matter too much for Ulf because they're going to be reinvesting completely into that one, but it at least keeps them in check. Now coming into this one, 4 ultimates available for Twisted Minds, 3 for Ulf. Sand with nothing but the headhunter. Tasked with protecting over towards short when it's been such a common occurrence for Ulf to want to fight through mid. Especially in towards tree.
This game is taking a toll on the players for sure. It's been a rough one, a long one. You're always going to be making mistakes, but in situations like this, it's about the team that makes the least. And currently, Wolf is marginally ahead at that.
I mean, with time dwindling, it starts to put more impact on towards Sick Ray's ultimate.
But Echo's got good timing on this. Jesse stands his feet down. Alders is TP to the back of this B site, and the response from Jesse, Alders, do you stick around? Paranoia misses. But reads his Zimmo's drop and wins the 1v1. He's keeping everyone busy here. And now the rest of the cavalry are approaching. 8 bullets, but that's all you need. And reinforcements arrive through the smoke. Jesse goes. Aldous is quick enough to find the shot. That's incredible. Now that's a statement play from Aldous. Having the confidence, the balls to just simply TP all by himself in a B. You've got 2 players there and waiting, but you 1v1 each of them, and that's how the round finishes. That's crazy.
And they've got to save. They haven't necessarily got the money. Exit needs something to be dropped to him. And facing down the barrel of letting Ulf get closer and closer to map and series point. Less than a 4v2. Gotta be feeling confident. Confidence now just oozing off the Ulf players. And you can see it with the way some of them are playing, and the fact that we have a TP from Honors in towards the back site. Knows Zimmo's alone and decides to just continue fighting. Takes down Jesse as well.
Catch your breath. Not that I need to, of course.
I don't often look at chat, but I just had a sneak peek at it, and yeah. Jack, you're doing great, mate. Brilliant observing. But yeah, this is a real tough one. And imagine how it is for the players, right? Because we've had so many close rounds. Over time, it took a toll on them mentally as well, because you'd had to hold on for so damn long. Twisted Minds, they win this round, and don't let Twisted Minds save. This could be their game. Sop start things off nicely. Brilliant first shot. Paranoia out. A couple of players from the Twisted Minds need to respect this, but instead of chopping back, they want to go the extra mile. Walk ever forward.
Nobody's getting caught by these flashes either, so it's literally just an exchange of flash, paranoia, even now our drones, a little bit more information. They're unable to equalize the loss of Jesse early on.
Next. Sanders brought things back to a 4v4 though. And I wonder if that makes Ulf want to move away from from B rather, and stick to the A plan. Dimensional Drift, you're not seeing anything. Did he spot Sop?
You see Sop for sure. But it's off the back of that, you see no one else. All you see is the lone Jet
left.
holding any sort of re-push from A. It hasn't necessarily meant that they've rotated because they haven't heard anything anywhere else either.
Exit, backside. Still guarding coming through. So the pistols are drawn. This is when Ulf try to move in. 12 seconds. There are so many twisted minds around.
Player standing.
Sikri has put a complete stop to all the madness. Ulf have been throwing in enough rounds in a row to be found.
Nice to kill them.
Twisted minds, hold on, close the gap. This is going to be a close game.
Perfectly timed ultimate as well, coming through from Zemo. The Steel Garden at 20 seconds. Forcing the push in towards the smoke on site. Nothing but classics. Some try avoid it over towards Wine, but too little too late at that point. And now it's this back-to-back streak of rounds. Of the 3 that Ulf were able, Twisted Minds were able to put together, Ulf took a timeout. They then were able to connect 3 of their own. Now Twisted Minds had a bit of an answer back. They maybe left it too late in towards the round. Let Zemo get too much impact off this Steel Garden. The last timeout of either of these teams being used. Only 2 rounds of regulation remaining. 3, sorry.
3, sure. I mean, Ulf only need 2, so it very much could be the case. Let's,
minimum 2, maximum 3.
And then over time, potentially becomes a thing again. And look, I mean, there really isn't much between these two teams, and you can see it in the score sheet as well. 3 rounds for one team, 2 for the other, 3 for the one, 3 for the other. There's not much in it at all. Neither of them can hold on to the tempo long enough to close this one out yet.
The Ulf, though, thankfully avoiding sand at the moment with the operator posted up over towards short, teeing up for a Poppy B split.
Sikri, that's a great out drone. Jesse off the back of it is able to find the first pick. Ulf, and a bit of stress now that they've lost the first play, and I don't think they quite know to what extent this is defended. Simo moves out off the back of the paranoia, gets the pick. That is beautiful. And how do you even take this on? Maybe Fabian's got the answer. Neki's got 1 pick after that as well, but I feel like the damage has already been done. Sand dropping back, operator in hand. You want to save that to the next one. It's a big blue, this. But for Ulf, this is ultimately map and series point. And after what they've been through, what they've been going through, boy, it must feel good to be 1 round away from closing out this series.
Hassan just has to save. Too decisive for Ulf on the execute. Fabian really going above and beyond for his team. The double kill over towards spawn. Hyper important. And then just reading out Zemo from his position backside.
I tell you what though, the buy's not bad. Jesse, Zemo, they've all got cash. You're likely going to be seeing a drop as well. That was where it was intended to go. Fabian, that's the breakaway. That's the moment that you need to look at. What a highlight. A triple kill. That snappy conversion onto 2 different players from 2 different directions, quite frankly. All Ulf need is the one. And the entirety of the Turkish Challengers fan base is looking at this situation right now. Sop with first blood. Oh boy, are people on their seats.
And they want to go aggressive for Sand, keeping this operator, but the smoke off denies any sort of the triple stack they had over towards mid. And Twisted Minds want to find the advantage back somewhere else. Echo might be the one to offer it up, and exactly that. Exit capitalizes on it. And now we're equal. 2 Sentinels taken off the board.
Weird shenanigans from Exit. Of course it's going to be him to bring the upset in.
But now Ulf want to re-clear it. They've got an Aldrin to do so, or they can just let stop search with the operator. They're not going to find anyone just yet. It's a readjustment, reshuffling of the setup. Exit and Jesse managed to go over towards mid, knowing that it's a precarious spot. Something that they've left open, but the timing of this smoke is perfect.
That is brilliant timing. And it's never simple just walking into the site, take it and go to post plant. It never is. Aldrin to reveal the position of 2, tagging the 1, but Ulf are all down to business, wanting to go onto the site. Fabian will be saving the day again. This guy needs a pay rise because he's put both of the previous rounds on his back. Triple for Fabian. This is it. Sikri stuck in between. Pins it in. They had 5 opportunities to take this series home, qualify to the upper bracket finals. But instead, the Turkish representative of Ulf, the youngsters, the new kids on the block are here to disappoint with a reverse sweep that we've never seen before. That was a brilliant show, and Fabian just came alive in the final 2 rounds.
Yeah, and it's not even just in the final 2 rounds, right? You're looking at the entirety of this series. The first map, it was their map pick. They kind of got smashed out of the park. Going into a map where, on towards Haven, they took it to, what, 18-16? So many overtimes, so many hero moments. And now in towards Ascent, we see the similar sort of thing of Fabian's back-to-back multi-kills that really not only secured the round for Ulf, but also the map, the series, and upper bracket finals positioning.
Well, they're twisted minds, and now they're going to have to untwist them. There's a lot of head scratching going on after that one, but they do have an evening to figure it all out as a lower bracket is still in store for them, but they have to be playing up against Mandatory. Still scary, but let's let the analysts break all of this down. Twiggy, MP, over to you.
Man, Pavlos, I wish right now somebody could untwist my mind. I feel like running it under a cold tap after that series. That was absolutely insane from start to finish. I honestly thought we were going to get another 6 overtimes there towards the end of Ascent, but no. A reverse sweep from Ulf, and a well-deserved one. I mean, look, we've always known that Turkey is a strong region, but this is brilliant, right? I think the mental fortitude to be able to come back from that 13-6, bring it through so many overtimes, and then just close it out 13-10 by the end is amazing from this side.
Yeah, incredible performance from Echo, from the whole of Ulf, and how we started this storyline between these 2 teams were the raw experience versus the developing talent. And I kind of wondered whether the wisdom outweighs hunger. At least in this case, it didn't. Ulf absolutely outperformed after that overtime game in Haven. I think they had a brilliant Ascent. I think they were doing a lot of great things. Echo, especially in the attacking side on B main. A lot of the times Echo was pushing, pressuring Twisted Minds in a really tough position. And once again, he was the guy to make a difference in a tough situation, finding multiple entries as well.
All right, guys, we have an interview ready for you with Vlad here, so I'm going to throw it over to Affinity to get that one done.
Thank you so much. And Vlad, a pleasure to be sat here with you again. I promise to keep it quick, because I can imagine, how are you feeling? Tired is probably the word that springs to mind.
Yeah, exhausted right now. GG's to our opponents. They are also in Istanbul, Turkey right now, boot camping. I mean, we didn't think this game would be so long. We're really exhausted after a couple officials back to back, and this hurt the most. But in the end, we won, and we're happy with it. I mean, we're just happy.
I can't imagine finally closing it out. They're so close to another overtime at the end. I can imagine immense relief. But how do you keep the energy up in a series like this? You know, how do you close out a 6th overtime and then know that there's a whole other map? How do you keep the team, you know, ready to go and in the game?
I mean, they know most of the time my players realize what are the conditions that we're losing, and we try to take advantage from our weaknesses. So we turn our weakness into our strong mental, and then one heroic play just enables, activates everyone. You know, this game is like whatever we do, whatever we work in the practice, it all comes up to individual skill as well. And especially for Fabian, I'm happy because he wasn't able to show his potential so far in this tournament. And in the end of the game, he was the one who won us the game. So I'm really happy for him.
And that leads me perfectly on to my next question for you, is you guys are making huge waves, and an unbelievable series here today confirms that. Can you tell us what's the speciality, the signature, and is there more that you haven't shown us yet? Because we've had quick games, we've had long games. Is there any more surprises maybe awaiting for us?
I mean, we are a versatile team. Our adaptability is pretty good, thanks to our last coach as well, From Fire. He made them become adaptable. Guys, beyler. I'm sorry. So when I say we need to change comms, there's no they don't say no to me, you know. It's really easy for me to just come up with something new, and they just work hard to adapt and play the better of it. So in case of different maps, which will be coming, of course, even if we lose, we will be still playing best of 5, and we didn't show some of the maps so far, and that is the easy part for us because we still have remaining maps. People should be scared of, to be honest.
Oh, absolutely. I think everyone is now terrified, and you've shown them what is at risk when they go toe-to-toe with you. But my last question for you is, what does the evening look like? Do you finally get to rest, or is there an even longer preparation, or can you finally get some food and sleep?
We're definitely gonna have some food. It's been like four hours, yeah. And because of Turkish time zone, we start playing at 9 p.m., which is also tiring because we're used to get up at afternoon, like 1 p.m. And we just at some point we just look at each other and start say like, oh god, please, first game. 2 maps, and let's start earlier. That's the 4 days in a row so far. That's what we have been saying to each other. We're just at some point getting tired because of not playing as well. But these are all such nice practices because we already qualify for Ascension. But coming here so far, we need this championship as well.
Yeah, and I think if you can show that you can do it in conditions like this, it's so much easier, you know, when you go forward, the matches are early. If you can do it in conditions like this, you can do it anywhere. But I have kept you long enough. Go join the team, go get some food, and have a nice long rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Well, that was a crazy series on all fronts there, and it's amazing to speak to Vlad. Always so much insight, and hopefully you get a good night's sleep and get rested up for their match tomorrow. But that is enough from me. I'm going to hand you back to the desk to, at long last, wrap this series up.
Thank you very much, Affinity. That we will do now. We haven't got much to say. Let's be real here. It was a great series, but I don't think we're going to hold you for too long here. MP, any thoughts off the back of that one? I mean, look at that series scoreline.
A beautiful reverse sweep from Ulf, and I love that Vlad already kind of teased us. There's more maps coming from them. Could Abyss be one of them? I don't know. Unfortunately for Ulf, tomorrow is gonna be another day where they have to play their second game later on at 9 p.m. My time, so they have to continue the streak. But it seems like they have done it really well. But tomorrow is gonna be another test against Dynasty. I think that's gonna be incredible to see as well.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket as it stands now. Obviously, tomorrow we're going to start off with our lower bracket game. That'll be mandatory versus Twisted Minds. All four not get to play against the team that they wanted to play against, but at the very least, they're in the upper bracket. I mean, look, silver lining to that fact, and they're up against Dynasty up at the top there, who definitely put up a great fight against mandatory as well. But the way things are shaking up, I don't think it matters who you're up against. I think it's always going to be a good game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think it's gonna be even fight like we saw today from both of these matches. Sure, the first match kind of went to 13-5 in two of those maps, but there was one close map as well. I'm really excited to see whether Ulf can actually start on a good foot tomorrow against Dynasty, get that first fight down, first map down, because I feel like we've seen so many reverse sweeps in this whole tournament, in the group stage already today here in this Ulf game, and are we gonna see that continue tomorrow as well? Maybe, who knows?
Yeah, maybe. Well, we're going to go get a nice long rest now. Thank you so much to the production, to the observers, to the moderators in chat, everybody behind the scenes, and thank you to you, MP, Affinity, and the casters today. We're going to say good night for now, and we'll see you again tomorrow at the same time. Goodbye.
butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside.